train was going when this derailment took place in Gonda, and now we can just share with you what the Ministry of Railways has released. They've released some numbers for people, helpline numbers. This is in regard with the derailment of 15904 Dibrugarh Express in Lucknow division, is what the Ministry of Railways said, and they have shared several numbers which we will just put on your screens there. You can see those numbers on your screens for relatives to contact. Also separate numbers been provided for Guwahati, where this train was headed to Dibrugarh. So numbers are provided for families there, for those who may want to find out more details regarding this train accident and the train movement, because now as happens after an accident, the tracks will be cleared. There will be a second train that is sent to take the passengers along this route from Chandigarh to Dibrugarh. But very tragic news coming in that one of the passengers has died and 2 are said to be injured. In all, 12 bogies have derailed. 4 of the AC coaches are lying on their sides, and this took place between Gonda and Jhilahi. 4 AC coaches overturning, and 1 passenger has died in this train derailment in Uttar Pradesh. As we told you, the relief teams have been rushed to the spot. And All right, so let's just take a look once again at one passenger account of the train accident, where he says that he escaped very narrowly and he's very shaken by this accident. One can imagine a train derailment. There's also, we don't know if all the passengers have been pulled out of those bogies that have turned on their sides. 1 person has died. We can see, disturbing visuals there of the injured, and some even covered, with a shawl there. But for the moment, what we do know is that 1 passenger has died. 2 passengers are said to be injured. One can imagine there must be more injuries. UP Chief Minister has rushed the team there to help with the entire operation.
बाल बच गया। एक ट्रेन एक्सीडेंट हो गया जिसमें घबराइएगा नहीं, मैं सही सलामत हूँ। आपको
All right, Maria joins us on the phone line for more. Maria, any more information you can share with us? And very tragic news coming in that one of the passengers has died.
So, but Bhargi, as we have been saying, that this is a developing story. The derailment has happened in the northeastern division of the railways. The helpline numbers are flashing on our television screens. So for all those who may have their loved ones on this train, they can contact these numbers and get details of their well-being. There has been a derailment which has happened. How many bogies that have been involved, we are yet to get details. This was a regular passenger train, which means the number of passengers on these bogies would be very, very high, fairly high. And this is the route where there has been usually in the past severe congestion. So which essentially means that most of these bogies would be completely full. The railway minister himself has just reached Mumbai, is what sources are telling us. He will be briefed by the entire railway board on what exactly is the status and why has there been an increase in such accidents. There is a commissioner of railway safety. That is the first response which is usually seen. That is the commissioner of railway safety who conducts an investigation immediately on the cause of derailment. Prima facie, it appears to be a case of derailment, not collision. So that certainly is a matter of huge relief. Railway's medical van, which is usually parked at a division, in this case Lucknow, has reached the spot, is what we are being told. And all those who have been injured are being moved to the nearest hospital for medical treatment. The cause of derailment is not clear. What we can also tell our viewers is that all the public health centers near this district, which is the Gonda district, has been alerted so that they can expedite any kind of relief which may be needed. And the special relief vans have been moved in, and all possible assistance is being provided. But as we have been saying, we are yet to get details of who has sadly lost his or her life. We are yet to get details on the number of those who have been injured. But for the moment, what we can tell our viewers is that this is certainly a huge tragedy. And the railways in the last few weeks have seen multiple derailments, multiple collisions, which is certainly very, very worrying.
Right, Maria, thanks so much for joining us with that. So one passenger has died. Very tragic news really coming in on this train derailment in which 12 bogies were affected. The train derailment taking place in Gonda, and one person has died. Others are injured as well. All right, let's just listen into what the CPRO had to say.
400-965 तो इस हेल्पलाइन नंबर को इस्टेब्लिश कर दिया गया है। राहत बचाव का कार्य जारी है। जो हमारे रेलवे के ऑफिसर्स हैं वो साइट पे पहुंच गए हैं। महाप्रबंधक सुश्री सौम्या माथुर जी भी साइट के लिए निकल गई हैं। जो प्रिंसिपल चीफ सेफ्टी ऑफिसर होते हैं वो भी साइट के लिए निकल गए हैं। राहत बचाव का कार्य जारी है।
सर, कितने बजे की घटना है और कितनी गाड़ियाँ डीरेल?
ये 14:37 की घटना है। जो प्राइमरी इन्फॉर्मेशन हम लोगों को मिली है उसके हिसाब से 4 से 5 कोच डिरेल हुए हैं जो पटरी से उतरे हैं, और राहत बचाव की जो टीमें हैं वो रेलवे की वो साइट पे पहुंच गए हैं। मेडिकल वैन साइट पे पहुंच गई है। जो हमारे डॉक्टर्स हैं वो साइट पे पहुंच गए हैं। हमारी पहली प्रायोरिटी है कि जल्द से जल्द जो है वहाँ राहत का बचाव का कार्य पूरा किया जाए।
किसी के हताहत होने की सूचना?
अभी जैसे ही आगे की सूचना मिलेगी तो आप लोगों को सूचित किया जाएगा।
सर, कोई ट्रेनें बाधित है अभी इसको लेकर?
हाँ, इसके लिए कुछ ट्रेनों का डाइवर्सन हम लोग कर रहे हैं, उसकी सूचना थोड़ी देर में दी जाएगी।
So that is the big breaking news right now. So we're just getting you all that preliminary information, but tragic really that one passenger has died. The helpline numbers on your screens there, and I'm joined by my colleague Vasudha, who takes over now. And Vasudha, just yesterday you were reporting on the preliminary report on the Kanchenjunga Express collision in which 10 people had died, and now this train derailment taking place. Really a matter of worry for the railways.
Absolutely, Gargi. In fact, the CRS report specifically said that it is time to ensure that the anti-collision device coverage is installed across the railway network, and this has happened in Gonda, and clearly one person has died. Several others have been rushed to hospitals. This could be a signaling failure, or it could even be a man-made error, but it shows that our infrastructure is sort of in some ways it does need a lot of intervention, and that's what the CRS report also said, that there needs to be modernization, and that needs to happen on an urgent basis of the Indian Railways. Also joining us now is Ranveer, who's reporting on this accident. One passenger has died and 2 others have been injured, and several coaches of the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh express train derailed in Gonda district today. This is in Uttar Pradesh, and this incident took place in Pikaura, which is located between Gonda and Jhilahi in Uttar Pradesh. In fact, Railways has already rushed rescue teams for relief operations, and UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has also instructed his administration officials to ensure that the injured people are taken to hospital as soon as possible. Ranveer, tell us what is the latest on this? How is the state government looking at this? And of course, what kind of rescue operations are on the site? So we will try and reconnect with Ranveer in a bit. So let me also remind our viewers that this is one of the 3 major derailments that have happened. What we are told is out of in the last 2 years, out of 12 coaches, 4 coaches of the AC compartment derailed a few kilometers before the Jhilahi railway station today. This is a case of train derailment in Gonda, Uttar Pradesh. Coaches of Chandigarh-Dibrugarh Express overturned, and 4 AC coaches overturned, and this derailment happened between Gonda and Jhilahi. In fact, all of this happened in Uttar Pradesh. In fact, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has asked relief teams to reach the site immediately. The reasons for this derailment are not known yet. Indian Railways is yet to respond. The CPRO, of course, has come out, given a statement talking about the helpline numbers. The helpline numbers are flashing on our screens. These are numbers that people whose families and friends were traveling in this train can actually reach out to. Remember that rescue teams have already been rushed to the site for relief operations, and some people, we are told, are reportedly injured. State government officials have said that they have been rushed to nearby hospitals. There are visuals that show passengers standing on the sites. Let's listen into some reactions that are coming from the spot.
बचाव के लिए क्या व्यवस्था हुई है अभी तक?
अभी तो हम खुद ही निकल के आए हैं, अभी देखा नहीं है शायद, लेकिन शायद एम्बुलेंस वगैरह आ रही है क्या? जी ऐसा सुनने में आया। थैंक यू।
So those are some of the reactions that are coming from the side. Those are visuals of people sort of facing the aftermath of what really happened. This derailment took place in Gonda. Out of the 12 coaches, 4 coaches of AC compartment reportedly derailed a few kilometers before the Jhilahi railway station. Train derailment could happen because of many issues. It could be because of a signalling error, something that the Indian Railways is looking into. In fact, just yesterday, the CRS preliminary report findings of the Siliguri accident did come about, which said that the anti-collision devices need to be installed across railway networks. That is something that Indian Railways is working on. But clearly, there are also the safety lapses that need to be addressed. Memories of the Balasore train accident, in which 3 trains actually were part of that. Those memories are still alive in many minds, which we actually lost more than 200 people. This is a train derailment that happened in Gonda. And coaches of Chandigarh-Dibrugarh Express overturned, and 4 AC coaches overturned, and this also led to UP Chief Minister asking relief teams to reach the relief site immediately. In fact, Railways medical van has also reached there, and rescue operations are on, but clearly 1 person has died is what reporters have told us. There is an official statement that is expected from Indian Railways soon. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is also rushing to the spot, is what sources have told NDTV. Those are the visuals. Let me also remind our viewers that yet another train derailment that has happened, even as Indian Railways focuses on expanding the railway network and also expediting installing the anti-collision device coverage across the railway network in India. This is a case of another derailment that happened. In fact, it was just on June 17 that we did see a collision of sorts between the Kanchenjunga Express and the goods train that happened in North Bengal. In this particular accident that happened in Gonda today, derailment that happened today, 1 passenger has died and 2 have been injured. They've been rushed to the hospital. Several coaches of the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh Express have derailed in Uttar Pradesh's Gonda. This incident took place in Pikaura, which is located between Gonda and Jhilahi. Both of them are in Uttar Pradesh. A rescue team has been sent to the site. In fact, Railways has also rushed its medical vans to the site. Some people are reportedly injured. They're being taken to the hospital. In fact, Uttar Pradesh administration is working at it. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has already directed administration to sort of look into this matter and ensure that the injured people get the best care, medical care, as soon as possible. They've been rushed to nearby hospitals. These are the visuals that show passengers standing on both sides of the track with their luggage after this derailment. In fact, there are white sheets there, many of them really trying hard to come to terms with what really happened, many of them shocked. We did get some reactions there for you. Out of the 12 coaches, 4 coaches of AC compartment seem to have derailed, and this happened just a few kilometers away from the Jhilahi railway station, a few kilometers away from Gonda. And all these coaches belong to the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh Express. There's just one train involved here, which fortunately is the other two accidents that have taken place in the recent past actually showed multiple trains, which also led to an increase in casualties. We're not really sure of the number of dead. From our reporters, we do come to know that one person has been killed and 2 people have been injured, but there is a chance that more people have been injured and they've all been rushed to the nearby hospitals. UP Chief Minister, in fact, has asked relief teams to reach the site immediately, and that rescue operation is still on, is what we've been told. Let's listen in to what the CPRO is saying on this accident.
ARME वो साइट पर पहुंच गई है और राहत बचाव का कार्य शुरू कर दिया गया है। एक हेल्पलाइन नंबर भी हम लोगों ने इस्टेब्लिश किया है। लखनऊ में जो हेल्पलाइन नंबर इस्टेब्लिश हुआ है वो आपको बता देते हैं 8957409292। गोंडा में जो हेल्पलाइन नंबर इस्टेब्लिश हुआ है वो है 8957400965। तो इस हेल्पलाइन नंबर को इस्टेब्लिश कर दिया गया है। राहत बचाव का कार्य जारी है। जो हमारे रेलवे के ऑफिसर्स हैं वो साइट पे पहुंच गए हैं। महाप्रबंधक सुश्री सौम्या माथुर जी भी साइट के लिए निकल गई हैं। जो प्रिंसिपल चीफ सेफ्टी ऑफिसर होते हैं वो भी साइट के लिए निकल गए हैं। राहत बचाव का कार्य जारी है।
सर, कितने बजे की घटना और कितनी गाड़ियाँ?
ये 14:37 की घटना है। जो प्राइमरी इन्फॉर्मेशन हम लोगों को मिली है उसके हिसाब से 4 से 5 कोच डिरेल हुए हैं जो पटरी से उतरे हैं और राहत बचाव की जो टीमें हैं वो रेलवे की वो साइट पे पहुंच गए हैं। मेडिकल वैन साइट पे पहुंच गई है। जो हमारे डॉक्टर्स हैं वो साइट पे पहुंच गए हैं। हमारी पहली प्रायोरिटी है कि जल्द से जल्द जो है वहाँ राहत का बचाव का कार्य पूरा किया जाए।
किसी के हताहत होने की सूचना?
अभी जैसे ही आगे की सूचना मिलेगी तो आप लोगों को सूचित किया जाएगा।
सर, कोई ट्रेनें बाधित है अभी इसको लेकर?
हाँ, इसके लिए कुछ ट्रेनों का डाइवर्सन हम लोग कर रहे हैं। उसकी सूचना थोड़ी देर में दी जाएगी।
Remember, this is a developing story. One passenger has died and 2 others have been injured after several coaches of the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh Express train derailed in Uttar Pradesh's Gonda today. Just a month ago, we saw a similar accident taking place in North Bengal between Chatarhat and Rangapani district. In fact, the CRS report that came out yesterday also stated that it is time that the country's railway network has the Kavach system installed in it in its entire stretch. In fact, there has been a lot of emphasis on railway safety even as India tries to expand its ever-growing railway network. Demands have grown, so have the needs for railway safety. This particular incident that happened today took place in Pikaura, which is located between Gonda and Jhilahi in Uttar Pradesh. Rescue teams have been sent to the site by both railways and also the Uttar Pradesh state government. Relief operations have begun. In fact, the CPRO just said that relief operations are priority for the government. Some people are reportedly injured and they've been rushed to nearby hospitals. Visuals, you can see them there. They did show people standing on both sides of the track, trying to make sense of what really happened, trying to settle into what really happened. The aftermath of this derailment is something that will be studied in detail. Remember, the CRS safety report also says that there needs to be standardization in the format of authority letters or instructions that are issued to not just loco pilots but also to station managers and staff and guards. There is a sense of urgency in this, is what Indian Railways has been working on. But clearly, it is a big task, and the targets have to be set. That's what Railways has been talking about. Of the 12 coaches, 4 coaches of the AC compartment of this particular train derailed a few kilometers before the Jhilahi railway station. This happened, of course, with the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh Express. There's only one train involved here, unlike the recent past incident where Kanchenjunga Express and goods train, there was also a goods train that was involved, which also led to at least 10 deaths and 40 injured. We have been told that one person has been killed and at least 2 people have been injured. All of them have been rushed to nearby hospitals. 4 AC coaches have been overturned, and you can see those helpline numbers flashing on our screens. These are for family members and friends of those who are traveling in this train. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has asked his administration officials to take action as soon as possible to ensure the injured people receive the best treatment nearby hospitals. He has asked for relief teams to work there non-stop, and of course he has also pushed for more teams to reach there. Indian Railways has also rushed its medical vans and helpline numbers. A war room has been put in place. Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh Yogi Adityanath could also be reaching the spot soon is what we hear. There's just the second derailment that has happened in this country in the last 60 days. In fact, last 30 days. It was on June 17th that there was collision between the Kanchenjunga Express and a goods train in Siliguri, which was between Rangapani and Charterhat district, and that really happened because there was a discrepancy in the way signals were interpreted by two loco pilots. After that, Railways did put in place a standardization of the format of communication that is issued to not just loco pilots but also guards and station managers. Indian Railways has been working on the safety front, but as Indian Railways expands its stretch, there's also a need for ensuring that these collisions and derailments do not happen. I have my colleague Tanish joining us. Tanish, what is the latest that we know about this derailment? What is the state government doing with regard to relief operations? And also, do we have a number on the casualties?
Well, Vasudha, at least one person has died in the train accident the derailment that happened in Gonda, and of course the number of casualties can of course increase as well. Around 20 people have been injured as of now. 5 coaches were derailed. The state government has currently issued 2 helpline numbers, one for Lucknow and one for Gonda, and the UP CM Yogi Adityanath has taken the cognizance and ordered officials to begin rescue and relief work. So around 10 to 12, more than 10 coaches of the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh Express were overturned, as the train derailed in Uttar Pradesh, Gonda. So at least one person has died. This number can of course go up. But right now, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has taken cognizance of the accident the derailment that happened near Gonda. There was of course panic among the passengers, but emergency teams have been dispatched, and we are of course waiting for more update on this. So in the train, the AC coaches have also suffered significant damage because of the accident, and there is of course fear in the passengers. But for that, the state government has issued 2 helpline numbers, and emergency rescue teams have been dispatched to this site. Now, the train number was 15904, the Dibrugarh Express, and it was on its regular route from Chandigarh to Dibrugarh. And the derailment occurred between Gonda and Jhilahi near Pikaura. So that's where the derailment had occurred. At least we are learning at least one person has died, and of course the number could of course is expected to increase. The number will increase. 4 AC coaches are reported to be out of the number of the coaches derailed. At least 4 AC coaches are reported to be involved in the derailment. So yes, that is the latest we are gathering. The state, of course, this Chief Minister Yogi.
Right, Tanish, we'll keep tracking that story. Remember, it's a developing story. A terrible accident there, terrible derailment yet again. And of course, we know that one person has died, and some of them have been injured. They have been they've been shifted to hospitals nearby. This happened in Gonda in Uttar Pradesh. We are tracking that story for you, and we'll keep getting you all those details. But over to some breaking news now. There's an important order of the Supreme Court on the NEET UG examination. Remember, the Supreme Court was listening to all the petitions that were filed with regard to the NEET UG examination. Petitioners, around 40 of them, had asked for a retest. They had also asked for the cancellation of the UG examination. They had also asked for a thorough probe into this, something that the state government has, the central government has already initiated. What did the Supreme Court say today? Well, it has asked for publishing marks of students on website by noon on Saturday. It has also asked for releasing points cities and center wise. In fact, it has also asked for the identity of the students to be hidden. The Supreme Court is all set to hold a decisive hearing on the 22nd of July. That is when the Supreme Court will decide whether there is a need for a re-examination or not. Supreme Court's comment is that there is no doubt that there was a paper breach. Remember, all through the day, the Supreme Court did ask a lot of important questions to the Solicitor General. In fact, it also talked about how there is a very high number of students getting top marks, something that we have not seen in this country in the last few years. I have my colleague Ishika joining us with more details on this. Ishika, you've been tracking this story, the court hearing, all day today. Tell us, what are the important things that the court said and what is expected on Monday?
Well, first of all, as you rightly said, in fact, that now the hearing again will be on Monday. But before that, the Supreme Court, in fact, has directed the NTA to publish the results of the NEET UG examination on their website. And that should be city-wise and center-wise, while masking the identity of the candidates. And this, the court has ordered the NTA to do it by Saturday, 12th noon. Now, remember, and in fact, as you rightly said, that there was various questions that were in fact raised by by the petitioners also in this case. So over that also, the petitioners had asked that if the counselling of the NEET UG can be stayed. Over that also, the Chief Justice of India in fact had said that the petitioners have submitted if the NEET UG results are published on the NTA website, and after that we direct the NTA to publish the marks scored by the students on their website, though identity should be masked. So this is certainly a very important point today, the Supreme Court ordering them to upload it by Saturday 12 noon. But let me tell you that there are certainly various questions also that were raised by the petitioners. Number one, in fact, as to how the grace marks were given. They also in fact asked the NTA as to how there were several points that was not disclosed in the affidavit also that was filed by the NTA. One of them being that as to how a wrong paper was given in one of the centers in Bahadurgarh, where in fact students lost around 40 minutes. So all of these points were raised by the petitioners, and after that, the Solicitor General also, who was appearing for the central government, he in fact responded to all of this, and he in fact said that it was not a leak, rather it was a breach. And after that, the Chief Justice of India asked them that if it was a breach, then how can all of this be done? How can the question paper be solved and then be distributed to the students all in just 45 minutes? So these are various, questions that were in fact asked, asked by the petitioners also, and the Chief Justice of India in fact has responded, in fact has asked the NTA also to respond on all of this. And now, but the big thing is that the Chief Justice of India, the top court, now in fact has ordered the NTA to publish the results of all of these, center-wise on their website by Saturday 12 noon. Over to you.
Right. Ishika, also when the CGI today said that those profiting from paper leak would not, circulate it widely, that also led to a lot of, arguments in the court, especially with Advocate Huda saying that the leak supposedly started on the 3rd of May and then went on till the 4th of May, and Telegram channels were full of that. So tell us about what really happened on the court with respect to these allegations of a paper leak. Was the CGI in some ways convinced that there was one, which is why do you think that there could be, there is a lot of clamor for retest? Do you think that there is some sort of understanding that there was some sense of a leak that happened?
था कि अगर हमको ये लगता है कि व्यापक
Well, on that, we did hear the Solicitor General saying that it was not, in fact, the council, in fact, saying that it was not a leak, rather it was a breach that was done. And when, in fact, it was asked by the court as to how many students have been, how many have actually been impacted because of this, benefited because of this, there, in fact, the response that came from the center side was that it would be approximately only 150, because remember, all of these points are actually, the first thing that Chief Justice of India had mentioned is that if a re-examination needs to be done, it needs to be done on the concrete footing that there has been, that in fact all the irregularities have been done on a large scale. So all of these points, certainly, were placed by the centre. All of these arguments saying that it was not much who were affected because of this breach. In fact, they went on to say it was only approximately around 150 who were in fact benefited because of this, is what the centre said. But certainly, if we talk about the petitioner side also, they continue to say that all of these irregularities, all of these, sanctity that has been compromised has been done on a large scale, because they say that the transportation of the paper has been compromised. First, in fact, it was with a private company for so many days, and then in fact it was transported through e-rickshaws. So that is where in fact they say that the sanctity of the examination has been compromised. Thus, the petitioners here claim that in fact this has been done on a large scale. But certainly the hearing has to continue on Monday as well, in fact, and then we'll have to wait and watch as to what will be the final order that would be coming from the court. But so far, in fact, certainly if we talk about the petitioner side, they continue to say that we have raised a lot of questions and we are waiting whether or not the order will come in our favor on Monday. Over to you.
Ishika, also tell us, what did the court say when the CJI or when the bench was informed that there is already a CBI probe that's going on, because they did talk about what the CBI actually told them with regard to the investigation that is on, and they said that the court will not talk about it because that will also affect the investigation. So what clearly went on in that regard?
Well, as you very rightly mentioned, in fact, the petitioners here, they raised this point that, in fact, these question papers, all of that was also, in fact, circulated through a Telegram channel, is what they claimed here. Over that, in fact, the Chief Justice of India observed that it seems that whoever has done it to make money out of it. And those who are doing to make money out of it, they wouldn't be doing it on such a large scale. So that was the observation, that came from the Chief Justice of India. Over the financial aspect of it, they also asked as to how much the registration fee has to be paid by the students, where the reply came that it is actually 1,700 for a general category.
Ishika, just hold on to that thought. We'll keep coming back to you, but let's listen into some live reactions.
पब्लिक डोमेन में है, जो एविडेंस हम इकट्ठे कर पाए हैं वो सारे के सारे हमने कोर्ट के सामने रखे हैं। सुनवाई के बाद कोर्ट ने नेशनल टेस्टिंग एजेंसी को एक डायरेक्शन दी है कि वो सारा का सारा रिजल्ट डिक्लेयर करे सिटी वाइज और सेंटर वाइज, ताकि पटिशनर्स उस डाटा को भी एनालाइज कर सके, ये दिखाने के लिए कि इस एग्जामिनेशन में पेपर लीक हुआ है। अब इसकी सुनवाई सोमवार को होगी।
Sir, can you explain in English what happened in court today?
Today the matter was heard almost the whole day. We have presented all the incriminating material to demonstrate that it is a case of paper leak, and leak has gone wide across the country. After hearing, the court has directed a national testing agency to declare the entire result of all the candidates with reference to center and city by concealing the identity of the candidates, so that the petitioners who are seeking re-examination can analyze the data and assist the court in a better fashion. Today the specific direction, there is a further specific direction in the order this Government of India has been directed to place on record economic offences unit investigation of Bihar, because we had argued that the initial investigation indicates that the paper was leaked much prior to the date of examination, though the CBI is trying to indicate that the paper leak happened only on 5th of May. So the court has directed the state of Bihar and the Union of India to submit the initial investigation report of Bihar Police and Bihar Police's economic offences wing investigation report.
Sir, Supreme Court today observed that only in Patna and Hazaribagh seems like paper leak is there. So
that is only a prima facie observation. The court is still examining whether the leak is confined to Hazaribagh and Patna or it has gone out.
So counselling will be continuing? Any stay?
No direction has been given for staying the counselling, because state is indicating that no counselling is happening before Monday, when the case is again being taken up for hearing.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट में बेसिकली जो आज हियरिंग कंक्लूड हुई है उसमें पेटिशनर्स की साइड से रिक्वेस्ट की गई थी कि जितना रिजल्ट्स है सारे कैंडिडेट्स का वो एटलीस्ट ऑनलाइन आ जाए, सो दैट वी कैन यूटिलाइज आवर माइंड एंड अप्लाई आवर माइंड फॉर द एनालिटिकल डिजिटल एनालिसिस, ताकि कितने स्टूडेंट्स को कितना रिजल्ट है और कितने मार्क्स मिले हैं उसके ऊपर प्रॉपरली हम भी देख पाएँ, और सेंटर वाइज किस सेंटर पे कितने कैंडिडेट्स को किस हिसाब से रेटिंग्स रही हैं एग्जाम्स की वो हम थोड़ा एनालिसिस कर पाएँ। तो इसलिए कल 5 बजे तक एनटीए को डायरेक्शन है कि सैटरडे को 5 बजे तक डायरेक्शन है एनटीए को कि सारा रिजल्ट अपलोड करेंगे।
सर, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आज हियरिंग में बहुत सारी बातें भी उठाई, कुछ बातें बता सकते हैं जो आपके फेवर में हो?
एक सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट बात जो इस केस में निकल के आ रही है अभी आ रही है कि जो मेजर पेपर लीकेज है दैट वाज डन एट पटना। तो पटना का जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन करी है पटना पुलिस ने, इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो है वो बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट रखती है। सो इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन को रिपोर्ट कॉल की है इनिशियल रिपोर्ट की पटना पुलिस से।
So important directions by the Supreme Court today asking the NTA to publish all results of students who took the NTA NEET UG examinations, all the results of students who took the NEET examination state-wise and center-wise without revealing the identity of students. This has to be done by Saturday is what the Supreme Court has said. It has also said that any order for conducting a retest for NEET UG examination has to be on concrete footing. So clearly some very important orders there, but of course the hearing is to continue on Monday, and that is when we will know if there is actually a possibility of a re-examination. Clearly, the Supreme Court making it very clear that transparency remains the priority. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Train derailment in Gonda, Uttar Pradesh. A Gonda train derailment, 2 people have been dead, 20 injured, 12 bogies including 4 AC coaches were affected. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has asked relief teams to reach the site immediately. Supreme Court is hearing petitions on the NEET UG examination. Supreme Court has said any order for conducting the examination afresh has to be on concrete footing and that the sanctity of the entire examination has been affected. It has also posed tough questions to the NTA, asked the NTA to publish results of all students without revealing their identity, state-wise, center-wise, in the next few hours. Face off over quota bill in Karnataka. Siddharamaiah government, BJP trade diversionary tactic charges. BJP says the quota bill is just an attempt by the Congress party to distract attention from the scams, while Congress party has said that corruption charges by the BJP are just to mislead people. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has chaired a special meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security. This comes after a series of terror attacks in Jammu, which left several army men dead. The opposition has hit out at this series of deadly attacks.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं
ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
25 years ago, an unprecedented attack on a part of India very few people knew about. Kargil, a war fought at unprecedented heights, India's first televised war.
We are here because we have to be here, because it's the uniform.
We were there, on the ground and in the air.
A final assault.
To bring you stories of valor and sacrifice. 25 years after Kargil. Join us for special and exclusive programming right here on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts,
Welcome back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi today chaired a special meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security, which also includes Home Minister Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, among others. In fact, the meeting comes amid this rush of terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. Hours before the meet, 2 soldiers were injured in an encounter in J&K's Doda district, where forces have been engaged in a prolonged operation to flush out terrorists linked to the killing of 4 army personnel this week. I have my colleague Nazir joining us with more details on this. Nazir, you've been reporting on the high number of deaths that have taken place. In fact, the number has gone up to more than 35 in the last 32 months. That was your story. Tell us the importance of this meeting that the Prime Minister held today.
Well, it clearly shows the seriousness of the situation on the ground, which has posed a major challenge to the national security. Jammu region was free from militancy. Now it has become the biggest theater of militancy, and there are attack after attack, and army has become a specific target of these attacks. On Monday, there was a major encounter in which 4 army soldiers, including a captain, were killed. And last night, there was a major attack on army. Army had set a temporary camp inside a school called Zadan High School at Katsinga. So that came under heavy firing, and if you see the visuals of that school, there's a lot of bullets across from its walls. And army repulsed the attack. 2 army soldiers were injured. Condition of one of the injured is stated to be critical. They have been evacuated and airlifted to Army's base hospital in Udhampur, command hospital in Udhampur. So they are being treated. So this shows that despite the fact a massive counter-militancy operation is underway in the same region, militants could carry out the attack during the night, that too on the army. So a meeting by the Prime Minister, which is the second on Jammu and Kashmir situation. Last month also, Prime Minister held a meeting and asked Army to deploy its full spectrum of anti-terror capabilities to finish militancy from Jammu and Kashmir. There were also marathon meetings by the Home Minister, Amit Shah, and also Army Chief after taking over
visited Jammu region, and there are coordinated operations by the police. Senior police officers are staying, be it army, paramilitary posts, and the J&K police. They are conducting coordinated operations in Udhampur and other parts of Jammu as well. And along the line of control, army today filed an infiltration bid, and 2 infiltrators have been killed in this operation. And this is the second infiltration attempt which has been filed in Kerin sector of Kupwara district in last 4 days.
Thank you, Nasir, for joining us with those details. My colleague Akhilesh Sharma, who reports on the government and the BJP, also has more details on the importance of the meeting that the Prime Minister held today.
There is no official word as far as the Cabinet Committee on Security is concerned, though officials have confirmed that there was a meeting of the CCS this morning chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and other senior ministers and members of the CCS were also present in this meeting. There is no official word, as I have mentioned, but it is believed that the recent spike in the terrorist activities and attacks, especially in the region of Jammu, has been discussed in detail. The Prime Minister was briefed by the security staff and also senior officials about the current situation as far as Jammu is concerned. If you recall, since January this year, there has been a spike in the terrorist activities in Jammu region, and only on this Monday we have seen that 4 Indian Army soldiers made a supreme sacrifice, and also since January 1st we have seen that 12 Indian Army personnel have lost their lives in Jammu, and apart from them 10 civilians also killed in the terrorist attacks, and 55 have been injured. So it's a serious situation, and now the security establishment has been dealing with this with a firm hand, and also the grid has been enhanced, and that is why all the security arrangements and the preparations were reviewed in the CCS meeting. This is what sources are indicating, but as I have mentioned, there is no official word about the Cabinet Committee on Security deliberations.
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janta ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
25 years ago, an unprecedented attack on a part of India very few people knew about. Kargil, a war fought at unprecedented heights, India's first televised war.
We are here because we have to be here, because it's the uniform.
We were there, on the ground and in the air.
A final assault.
To bring you stories of valor and sacrifice. 25 years after Kargil. Join us for
Stay informed and
Two terrorists have been killed in a gun battle that broke out between security forces and terrorists. This happened in Jammu and Kashmir's Pikaura district near the line of control. I have my colleague Nazir joining us with more details on this. We'll try and get connected to Nazir. This happened hours after two soldiers were found to have sustained injuries. This happened when another encounter broke out between security forces and terrorists. This is all happening in Jammu Kashmir's Doda district in the early hours of Thursdays when it started. According to police, the encounter erupted near the Chandigarh area, which around 2 a.m. in the morning, which is when the terrorists opened fire on police. Of course, 2 terrorists have been killed and joint search operations are now on to nab the other terrorists. Moving on to some news from the south of India, there's a big BJP protest against Siddaramaiah government that's going on in Bengaluru. The BJP protest has been organized by the party outside Karnataka Vidhan Sabha Assembly just a day after there was a lot of back and forth, and in fact the state government went back on its idea to bring in a draft to ensure 100% reservation for locals. And it said that it is working on framing that policy and it will be consulting with industries. Those are the visuals of the BJP protest there. Remember, BJP is the main opposition party there, and this is being led by Vijayendra, the state president of the BJP, and those are BJP workers there demanding an SIT into the Congress's Muda scam, the alleged Muda scam. In fact, Congress party has been saying that the corruption charges leveled by the BJP are just to mislead people, while BJP has been saying that the Congress has been using distracting techniques, diversionary techniques to distract attention from its corruption. Moving on to some news from Uttar Pradesh, the police in the state has issued a latest directive asking eateries on the Kawad Yatra route in Muzaffarnagar to display their owners' names. This has, of course, stirred a controversy. Opposition has linked it to moves that were made by Hitler in Germany. Kawad Yatra is an annual pilgrimage by Lord Shiva devotees, which will begin on the 22nd of July, which is next week. Muzaffarnagar police, of course, has mandated all food joints along the route to display their owner's name prominently to avoid confusion during the religious procession. Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav has responded very sharply to this. He has said, and I quote, "Such orders are social crimes." He has also asked courts to take up the matter.
जो हमारे रास्ते में पड़ने वाले होटल्स है, ये हैं ढाबे पे, उन सब पे रेट लिस्ट छपा की जाए और ताकि बोर्ड पे नाम स्पष्ट हो, ताकि कोई समस्या नहीं होना चाहिए। एंड इसके अतिरिक्त जो कावड़ शिविर के संबंध में कावड़ शिविरों के साथ में मीटिंग की गई है, और जो बड़ा डीजे लेके आते हैं उनसे साथ में मीटिंग की गई है ताकि माहौल शांतिपूर्वक रहे।
जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने ये एडवाइजरी जारी करी है, मुझे लगता है कि सही है। आप अपनी आइडेंटिफिकेशन क्यों छुपाना? एक आस्था का बड़ा त्यौहार मनाने जा रहे हैं लोग, कांवड़िए पवित्र जल लेने जा रहे हैं, लेकिन इसमें अखिलेश यादव अपनी जो तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति का ट्विस्ट है वो लेके आ गए।
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग तोड़ भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefits incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Welcome back. Moving on to some sports news. Shooting champs are being trained across the country. Shooting champs are also being trained in Chennai. Across India, academies are training shooters. India's largest shooting team, in fact, is in Paris. 21 shooters aim for medals in Paris. 2 shooters are gunning for glory.
It was at this state-of-art Gun for Glory Academy's shooting range in Chennai. National and world champion in 10-meter air rifle shooting, Ilavenil Valarivan, got trained before she qualified for Paris Olympics. Founded by Olympic bronze medalist Gagan Narang, his mentoring and the crucial 360-degree support by the center catapulted her to the big league. The Gun for Glory Academy, shooters say, has emerged to be a one-stop solution as it takes care of aspirants completely, from weapons to consumables to fitness.
A facility like this, with all the equipments, with all the support what they are offering, I think is a must for any athlete, because at the end of the day, everything comes down to the team what we are having, you know, a coach, a mind trainer, a psychologist, a physiotherapist, a fitness trainer, and you name it, everything is being provided by Gun for Glory. So I think an association like this is made for athletes who are aiming for the best.
Ilavenil's coach Neha Chavan, who has been her mentor since day one of her shooting career, shares a guru-shishya bond with Ilavenil that transcends beyond shooting. She has been her guide in her parents' absence, be it wake her up at 4 in the morning and even picking her up and reaching the range by 5, a routine that two have followed for the past 9 years. Over the years, the Khelo India accredited Chennai Academy and its scholarship for exceptional shooting talent has emerged topper among their centers spread over Hyderabad, Pune and Jabalpur.
It has a good infrastructure, whatever it is required. Then we have everything. We have a cafeteria downstairs. We have a swimming pool. as well as we have a gym. So everything is inside a sports science facility, which is fantastic. We have good doctors. So everything is under one roof. Athletes come here at 8:39 in the morning and they leave this place 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the evening, finishing all their work. So we are more focused and dedicated towards the sport.
In 2022, Dhanush had won a gold in Deaf Olympics, and this time the academy hopes at least 2 more would win Olympic medals. The center grooms many talents, all potential Olympians. One of them, Madineni Uma Mahesh, with national and international laurels. He aims at the 2028 Olympics.
So my aim is for next Commonwealth Games in the 2026, but the main goal is for the 2028 LA Olympics to get a gold medal for India. I would say I am here today because of this academy itself, because of the facilities they provided and the coach and the support, not only like in the shooting sport, in the lives through the infrastructure, all the advanced technologies required. It's because of this academy is it possible for me today to be here.
India is fielding a 21-member Indian shooting team that will compete at the Paris 2024 Olympics. This will be India's largest ever shooting contingent at the Olympics, eclipsing the 15 from Tokyo 2020. With India achieving quotas across all Olympic shooting disciplines for the first time, the hopes for extending their medal tally and making the Paris Olympics the most successful event in history will be sky high. As Illavenil gears up for her big day in Olympics, these shooters and trainers in Chennai would be rooting for her. In Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
Moving on, the union budget is going to be presented in the parliament next week, and everyone from the middle class to the corporates to salaried employees to farmers will be watching to see as to what is there in the budget for them. Provisions in the budget could also improve support, accessibility and overall quality of life for those with disabilities. Listen to disability right activists talk about their expectations from this year's budget.
I have 2 big expectations from the budget this year. Firstly, there's a 5% tax on wheelchairs, hearing aids, braille keypads, and I feel that a tax on disability aids is equivalent to a tax on somebody walking, seeing or hearing. I believe that this tax should be 0 rated so that persons with disabilities can live a dignified life. So don't tax us on walking, but tax us on working and being on contributors towards society instead. My second request is that I'm sure a lot of you will be shocked to hear that today my wheelchair has an insurance, but I don't have an insurance. I hope the government comes up with stricter policies in this budget so that insurance companies cannot discriminate in this way and persons with disabilities can get their dignity through health insurance as well.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small scale industries, kindly give us a export benefits incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts,
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Up ahead, we'll get you all the latest on the train derailment that has taken place in Uttar Pradesh as the number of dead has now risen to 2 passengers. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking right now. 2 passengers have died. Over 20 were injured after several coaches of the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh express train derailed in UP's Gonda. Rescue and relief teams are now at the spot. Several other trains have been affected. The Supreme Court has asked the National Testing Agency to publish the city and centre-wise results of the NEET UG by 5 p.m. on Friday, keeping the identity of the students masked. The next hearing in this case will take place now on Monday, as there are several pleas before the Supreme Court asking for a re-NEET to take place. Prime Minister Modi chaired a special meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security today. This after a series of terror attacks in Jammu which left several army men dead. The opposition had hit out at the series of deadly attacks. And Uttar Pradesh Police's latest directive asking eateries on the Kanwar Yatra route in Muzaffarnagar to display owners' names stirs a massive row. The opposition has called it a social crime and likened it to Nazi Germany. Akhilesh Yadav says the courts must take up the matter.
our top story now, and 2 passengers have died, 20 are injured after several coaches of the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh express train derailed in Gonda and Uttar Pradesh. This took place in Pikaura, which is located between Gonda and Jhilahi in UP. Now, rescue team was rushed to the relief site. To the site to give relief operations. People are reportedly injured. As we said, visuals showing passengers sitting on the side of the train with their luggage as well. This is train number 15904, which is heading to Dibrugarh in Assam from Chandigarh, and several helpline numbers have also been provided there on your screens. This has impacted several other trains. In fact, 2 trains have been cancelled because of this accident, and 11 other trains have also been affected. A 40-member medical team with 15 ambulances are at the spot, and more ambulances are on their way to the accident site. So 4 SDRF teams, the DM and SP Gonda, are currently at the spot. 15 ambulances have been rushed there. As we said, several other trains have also been affected and a rescue. And there you can see helpline numbers on your screens. Now we're joined by Akhil Agrawal, ex-director of the General Railway Board. Thank you for speaking to us. And yet another train accident taking place. A huge worry now for the railway. So far, what we do know is 2 passengers have died in this derailment.
Thank you for calling me, and it's a worrisome thing, and I am sure that the Railway Board will take note of it, and as an internal this thing, they must be examining and they must be analyzing why all these accidents are taking place. It's definitely a cause of concern. There is no doubt about that. But let me also tell you that after each train accident, there is a statutory inquiry by a Commissioner of Railway Safety, and on his recommendation, 100% recommendations are accepted by the Ministry of Railway, and if it is not accepted, they give reasons why they can't accept. So, but unfortunately, these accidents, I am sure that they will take, they must be examining and they must be finding out reasons.
Right, so no, definitely a big worry. And you know, recently we saw the Kanchenjunga Express accident. That was a train collision in which 10 people died, and initially it was blamed on one of the loco driver that he was going too fast. But now the preliminary report has said this was an accident waiting to happen. It's pointed out lapses at several levels. So clearly there's an urgent need for, you know, all these trains and tracks to be taken, you know, a careful look at, and not just some of those high-profile trains being promoted, but across the board, clearly the need for modernization, better safety measures.
Yes, what Commissioner of Railway, Chief Commissioner of Railway Safety has said in the report that there is a multiple-level failure. Normally, in railway system, we take care that not a single failure should not cause an accident. In this case, the Chief Commissioner of Railway Safety has said that multiple level failure, which is quite bad, and I am sure that railways will take care of this, and railway will try to see that CCRS has given many recommendations, and some of them are very distinct, that like general rules. They have been framed sometimes in 1976, and after that, subsidiary rules have been made on the general rules. So he has said that the general rules should be revised. So all these things, I am sure that with the modern technology, the general rules requires revision, and this railway will take care of all these things.
Right, it certainly hope so. For the moment, very, you know, worrying to see a number of these accidents taking place. Thank you so much, Akhil Agrawal, for speaking to us. The number of dead has risen to 2 passengers that have died in this train derailment. We're also joined now by NDTV's Ranveer. For more, Ranveer, what is the latest you can share with us? The rescue relief teams are now at the spot?
Yes, 4 teams of SDRF are there, 40 medical teams are there, and reports are saying that 2 passengers are dead and around 30 are injured. Out of them, 3 are critically injured and been shifted to district hospital. The total 30 injured, out of them around 23 are being shifted to Mankapur CSC, while rest of 4 injured passengers are shifted to Kazi Devar CSC. So total 30 passengers are injured in this train accident, and 3 are critical, and they are in district hospital for better treatment. As far as the rescue and relief operation is concerned, CM Yogi Adityanath is taking stock of each and everything, and he has told ACS Home to look after the rescue operations, and 4 SDRF team are there to check whether someone is inside the derailed coaches or not, and 40 medical teams are there, 15 ambulances are there, and some more ambulances are being shifted to the spot for better relief work. So DM police chief of Gonda, they are on the spot. Some more officials are being shifted to accident site, and the rail line between Lucknow and Gorakhpur has been affected due to this rail accident. So total around 12 coaches of the Dibrugarh-Chandigarh Express are derailed, and the injured are being shifted to hospitals for better treatment.
Right, so Ranveer, as you're telling us, the rescue teams, officials or people will have to go coach to coach. Given in all, 4 coaches are the ones that actually fell on their side, while, as you mentioned, several coaches have derailed. There are 4 that actually are lying on their side. We saw those visuals earlier. So the rescue team will have to go, inside the coach to check if anyone is still there.
That's the major concern, because the passengers who were inside the train, they are the first who started the rescue work. They identified that if anyone is inside the coaches, they have helped them to get out of it, but still the administration want to recheck that if someone is inside the coach, they will be rescued from there and being shifted to a hospital. And Brijesh Pathak, the Deputy Chief Minister and Health Minister of UP, he is also taking stock of the preparedness. CM Yogi Adityanath told the district administrations to be on alert, and the CSC, PSC and district hospital are on alert because of this accident to give better treatment to the injured. So total around 30 passengers are injured, and 2 confirmed deaths are reported till now. But some officials are saying that this death toll may reach up to 4, because 2 are critically injured and the chances of survival are very less. So relief team are there, SDRF is there, medical team is there, ambulances are there, and the priority is to rescue people from inside the coaches which are derailed. If there is someone, the local administration is trying to rescue them, and also the second most important thing is to send the injured to hospital for better treatment. Some of them are in PSC, CSCs, and some who are critically injured are in district hospital for better treatment.
Right, absolutely. And Ranveer, a few trains have been impacted as well. 2 trains had to be cancelled. Several trains have been affected. This is a very frequently used route, and very worrying that this train derailment, of course, it's very early right now to find out exactly what led to the derailment, but worrying that it took place on this line, isn't it?
No one knows that why this incident occurred, but it is a matter of inquiry. But as far as the location is concerned, Gonda Junction is the biggest railway station between Lucknow and Gorakhpur, and the accident site is around 30 kilometers away from Gonda Junction. So this is a rural area which where no big hospital is there, and some CSCs and PSCs are there. So the district administration sent some medical teams for immediate relief and medical treatment to the injured. But after reaching the ambulances, the administration ensured that the injured should reach hospitals as soon as possible. So around 23 are in CSC Mankapur, 3 in district hospital, and rest of the 4 injured are in Devar CSC in Gonda for treatment.
All right, thanks so much, Ranveer. We'll return to you for more updates. Let's just listen in to what some passengers who were on the train had to say.
बाल बच गया। एक ट्रेन एक्सीडेंट हो गया जिसमें घबराइएगा नहीं, मैं सही सलामत हूँ। आप
यहाँ ये 2:30 बजे के करीब में हादसा हुआ है।
हाँ,
चंडीगढ़ डिब्रूगढ़ एक्सप्रेस में गोंडा से करीब 20 किलोमीटर आगे है ये जी। तो बता रहे मनकापुर अभी यहाँ से 5 किलोमीटर है।
हाँ।
और 2 बोगियाँ तो एकदम से ऐसे पलट गई हैं।
हाँ।
एक बोगी ऐसे लगी है, बाकी तो आप देख ही सकते हैं पटरियों की क्या हाल है। पटरियाँ खिसक चुकी हैं यहाँ पे। कैजुअलिटी भी हो सकती है, अभी उसको मालूम नहीं है। लोग अपनी जान बचा करके कैसे कैसे निकल रहे हैं।
All right, so those were two passenger accounts earlier. One of them talking about how it was such a close shave for him. Another talking about how the bogies overturned, and now we do know that 2 people have died. 2 of the passengers died. The rescue relief operations are taking place. Medical and rescue teams are at the spot of the accident where this train derailment took place. Now, joining us for more on this story is Ramakrishnan, TS railway expert. Thank you so much for being with us. And your first comments on this train derailment today. 2 passengers are dead, and this comes at the back of several incidents like this taking place of train collisions and train derailments.
Yeah, I mean, the Indian Railway maintenance track record has been becoming bad to us for various reasons. Although the number of accidents have reduced over a period of time, in the recent past, in the last 2 years, things have become pretty bad. And it is not just one type of accidents. It was collision, then it was signal failure or signal overlook, and now it is derailment. So there are various reasons, for these accidents. So we can't club all of them in under one, banner of the systemic fault in the system. It is much deeper. The systemic fault in the system is railway system is much deeper, and certainly the railway has to wake up and then do a lot of safety audits across the sectors, across the engineering domains. It is not just enough if they do audits on signal and illumination or on rolling stock or on railway tracks. They have to do things on an integrated basis. So unless otherwise they do such a close audit and for the next 6 months, it's very difficult for them to improve upon the track record of Indian Railway with reference to safety.
Right, sir. And recently we had an unfortunate accident, the Kanchenjunga Express, in which there was a train collision, which 10 people died. And just yesterday, the preliminary report by the Commissioner of Railway Safety came out on that, in which they were quite, they spoke about how it was a series of systemic failures that had taken place, and how there's an urgent need to overhaul train operations, and how this was an accident waiting to happen. So given, that kind of report that just came out, and now this train derailment, we of course at this point don't know the cause. What was there, something on the track, what led to this, speeding, etc. But a worry, and this is something that requires urgent attention from the government.
Certainly, because the Commissioner of Railway Safety has given a report stating that the standard operating procedure was not followed by the respective station masters while giving a memo to the loco pilot that you should go at a specific speed. So the loco pilot has assumed that he can go at a normal speed that is permitted in that particular section, and that's how he has gone. So there is a standard format for everything, and I don't know why the standard format has not been followed by the station master, because whenever there is a signal failure and when the trains are allowed to travel without the signal, so normally the standard operating procedure is that you give a permission letter stating that you should go at a speed of say 10 km/h. Looking at what about the train that are going before him and all. So unfortunately, these procedures were not only followed, but it was also not instructed. So such kind of things have resulted in the accident where the loco driver of the freight train was able to locate the train only a few hundred or a few 100 meters before that, and then he applied the brakes, but it didn't help enough him, and he has gone and rammed it into the system. So a lot of safety audits have to be done. So that should be the first priority of this the railway ministry now. All other things can wait. So
Right, a safety audit is the need of the hour. Thank you so much.
And moreover, and one more thing I want to add, there are many near-miss accidents. So the government has, the Railway Ministry has a lot of data on near-miss accidents. So today's near-miss accident is tomorrow's accident. So they should take all the data about near-miss accidents and then collate it, and then they should try to find out reasons for that and then try to sort it out. There is so much data available with the Ministry of Railways. Only thing is they need to act upon that.
That's right. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Ramakrishnan. There, after this train derailment that has taken place in Gonda and Uttar Pradesh, in which two passengers have died, over 20 are injured, 2 are said to be in a critical condition. Rescue teams are at the spot helping with the relief operations, and priority is really to rush the injured passengers for treatment. Also, all the bogies are being checked, given that 5 bogies overturned, 4 of them AC bogies. This took place between Gonda and Jhilahi area. This was the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh express that derailed. Moving on now to the other big story we've been tracking today. The Supreme Court has asked the National Testing Agency to publish the city and centre-wise results of the NEET UG by 5 p.m. on Friday, keeping the identity of the students masked. And the hearing in this matter will now take place on Monday. The Supreme Court has been hearing a series of petitions demanding, some demanding that the NEET exam be should take place again. Now, the Chief Justice did say that the paper leak in Patna and Hazaribagh is an acknowledged fact, as the paper was available before the exam. The court was also told that the undergraduate medical counselling in the country will begin on the 24th of July. That is a part of the admissions process. Ahead of today's hearing, the National Testing Agency, which conducts the test, submitted that there was no systemic failure in the conduct of the exam. And the Supreme Court has maintained that any order for conducting the exam afresh has to be on the concrete footing that the sanctity of the entire exam was affected. For more on this story, let's just first listen in to what one of the petitioners had to say.
हम तो यही बोल रहे हैं कि ये सही कार्रवाई की तरफ चल रही है, क्योंकि हजारीबाग पाटना से पेपर कैसे ट्रांसफ़र हुआ है सब सीजीए ने माइन्यूट डिटेल्स पूछे थे और एनडीए का रिप्लाई भी मांगा था, और कितने स्टूडेंट्स, और ये भी कहा गया था कि जितने स्टूडेंट्स के मार्क्स है सारों को आप पब्लिश करो, ऐसा नहीं कि सिर्फ 1 से 100 रैंक के जो भी रैंक है इस पे ही आप बहस मत करो, सारे स्टूडेंट्स का डेटा भी आप क्लियर करो। ये एनडीए को वर्डिक्ट दिया गया था। हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि इसमें से हमको अच्छे चीज़ें निकलेंगे, और इसमें से बहुत कॉन्स्पिरेसी जो भी सेंटर्स के है, सेंटर वाइज डेटा पूछा था, तो सेंटर वाइज हमको ये भी पता चलेगा कि कौन से सेंटर में ज़्यादा मार्क आए थे।
मैं यही कहूँगी, मतलब मेरी सुप्रीम कोर्ट से यही गुजारिश है कि फैसला जो है जितना जल्दी आए उतना अच्छा है, क्योंकि हम लोग भी सफ़र कर रहे हैं कि 4 जून को रिजल्ट आया था और अभी 18 जुलाई है और अब 22 जुलाई को हो गया है, तो फिर ये जितना डिले होगा उतना हम लोगों के लिए भी प्रॉब्लम हो रही है और ज़्यादा।
देखिए, वैसे तो यहाँ पर 620 से लेकर के 720 तक भले ही जो भी बच्चा हो जिसको कि रैंक जिसकी आई हो उसको भले ही कॉलेज में एडमिशन मिल रहा हो चाहे ना मिल रहा हो, वो एक बात तो ज़रूर समझ गया कि ये जो सिस्टम है ना, ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक फेलियर है, क्योंकि हमारा सिस्टम इतना बढ़िया बन चुका है कि दिल्ली के एयरपोर्ट और पटना बिहार के जो ब्रिज है और वहाँ से लेकर के नेशनल लेवल के जितने भी एग्जाम है सबके सब तो लीक हो जा रहे हैं। इतना बढ़िया सिस्टम है हमारा। अभी सिस्टम इतना बढ़िया क्यों है ना, इसका एक बड़ा गजब का जवाब मेरे को पता है।
All right, let's go across to Ishika now for more. And Ishika, give us more details regarding this, order that the Supreme Court has given today, asking for the city and centre-wise results to be put on the website by the NTA, and this to establish, what the marks were across, and if there's any, issue geographically. If you could just explain this to us.
Well, yes, certainly, as you very rightly mentioned today in the very crucial hearing, Supreme Court now has directed the NTA to, in fact, to upload all the results, in fact, to upload the results center-wise on their website by Saturday, 12th noon. And while doing so, the identity of the student should be masked, is what the Supreme Court has said. And as you rightly mentioned, this will only help, in understanding as to where the irregularities happen, and that too on a minute level, that is on the center-wise level as to where, you know, the irregularities happen. Because now the question is as to how, on what scale did this irregularity happen in the NEET UG examination. So for that, this is very necessary. Now, apart from this, the another very important direction that now has been issued by the top court to, you know, is that they have asked for the case files from the Bihar police and from the EOU wing of the Bihar police when they were doing the investigation regarding the alleged paper leak in Bihar of the NEET UG examination. So that file has also been asked, and when the matter will be heard again on Monday, all of this, you know, will be taken into consideration, because what now we are expecting is that on Monday it is you know, a crucial order can come from the court over this entire issue. So certainly two very important directions have now been issued by the top court, but we also saw, in fact, you know, that there were very important observation and very tough questions that were posed by the Chief Justice of India to the NTA. Number one, in fact, you know, they question as to how the entire theory of what the NTA says is that in just 45 minutes the question paper was solved and distributed to the students. It seems to be too far-fetched. You know, this is one of the very important observations that came from the Chief Justice of India. Now, the Chief Justice of India also, in fact, questioned the link between the Hazaribagh paper leak and the Patna paper leak. Not just that, there were very important observations that were made regarding, you know, the allocations of centers also that was made by the Chief Justice of India today in, you know, today in the hearing in the Supreme Court. Remember that this case is being heard by the Chief Justice of India. Now the next hearing will be on Monday, and we are expecting that after, you know, after this entire discussion has happened and after looking into the case files also of the Bihar police investigation into the matter, an order is likely to come from the court on Monday. So that certainly is going to be very, very crucial. Over to you.
That's right, Ishika, and the court has said that only if there's, you know, proof that the sanctity of the entire exam was affected will they order a retest. And you know, also a lot of the students, we've been speaking to a lot of them, you know, waiting for that final order, because this case is also stretched out. As you said, the exam was in May, the results in June, and still there's no clarity on what happens next. So that is something, you know, the students will be hoping that on Monday, one way or the other, that decision will be coming. What was also interesting is that the court was informed that the undergraduate medical counselling will begin on the 24th of July. So are we to understand that for the moment is going ahead?
Well, certainly, you know, Gargi, as you mentioned, you know, the important points here, we did hear how the petitioners, in fact, asked to stay the counselling of the NEET UG examination, over which the Solicitor General, you know, has said that for that there is a lot of time as of now. So certainly that will be clear once the hearing is, you know, is in fact resumed on Monday. But, you know, it's a very important question that certainly is in fact looming here, is that will there be a re-NEET? Because what the Chief Justice of India today has said in this particular hearing is that he has said that there needs to be a concrete footing that this, in fact, irregularity has been done on a large scale. Only then there could be, in fact, you know, a re-NEET. So certainly all of these points, all of the affidavit, the case files of the investigation, all of that is going to be examined in the Monday hearing, and after that it is likely that the answer whether or not there will be a re-NEET or not will be given by the court. So certainly, you know, the Monday hearing remains to be very, very important. And as you said, we have been speaking to the students there, and students, you know, continue who in fact have been holding protest and have been demanding a re-examination. All of them say that, you know, they are eagerly waiting for, you know, for the order to come from the top court, since, you know, their career is currently in question. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. So the next hearing in this matter will take place on Monday. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay in.
Welcome back. The latest on the train derailment that's taken place in Uttar Pradesh. 2 passengers have died, over 20 are injured after several coaches of the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh express train derailed in Gonda. This took place near Pikaura, which is located between Gonda and Jhilahi. Now rescue teams have been rushed to the spot. They have arrived there. In fact, we believe a 40-member medical team and 15 ambulances are at the spot, as are the local administration too is there at the spot to help with the rescue and relief operations. At least 5 bogies were fallen on their sides. The train, several bogies derailed, and 4 to 5 bogies had fallen on their side. So the rescue teams will be checking each of these bogies to see if any injured people remain inside those bogies. It's train number 15904, which is heading to Dibrugarh from Chandigarh. So Dibrugarh and Assam, the Assam Chief Minister also closely monitoring all these developments. As we said, a 40-member medical team with 15 ambulances is at the spot, and more are rushing there because of this accident. 2 trains have been cancelled. At least 11 other trains have been impacted because of the accident that has taken place. Let's just listen into what passengers who were on the train had to say.
बाल बच गया एक ट्रेन एक्सीडेंट हो गया जिसमें घबराइएगा नहीं, मैं सही सलामत हूँ। आप
यहाँ ये 2:30 बजे के करीब में हादसा हुआ है। हाँ। चंडीगढ़ डिब्रूगढ़ एक्सप्रेस में गोंडा से करीब 20 किलोमीटर आगे है ये जी। तो बता रहे मनकापुर अभी यहाँ से 5 किलोमीटर है। हाँ। और 2 बोगियाँ तो एकदम से ऐसे पलट गई हैं। हाँ। 1 बोगी ऐसे लगी है, बाकी तो आप देख ही सकते हैं पटरियों की क्या हाल है। पटरियाँ खिसक चुकी हैं यहाँ पे। कैजुअलिटी भी हो सकती है, अभी उसको मालूम नहीं है। लोग अपनी जान बचा करके कैसे निकल रहे हैं।
All right, so those passenger testimonies coming earlier, one of them talking about how it was such a narrow escape, another also describing how the bogies fell on their sides. What we do know now is 2 people have died, 2 others are very grievously injured, and over 20 people in all have been injured in this train accident, and rescue teams are there assisting with the rescue work and of course ensuring treatment to all the passengers who are injured, rushing them to medical facilities. That's something that UP Chief Minister had ordered immediately. We saw that that notice being issued by his office. But Tanish now joins us on the phone line for more. And Tanish, what other details are available? At least 5 bogies there derailing and falling on their sides, and 40-member team is at the spot helping with the rescue and relief.
Well, Ghazi, the update we've got from the local administration is that all the people inside the train have been taken out by the SDRF teams, and no people are trapped inside right now. Around 10 to 12 coaches were derailed, out of which the local administration say that two had fallen on this side. Now the number of people who have unfortunately died is what you say. 2 people have died, and around 6 people currently are grievously injured. They have been taken to nearby CHCs, and a total of 20 people are injured, in which around 6 are seriously injured as of now. But yes, the rescue work is going on. 4 SDRF teams are on the spot. They were called from the nearby district. DM and SP of the Gonda are on the spot. As you mentioned, 15 ambulances were on spot. Now, the rest of the passengers are being sent off by buses to the nearest railway stations or to safe points. The rest of the passengers are now being sent by buses. Around 5 buses have already left, and more buses have been called in. So the rescue work is underway. The railway officials are also present on the site. And yes, the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath himself has taken cognizance of the accident and has issued directives to the rescue teams. But yes, 2 people have been injured in this train derailment that happened near Gonda. Yes.
All right. Thanks so much, Tanish, for joining us with those details. Let's just listen in to what Vineet Jaiswal, SP Gonda, had to say on the accident.
एक्सप्रेस ट्रेन है वो डिरेल हुई है, क्या हादसा हुआ है, किस तरह से लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया जा रहा है?
देखिए, जनपद गोंडा का ये थाना मोतीगंज क्षेत्र है। इसमें ये सूचना प्राप्त हुई थी कि ये चंडीगढ़ डिब्रूगढ़ ट्रेन है, ये डिरेल हो गई है। इसके करीब 10-12 डब्बे पटरी से अलग हो गए हैं और 2 डिब्बे इसमें पलट गए हैं। इस सूचना पे तत्काल जो हमारी पुलिस की फोर्स है वो मौके पे पहुंची, और हमारे जो फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम है और जो प्रशासन के अधिकारी हैं और डीएम साहब, मैं, कमिश्नर साहब और डीआई साहब यही मौके पे मौजूद है। तत्काल पुलिस द्वारा रेस्क्यू अभियान चलाया गया और घायलों को तत्काल ट्रेन से निकाला गया, डब्बों से जो उसमें फंसे हुए थे। यहाँ के जो ग्रामीण हैं उनके द्वारा भी काफ़ी सहायता की गई। अभी तक जो पुष्ट सूचना है उसके अनुसार 2 लोग की इस दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना में मृत्यु हुई है, जिन्हें एम्बुलेंस से भिजवाया गया है, और करीब 6 लोग हैं जो थोड़े गंभीर घायल हैं। उन्हें भी तत्काल यहाँ पर, क्योंकि सीएमओ भी यहीं पर आ गए थे और एम्बुलेंस की हमारी सारी टीमें थी, स्ट्रेचर में लाद के तत्काल उन्हें अस्पताल उपचार हेतु भिजवाया गया है, जहाँ उनका उपचार चल रहा है। इसके अतिरिक्त कुछ लोग हल्के रूप से चुटहिल हुए हैं, तो उनको फर्स्ट एड आदि की सुविधा जो है पास के सीएचसी में उपलब्ध कराई जा रही है। इन डब्बों को 2 बार हमारे पुलिस की टीमों द्वारा और जो रेस्क्यू टीम रेलवे की अपनी है उसके द्वारा पूरा चेक कर लिया गया है। इसमें अभी वर्तमान में कोई नहीं फंसा है और सभी उच्च अधिकारी यहाँ मौके पे मौजूद है। रेलवे के भी अधिकारी यहाँ पर आ गए हैं, जीआरपी की भी टीम है, और जो भी अग्रिम इसमें आवश्यक कार्रवाई है वो यहाँ पर की जा रही है।
तो चूँकि ट्रेन में और भी लोग सवार थे, उनको उनके गंतव्य तक पहुँचाने के लिए
देखिए, प्रशासन की पूरी टीम यहाँ मौजूद है, आरटीओ यहाँ मौजूद है, जिलाधिकारी और मंडलायुक्त महोदय खुद मौजूद हैं। लगातार यहाँ पर पास में बसें मंगाई गई हैं, 3-4 बसें यहाँ पे पब्लिक को भर के रवाना भी हो चुकी हैं और अन्य बसें भी लगातार यहाँ पे मंगाई जा रही हैं, ताकि जल्द से जल्द इन्हें जो सुरक्षित स्थान है या स्टेशन है वहाँ तक इनको पहुँचाया जा सके, किसी को कोई समस्या न आए। जनपद के जितने भी वरिष्ठ अधिकारीगण हैं सभी यहाँ मौजूद हैं।
सर, प्रथम दृष्टया क्या कुछ निकल कर आया जिससे ट्रेन?
देखिए, रेलवे के अधिकारी यहाँ पर सभी मौजूद हैं, उनकी टेक्निकल टीम भी मौजूद है, वो अपनी जांच कर रही है। इसके संबंध में वही लोग स्पष्ट कुछ इस पर टिप्पणी कर पाएंगे। ठीक।
All right, moving on now to other news. And today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired a special key meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security, which also included Home Minister Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, among others. Now, the meeting came amid a rush of terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. Hours before the meet, 2 soldiers were injured in an encounter in Jammu and Kashmir's Doda district, where forces were engaged in a prolonged operation to flush out terrorists linked to the killing of 4 army personnel this week. Remember, the opposition nation too has raised this issue of these continuous terror attacks that are taking place in Jammu. In fact, since that meeting, 2 terrorists were also killed in an encounter that took place in the Keran sector. Earlier we spoke to Nazir for more.
There was another attack on army in Doda. Army had set up a temporary camp at Zadan High School, Chandigarh, and during the night there was heavy firing on this temporary camp and 2 army soldiers were injured. Condition of 1 soldier is stated to be critical. Injured have been evacuated and airlifted to Udhampur Army's base hostel at Northern Command. So this clearly shows how there's attack after attack and army is the specific target of these highly trained militants who are using state-of-art weapons, including M4 rifles. And a senior police official has said that the weapons which may have been left by the Americans after they withdrew from Afghanistan may have made their way to Jammu and Kashmir as well. So in 3 days, 2 major attacks. In between, there were also exchange of firing in Doda. So overall, in 3 days, 4 incidents. And last week, there was an attack on army ambush on army 2 trucks of army in which 5 soldiers were killed and 5 others were injured. On Monday, there was an encounter in Desa area of Doda. 4 soldiers, including a captain, were killed. And in last 32 months in Jammu region, which has become really a huge target of militants, 48 soldiers have been killed. And this attack on army camp in Doda last night has happened when security forces have launched an all-out operation to track down the militants. According to senior police officer DIG Doda, he said coordinated operations have been launched by all the security agencies in Doda to track down the attackers, and there has been contact with militants yesterday and today as well. That means the exchange of fire. But so far there is no information if any of the militant has been cornered during these ongoing operations. And as the security forces are engaged in this long anti-militancy operation in Doda, where they are facing attack after attack, at the line of control, 2 militants, according to army, have been killed while trying to infiltrate. This is the second infiltration attempt that has been foiled by the army in last 4 days in Keran sector along the line of control in Pikaura district.
There is no official word as far as the Cabinet Committee on Security is concerned, though officials have confirmed that there was a meeting of the CCS this morning chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and other senior ministers and members of the CCS were also present in this meeting. There is no official word, as I mentioned, but it is believed that the recent spike in the terrorist activities and attacks, especially in the region of Jammu, has been discussed in detail. The Prime Minister was briefed by the security and security staff and also senior officials about the current situation as far as Jammu is concerned. If you recall, since January this year, there has been a spike in the terrorist activities in Jammu region, and only on this Monday we have seen that 4 Indian army soldiers made a supreme sacrifice, and also since January 1st we have seen that 12 Indian army personnel have lost their lives in Jammu, and apart from them 10 civilians also killed in the terrorist attacks, and 55 have been injured. So it's a serious situation, and now the security establishment has been dealing with this with a firm hand, and also the grid has been enhanced, and that is why all the security arrangements and the preparations were reviewed in the CCS meeting. This is what sources are indicating, but as I have mentioned, there is no official word about the Cabinet Committee on Security deliberations.
All right, in other news now from Karnataka, and the BJP staged a protest today against the Siddaramaiah government in Bengaluru. The opposition protested both inside and outside the assembly. This is during the Karnataka Chief Minister's speech. Remember, the BJP has been targeting the Congress government over the Muda and Valmiki scam, and so this protest was held to draw attention to this scam. Nehal joins us on the phone line for more. Nehal, what is the latest? What is happening now?
The united opposition led by the BJP entered the well of the house, and they were protesting against CM's reply. Today CM had replied on Valmiki Corporation scam, and the BJP and the JDS, the opposition parties, they were demanding Chief Minister's resignation, saying that on moral ground as head of their state, he should step down because prima facie it is clear that Minister Nagendra, who has been arrested by the ED, he was straight away responsible for the scam, and as the head of the state, he must resign, not only inside the well, but also outside the premises of Vidhan Saudha. The BJP had staged a protest. This is not the first day. Before also the protest was happening here, but now the Congress is on the back foot, and the Chief Minister has been saying that the ED as well as the state CID department both the agencies have been investigating it. So till the investigation report comes out, nobody can be blamed or can be held responsible. So Chief Minister, but the United Opposition was not agreeing to what the Chief Minister has been saying all the time, and therefore the BJP and the JDS legislatures entered into the well and they started protesting. So the House was adjourned for some time, and it is expected that after 15 to 20 minutes the proceeding would resume. But the opposition party is adamant on its demand that the Chief Minister must resign on moral grounds.
All right. Thanks so much, Nehal, for joining us with those details of the opposition really targeting the Chief Minister over the Valmiki and the Muda scam and demanding his resignation. Now, remember yesterday the big controversy out of Karnataka was the jobs quota bill that had been proposed, that had been passed by the Karnataka cabinet, but the government then put on hold that bill by the evening yesterday, which mandated reservation for locals in the private sector. This after a huge backlash from industry. The government will have a relook at the bill, it said, before it is tabled in assembly. This came within hours after the state cabinet had cleared the bill, which proposes appointment of Kannadigas to 50% of management positions and 70% of non-management positions in the private sector. The Karnataka State Employment of Local Candidates in the Industries, Factories and Other Establishment Bill was likely to have been tabled. However, it was finally put on hold, though the Chief Minister hailed the bill, calling his government pro-Kannada.
So when it comes to the different scams, the BJP has been protesting even today, talking about how this is a diversion tactic that is being played out by the Congress and that they need to provide definitive answers with respect to both the scams, Valmiki and Muda.
Look, this is a scam on which our government has taken a very clear stand. We will not tolerate this. On suspicions, we have ensured that the minister is resigned. There is an allegation, but there is no proof against him as yet. But investigation will establish the facts. He should not interfere with the investigations being a minister, so we have ensured that he is not part of the cabinet. Investigation is going on at a fast pace. We have put one of the most credible police officers to investigate the matter. So the intent of government is very clear through the pace of investigation and also through the type of officers we have deputed for the investigation. And we have given them all the powers necessary to carry out the investigation. So our intent is very clear that whoever has done wrong should be brought to justice. In this case, it's a shameful deed, whoever has done it, and it's wrong, it's reprehensible. So our stand is very clear, but now ED is trying to actually divert the whole issue, and they've entered Karnataka. We don't have any problem them investigating, but they are selectively leaking information to the media or probably sharing that information with BJP leaders on a very selective basis. And mere suspicions are being doled out as facts of investigation.
With respect to the job quota bill that has been reversed, now they put a pause on this. How do you see this?
It has clearly exposed the lapses on the government, how irresponsible the government is. How government has been irresponsible. It is completely exposed this government. How without any responsibility they brought into the cabinet, approved, again withdraw. It clearly exposed they have been not responsible. no right governance is happening in this government.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Hello, Moto.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
Welcome back. The UP Police's latest directive asking eateries on the Cover Yatra route in Muzaffarnagar to display their owners' names has stirred a row, with the opposition linking the move to apartheid in South Africa and policies in Hitler's Germany. Cover Yatra, the annual pilgrimage by Lord Shiva devotees, will begin on the 22nd of July. Now, the Muzaffarnagar police has mandated that all food joints along the route to display the owner's name prominently to avoid any confusion during the religious procession. And Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav's post on social media that such orders are social crimes, and has even asked the courts to take up the matter suo moto. In fact, the police say this is to avoid any confusion, that in the past the Cover Yatras don't want to eat any items that are non-vegetarian or from places that provide non-veg items.
जो हमारे रास्ते में पड़ने वाले होटल्स है, ये हैं ढाबे पे, उन सब पे रेट लिस्ट छपा की जाए, और ताकि बोर्ड पे नाम स्पष्ट हो, ताकि कोई समस्या नहीं होना चाहिए। एंड इसके अतिरिक्त जो कावड़ शिविर के संबंध में कावड़ शिविरों के साथ में मीटिंग की गई है, और जो बड़ा बड़ा डीजे लेके आते हैं उनसे साथ में मीटिंग की गई है, ताकि माहौल शांतिपूर्वक रहे।
जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने
ये एडवाइजरी जारी करी है, मुझे लगता है कि सही है। आप अपनी आइडेंटिफिकेशन क्यों छुपाना? एक आस्था का बड़ा त्यौहार मनाने जा रहे हैं लोग, कांवड़िए पवित्र जल लेने जा रहे हैं, लेकिन इसमें अखिलेश यादव अपनी जो तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति का ट्विस्ट है वो लेके आ गए।
In other news now, shooting champs trained in Chennai and now will be participating in the team in Paris for the Olympics. National and world champion in 10-meter air rifle shooting, Lanalivel Valarivan, in fact, trained there before she qualified for the Olympics. Here's a report by Sam Daniel.
It was at this state-of-art Gun for Glory Academy's shooting range in Chennai. National and world champion in 10-meter air rifle shooting, Ilavenil Valarivan, got trained before she qualified for Paris Olympics. Founded by Olympic bronze medalist Gagan Narang, his mentoring and the crucial 360-degree support by the center catapulted her to the big league. The Gun for Glory Academy, shooters say, has emerged to be a one-stop solution as it takes care of aspirants completely, from weapons to consumables to fitness.
A facility like this, with all the equipments, with all the support what they are offering, I think is a must for any athlete, because at the end of the day, everything comes down to the team what we are having, you know, a coach, a mind trainer, a psychologist, a physiotherapist, a fitness trainer, and you name it, everything is being provided by Gun for Glory. So I think an association like this is made for athletes who are aiming for the best.
Ilavenil's coach Neha Chavan, who has been her mentor since day one of her shooting career, shares a guru-shishya bond with Ilavenil that transcends beyond shooting. She has been her guide in her parents' absence, be it wake her up at 4 in the morning and even picking her up and reaching the range by 5, a routine that two have followed for the past 9 years. Over the years, the Khelo India accredited Chennai Academy and its scholarship for exceptional shooting talent has emerged topper among their centers spread over Hyderabad, Pune and Jabalpur.
It has a good infrastructure, whatever it is required. Then we have everything. We have a cafeteria downstairs. We have a swimming pool, as well as we have a gym. So everything is inside. A sports science facility, which is fantastic. We have good doctors. So everything is under one roof. Athletes come here at 8:39 in the morning and they leave this place 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the evening, finishing all their work. So we are more focused and dedicated towards the sport.
In 2022, Dhanush had won a gold in Deaf Olympics, and this time the academy hopes at least 2 more would win Olympic medals. The center grooms many talents, all potential Olympians. One of them, Madineni Uma Mahesh, with national and international laurels. He aims at the 2028 Olympics.
So my aim is for next Commonwealth Games in the 2026, but the main goal is for the 2028 LA Olympics to get a gold medal for India. I would say I am here today because of this academy itself, because of the facilities they provided and the coach and the support, not only like in the shooting sport, in the lives through the infrastructure, all the advanced technologies required. It's because of this academy is it possible for me today to be here.
India is fielding a 21-member Indian shooting team that will compete at the Paris 2024 Olympics. This will be India's largest ever shooting contingent at the Olympics, eclipsing the 15 from Tokyo 2020. With India achieving quotas across all Olympic shooting disciplines for the first time, the hopes for extending their medal tally and making the Paris Olympics the most successful event in history will be sky high. As Ilovainil gears up for her big day in Olympics, these shooters and trainers in Chennai would be rooting for her. In Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ए आयो बात जोर। पैसाबाजार.com।
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Two passengers dead, 23 others injured after several coaches of Chandigarh-Dibrugarh express train derailed at Uttar Pradesh's Gonda. Rescue operations on. The Supreme Court has asked the National Testing Agency to publish the city and the centre-wise results of NEET undergraduate by 5 p.m. Friday, keeping the identity of their students masked. The next hearing will be on Monday. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has chaired a special meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security. This after a series of terror attacks in Jammu, which has left several security personnel dead. Uttar Pradesh Police latest directive asking eateries on the Kawar Yatra route in Muzaffarnagar to display their owner's name has stirred a controversy. Opposition called it social crime and likened it to Nazi Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 passengers have died and 20 others have injured after several coaches of the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh express train derailed in Uttar Pradesh's Gonda. The incident took place in Pikaura, which is located between Gonda and Jhilahi, in fact, station in Uttar Pradesh. What you are seeing on your screens at this moment are live visuals coming in from the spot of the accident. Initially, the report was of 4, in fact, bogies being derailed, but later it went up to about 10 to 12 bogies is what the Northeastern Railways, in fact, had said. They have also issued some helpline numbers. These are the visuals from the spot where the derailment took place. Remember, at this moment, I mean, the Indian Railways is facing serious questions over the safety issues. There was an accident on 17th of June as well, which left 10 people dead, and now this derailment resulting in the life or in the death of 2 people, and 23 others are said to be injured. Rescue teams are on the spot for relief operations. Some people have in fact been reportedly injured. What we are showing you are some pictures of inside the bogies which have overturned. What you are seeing at this moment are SDRF teams inside these bogies, and you can understand the horror that the passengers must have gone through. The SDRF teams, in fact, trying to rescue and locate passengers and take the people, those who are injured, out of the bogies. A few people are said to be trapped. Let me go across at this moment to my colleague Tanish Punjabi, who is joining us at this moment. Tanish, what is the latest as far as this incident is concerned? It is far away from any big hospital in this area. Where are the injured being taken, and what is the latest?
Well, Ankit, the injured are being taken to nearby CHCs. Around 26 injured have been taken to the nearby CHC. But as of now, the latest update is that all the people have been taken out from inside the train. So nobody is trapped inside the train as of now, as informed by the Gonda, by the SP of Gonda. So as you mentioned, around two people have died. 20 people, around 20 people have been injured, out of which 6 people have received serious injuries in this. Now, for rescue and relief operation, 2 SDRF team are on the spot and 2 NDRF team have been called and 2 NDRF team have been called in. Talking about what other measures the government has taken, around more than 20 ambulances have been called, and now people are being sent off in buses to nearby railway stations, safe spots nearby. They are being sent off by buses. Around 5 to 6 buses have already left. Around 5 to 6 buses have already left. Of course, the helpline numbers have been issued, and the railway officials are on the spot. DM and SP of Gonda, all of them are on the spot, and of course more NDRF, more medical personnel are being called in. But as of now, the death toll is 2 and 6 people with serious injuries, and in a total of 20 people have been injured. And of course, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has directed the officials to for speedy rescue and relief operations. Yes.
Is there also, Tanish, any worries as far as the injuries are concerned about the numbers going up? There have been some reports also suggesting that the fatalities could even go higher.
Well, as of now, the latest figure around 10 to 15 minutes ago, the latest figures received by the government is that 2 people have died. So there are of course speculations that the number could rise. But what we know so far, the official number is 2. The number of people who've been injured is more than 20, out of which 6 people have been seriously injured. Yes.
Right, so Tanish, stay on with me. In fact, this is the latest that we are getting in at this moment. 2 people have been confirmed dead, 23 others injured. And the people, those who were stranded because of this train derailment, are now being taken by buses to some other places. These pictures also, ladies and gentlemen, tell you not only the problems that the passengers face, but the difficulties that the rescuers, the SDRF teams, in fact, go through to try and reach the people, those who are stuck as far as these bogies are concerned. Remember, this was 15904 Chandigarh-Dibrugarh Express, which was heading towards Dibrugarh, was coming from Chandigarh. Now, what we have also been told, a 40-member medical team with 15 ambulances have been sent. They are at the spot. More, in fact, are going in. Some more shots, in fact, coming in at this moment of the SDRF going from bogie to bogie. All of these train bogies have, in fact, derailed and have overturned. So they are going from bogie to bogie in search of people, those who might be stuck, injured, or in fact, been in these bogies. So they are trying to, in fact, find out and make sure that there is nobody who is stuck as far as these bogies are concerned. Let's also, in fact, at this moment, play out some reactions which came in from the passengers who were traveling on this train.
बाल बच गया एक ट्रेन एक्सीडेंट हो गया जिसमें घबराइएगा नहीं, मैं सही सलामत हूँ। आप
यहाँ ये 2:30 बजे के करीब में हादसा हुआ है। हाँ। चंडीगढ़ डिब्रूगढ़ एक्सप्रेस में गोंडा से करीब 20 किलोमीटर आगे है ये जी। तो बता रहे मनकापुर अभी यहाँ से 5 किलोमीटर है। हाँ। और 2 बोगियाँ तो एकदम से ऐसे पलट गई हैं। हाँ। एक बोगी ऐसे लगी है, बाकी तो आप देख ही सकते हैं पटरियों की क्या हाल है। पटरियाँ खिसक चुकी हैं यहाँ पे। कैजुअलिटी भी हो सकती है, अभी उसको मालूम नहीं है। लोग अपनी जान बचा करके कैसे निकल रहे हैं।
Right. Let's also, in fact, get you some reactions which came in from the authorities on this railway accident.
जो आपके सामने जो डब्बे डिरेल हैं आपको दिख ही रहे हैं। कैजुअलिटी इसमें अभी तक कोई पक्की खबर नहीं है, इसलिए हम उसमें कोई जिक्र नहीं करना चाहते हैं। हमारे सारे अधिकारियों से भेंट हो गई है। यहाँ पे जितने घायल अवस्था में लोग हैं उनको मनकापुर CHC और गोंडा भेजा जा चुका है। बाकी जो यात्री हैं उनको सड़क तक, मेन रोड तक ले आने का हम लोग भी प्रबंध कर रहे हैं और प्रशासन भी प्रबंध कर रहा है। वहाँ मेन रोड से उनको बस लगवा दी गई है जिससे वो मनकापुर रेलवे स्टेशन पहुँच सकें।
कैजुअलिटी अभी तो संख्या है और बाकी जो चोटिल हैं उन लोगों को प्राथमिक उपचार दिया जा रहा है। यहाँ से जो हम लोगों का मेन व्यवस्था रखी जा रही है कि लोग जो थे इधर यात्री काफी लंबे के थे, उन लोगों को गंतव्य पहुँचाने के लिए जो प्रबंधन होना है उसके लिए हम लोगों ने लाइन अप किया है। लोकल लेवल पर बसेस और एम्बुलेंसेज, यहाँ तक कि हमारे अपने वाहनों से हम लोगों ने तुरंत भेज दिया और लोग जो हैं काफी लोग पहुँच भी चुके हैं मनकापुर स्टेशन और बाकी रेलवे के साथ समन्वय के साथ में रेस्क्यू स्पेशल से उन लोगों को उनके गंतव्य तक पहुंचाया।
इस सूचना पे तत्काल जो हमारी पुलिस की फोर्स है वो मौके पे पहुंची और हमारे जो फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम है और जो प्रशासन के अधिकारी हैं और डीएम साहब, मैं, कमिश्नर साहब और डीआई साहब यही मौके पे मौजूद है। तत्काल पुलिस द्वारा रेस्क्यू अभियान चलाया गया और घायलों को तत्काल ट्रेन से निकाला गया, डब्बों से जो उसमें फंसे हुए थे। यहाँ के जो ग्रामीण हैं उनके द्वारा भी काफ़ी सहायता की गई। अभी तक जो पुष्ट सूचना है उसके अनुसार 2 लोग की इस दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना में मृत्यु हुई है जिन्हें एम्बुलेंस से भिजवाया गया है और करीब 6 लोग हैं जो थोड़े गंभीर घायल हैं।
Right, now this is in a series of accidents which have taken place in the Indian Railways on 17th of June. The Kanchenjunga Express train collision with a goods train resulting in the death of 10 people in West Bengal. Now the opposition has also raised the questions about the government's sincerity on the safety issues plaguing the Indian Railways. Moving on now, the Supreme Court in fact has asked the National Testing Agency to publish the city and centre-wise results of the NEET undergraduate by 5 p.m. on Friday, keeping the identity of the students masked. The next hearing will take place on Monday. The court's order followed a day of intense arguments over clutch of petitions seeking repeat or cancellation of the qualifying examination for the undergraduate medical examination across the country. The original exam, attended by nearly 24 lakh aspiring medical professionals, was held on May 5th. The CJI said the paper leak in Patna and Hazaribagh is an acknowledgement as the paper was available before the examination. The court was also told the undergraduate medical counselling in the country will begin on July 24th, which is in fact a part of the admission process. Ahead of today's hearing, the National Testing Agency, which conducts the examination and has come under severe scrutiny, submitted there was no systemic failure in the conduct of the examination. The Supreme Court has said any order for conducting the exam afresh has to be on concrete footing, that the sanctity of the entire examination was affected.
हम तो यही बोल रहे हैं कि ये सही कार्रवाई की तरफ चल रही है, क्योंकि हजारीबाग पाटना से पेपर कैसा ट्रांसफ़र हुआ है सब सीजीए ने माइन्यूट डिटेल्स पूछे थे और एनडीए का रिप्लाई भी मांगा था और कितने स्टूडेंट्स, और ये भी कहा गया था कि जितने स्टूडेंट्स के मार्क्स है सारों को आप पब्लिश करो, ऐसा नहीं कि सिर्फ 1 से 100 रैंक के जो भी रैंक है इस पे ही आप बहस मत करो, सारे स्टूडेंट्स का डेटा भी आप क्लियर करो। ये एनडीए को वर्डिक्ट दिया गया था। हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि इसमें से हमको अच्छे चीज़ें निकलेंगे और इसमें से बहुत कॉन्स्पिरेसी जो भी सेंटर्स के है, सेंटर वाइज डेटा पूछा था तो सेंटर वाइज हमको ये भी पता चलेगा कि कौन से सेंटर में ज़्यादा मार्क आए थे।
मैं यही कहूँगी, मतलब मेरी सुप्रीम कोर्ट से यही गुजारिश है कि फैसला जो है जितना जल्दी आए उतना अच्छा है, क्योंकि हम लोग भी सफ़र कर रहे हैं कि 4 जून को रिजल्ट आया था और अभी 18 जुलाई है और अब 22 जुलाई को हो गया है, तो फिर ये जितना डिले होगा उतना हम लोगों के लिए भी प्रॉब्लम हो रही है और ज़्यादा।
देखिए वैसे तो यहाँ पर 620 से लेकर के 720 तक भले ही जो भी बच्चा हो जिसको कि रैंक जिसकी आई हो उसको भले ही कॉलेज में एडमिशन मिल रहा हो चाहे ना मिल रहा हो, वो एक बात तो ज़रूर समझ गया कि ये जो सिस्टम है ना ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक फेलियर है, क्योंकि हमारा सिस्टम इतना बढ़िया बन चुका है कि दिल्ली के एयरपोर्ट और पटना बिहार के जो ब्रिज है और वहाँ से लेकर के नेशनल लेवल के जितने भी एग्जाम है सबके सब तो लीक हो जा रहे हैं। इतना बढ़िया सिस्टम है हमारा। अभी सिस्टम इतना बढ़िया क्यों है ना, इसका एक बड़ा गजब का जवाब मेरे को पता है।
As you very rightly mentioned, today in the very crucial hearing, Supreme Court now has directed the NTA to, in fact, to upload all the results. In fact, to upload the results center-wise on their website by Saturday 12th noon. And while doing so, the identity of the student should be masked, is what the Supreme Court has said. And as you rightly mentioned, this will only help, in understanding as to where the irregularities happen, and that too on a minute level, that is on the center-wise level as to where, the irregularities happen. Because now the question is as to how, on what scale did this irregularity happen in the NEET UG examination. So for that, this is very necessary. Now, apart from this, the another very important direction that now has been issued by the top court to, is that they have asked for the case files from the Bihar police and from the EOU wing of the Bihar police when they were doing the investigation regarding the alleged paper leak in Bihar of the NEET UG examination. So that file has also been asked, and when the matter will be heard again on Monday, all of this, will be taken into consideration, because what now we are expecting is that on Monday it is a crucial order can come from the court over this entire issue. So certainly 2 very important directions have now been issued by the top court, but we also saw, in fact, that there were very important observation and very tough questions that were posed by the Chief Justice of India to the NTA. Number one, in fact, they question as to how the entire theory of what the NTA says is that in just 45 minutes the question paper was solved and distributed to the students. It seems to be too far-fetched. This is one of the very important observations that came from the Chief Justice of India. Now, the Chief Justice of India also, in fact, questioned the link between the Hazaribagh paper leak and the Patna paper leak.
Slipping into a short break at this moment. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Meanwhile, 2 terrorists have been killed in an encounter in Keren sector. This after they were trying to infiltrate from Pakistani side towards India. Remember, this is the second, in fact, victory of the Indian forces on the line of control in the Keren sector. On Sunday also 3 terrorists were killed. But this has there have been spate of terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir, resulting in the death of at least 9 Indian Army personnel. And this has prompted a very important meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security, which was chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh were present among others. The meeting comes amid a rush of terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. Hours before the meeting, 2 soldiers, remember, were injured in the encounter in Jammu Kashmir's Dora district, where forces have been engaged in a prolonged operation to flush out terrorists linked to the killing of 4 army personnel, including an Indian Army captain, this week itself. Going across to my colleague Akhilesh for more details.
There is no official word as far as the Cabinet Committee on Security is concerned, though officials have confirmed that there was a meeting of the CCS this morning chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and other senior ministers and members of the CCS were also present in this meeting. There is no official word, as I have mentioned, but it is believed that the recent spike in the terrorist activities and attacks, especially in the region of Jammu, has been discussed in detail. The Prime Minister was briefed by the security security staff and also senior officials officials about the current situation as far as Jammu is concerned. If you recall, since January this year, there has been a spike in the terrorist activities in Jammu region, and only on this Monday we have seen that 4 Indian Army soldiers made a supreme sacrifice, and also since January 1st we have seen that 12 Indian Army personnel have lost their lives in Jammu, and apart from them 10 civilians also killed in the terrorist attacks, and 55 have been injured. So it's a serious situation, and now the security establishment has been dealing with this with a firm hand, and also the grid has been enhanced, and that is why all the security arrangements and the preparations were reviewed in the CCS meeting. This is what sources are indicating, but as I have mentioned, there is no official word about the Cabinet Committee on Security deliberations.
Meanwhile, in Uttar Pradesh, police in Muzaffarnagar, their latest directive asking eateries on the Kavar Yatra route in the district to display their owners' names has stirred a huge controversy. Opposition has called it discriminatory. They have linked this move to the apartheid regime in South Africa and policies of Hitler in Germany. Now, Kavar Yatra, an annual pilgrimage by Lord Shiva devotees, will begin on July 22nd. Muzaffarnagar police had mandated all food joints along the route to display their owner's name prominently to avoid confusion during the religious procession. Now, SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav, taking to X, has said such orders are social crimes and asked the courts to take up this matter.
जो हमारे रास्ते में पड़ने वाले होटल्स है, ये हैं ढाबे पे, उन सब पे रेट लिस्ट चस्पा की जाए और ताकि बोर्ड पे नाम स्पष्ट हो, ताकि कोई समस्या नहीं होना चाहिए। एंड इसके अतिरिक्त जो कावड़ शिविर के संबंध में कावड़ शिविरों के साथ भी मीटिंग की गई है, और जो बड़ा डीजे लेके आते हैं उनसे साथ भी मीटिंग की गई है ताकि माहौल शांतिपूर्वक रहे।
जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने ये एडवाइजरी जारी करी है, मुझे लगता है कि सही है। आप अपने आइडेंटिफिकेशन क्यों छुपाना? एक आस्था का बड़ा त्यौहार मनाने जा रहे हैं लोग, कांवड़िए पवित्र जल लेने जा रहे हैं, लेकिन इसमें अखिलेश यादव अपनी जो तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति का ट्विस्ट है वो लेके आ गए।
The Karnataka government has put on hold a bill mandating reservation for locals in private sector after a huge backlash from the industry. The government will have a relook at the bill before it is being tabled in the parliament. This came within hours after the state cabinet cleared the bill, which proposed appointment of Kannadigas to 50% of management posts and 70% of non-management positions in private sector. The Karnataka State Employment of Local Candidates in Industries, Factories and Other Establishments Bill 2024 was likely to be tabled on Thursday in the Assembly. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah led his ministers in hailing this bill and called his government pro-Kannada. He stated their priority was to look after the welfare of Kannadigas. Meanwhile, on the back of this and the backlash that this proposal had received from NASSCOM and other industry bodies, Andhra Pradesh Minister and Telugu Desam Party leader Nara Lokesh has offered best-in-class facilities to NASSCOM members if they decide to relocate to Visakhapatnam. The offer follows software bodies raising serious concern over Karnataka cabinet approving this bill mandating quota for locals in select private jobs.
So when it comes to the different scams, the BJP has been protesting even today, talking about how this is a diversion tactic that is being played out by the Congress and that they need to provide definitive answers with respect to both the scams, Valmiki and Muda.
Look, this is a scam on which our government has taken a very clear stand. We will not tolerate this. On suspicions, we have ensured that the minister is resigned. There is an allegation, but there is no proof against him as yet. But investigation will establish the facts. He should not interfere with the investigations being a minister, so we have ensured that he is not part of the cabinet. Investigation is going on at a fast pace. We have put one of the most credible police officers to investigate the matter. So the intent of government is very clear through the pace of investigation and also through the type of officers we have deputed for the investigation. and we have given them all the powers necessary to carry out the investigation. So our intent is very clear that whoever has done wrong should be brought to justice. In this case, it's a shameful deed, whoever has done it, and it's wrong, it's reprehensible. So our stand is very clear, but now ED is trying to actually divert the whole issue, and they've entered Karnataka. We don't have any problem them investigating, but they are selectively leaking information to the media or probably sharing that information with BJP leaders on a very selective basis, and mere suspicions are being doled out as facts of investigation.
With respect to the job quota bill that has been reversed, now they put a pause on this. How do you see this?
It has clearly exposed the lapses on the government, how irresponsible the government is. How government has been irresponsible. It has completely exposed this government, how without any responsibility they brought into the cabinet, approved, again withdrawn. It clearly exposed they have been not responsible. No right governance is happening in this government.
All right, that's all the time that we have in this edition. News and Update will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
Welcome to NDTV's pre-budget show, Budget of Hope, where we delve into the expectations and aspirations of different sectors from the union budget. Now, in today's show, we focus on the corporate world ahead of the upcoming budget. Corporates are eagerly anticipating reforms that can boost economic growth, enhance ease of doing business, and provide tax relief. On the show today, we will specifically look at the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry's pre-budget memo to the Finance Minister,
Let me introduce my guests first. I am joined by Naina Lal Kidwai, former president of FICCI, and Shubhrakant Panda, immediate former president of FICCI. Thank you both for joining the broadcast. And we'll begin by first looking at the top 10 recommendations which have come in from FICCI for the union budget this time around. So if I can have that graphics up on the screen, please, which talks about the top 10 recommendations. The first one, of course, is to simplify the tax regime, then to address food inflation, strengthen agri-ecosystem, enable MSMEs to meet liquidity needs, boost exports, build on physical and digital infrastructure, promote sustainability, make electric vehicles affordable, and promote innovation and research, and also to accelerate tourism. So now that is from the memorandum which has been prepared by the FICCI. So let's get into the first question with our experts, and this is a question that I would like to address to both of you. Ms. Kidwai first, what is your key demand from the budget this time around from the Finance Minister, and do you see any hurdles to that demand now that there's a coalition compulsion on the Modi government?
So I wouldn't call it a demand as much as we have achieved so much that it would be important to stay on course to ensure that both the fiscal discipline that has been announced, and the government sounds very committed to it, which is terrific in terms of not just hitting what they have committed to, but I think there's even an expectation that we might do better than that in terms of commitment. So staying on course for the fiscal budget, fiscal deficit would be an important aspect. Infrastructure investment, which this government has done very well and tends to upend it, as in, spend it earlier in the year rather than waiting and spacing it out to continue. I think one of the areas that at FICCI we have pointed out is the interim budget talked of a 16.9% increase in infrastructure spend at the 1 lakh crore number for this year. And we are hoping that we could see this at a 25% increase over the previous year, as against the 16.9 in the interim budget. So for infrastructure expenditure to continue. And in all our suggestions, what is really underwritten there is the focus on jobs and skilling. And if you look at some of the sectors that we have suggested a push in, whether agri or tourism, it is with a view to ensuring that as we grow, that no one gets left behind. And in that inclusion, the whole issue of jobs, job creation, incentives in the direction of industries that are job intensive become very important.
Right. Mr. Panda, your thoughts on this first question?
First of all, thank you for having us on the show. And, I just want to build on the point which Naina made. So first and foremost, I think as an Apex Industry Chamber, what we focused on was what is in the best interests of the nation. And therefore, we have consciously stayed away from a slew of concessions and exemptions and, focused on specific suggestions which can add value and unleash the capabilities of the private sector. So again, to endorse what Naina said, the first and foremost point is continue the push on CapEx. That is something that the government has done extremely well, nearly 5-fold increase in the last 10 years or so. And that is something that stood us in very good time, very good stead during the pandemic and its immediate aftermath. And as you know that, spending on infrastructure is something that has a multiplier effect as well. So that apart, a commitment to fiscal discipline, which is what I think, again, the government has done very well. And the third, I think, major focus was continue measures on, which will enhance ease of doing business. And from a tax perspective, which is what really comes into the purview of the budget, what we have looked at, what we have recommended is suggestions which will simplify the taxation structure, which will reduce classification disputes and therefore lead to less litigation, and also measures that if litigation is commenced, what's the best way out of that, so that industry goes on to doing what it does best, which is to contribute to nation building.
Mr. Panda, staying on that point, since you mentioned about the tax, so if we can bring up the recommendations which have been made by FICCI as far as tax is concerned this time around, I have two questions actually, a twofold question. Firstly, there's a stress on the importance to rationalize TDS rate structure. That has come through in your memorandum. But also another corollary question that I would want to ask you is that would you or would the industry recommend phasing out of the old tax regime completely? Do you think it's even possible this time around? Because we've seen incremental changes taking place in the past couple of budgets. But as an industry body, would you think that it's better, if we are looking at simplifying the tax structure, it's better to just go with one regime, but to make it more attractive so that a larger number of people opt for it? And also about the TDS rate structure, how key is it to rationalize that, Mr. Panda?
So first, to deal with the TDS point, at the moment there are multiple TDS rates, and that leads to a lot of classification disputes and therefore litigation. So as I said, our suggestions are focused on how can we simplify and reduce litigation. So in that regard, if I recall correctly, broadly what we have said is one set of TDS rates or salary, which is as per the income bracket that you're in, and then broadly bring it down to one or two more TDS rates. And this is not something which is going to detract from the government's revenues, which they collect through the advance through the TDS. So that is something as broadly to bring about greater simplification. Now, secondly, in as much as the other question you asked about, sorry, you need to remind me.
Phasing out the old tax regime and to make the new tax regime more attractive.
Sorry about that. So in as much as the tax regime is concerned, what is very clear is that the government has focused on sort of nudging people towards the new tax regime, and that is something that I would expect to see continue in this budget as well. But whether or not they will completely do away with the old tax regime, I can't really comment on that. But I think given that there are certain legacy issues or other things that people have claimed certain benefits, I don't know if that's what the path that they will go down. But certainly to continue that push towards the new tax regime, which in many ways I think makes life a lot simpler. I've experienced that from a corporate taxation point of view as well as individually, and I think it makes a lot of sense.
Right. Ms. Kidwai, if I can also take a tax question to you. There's a growing demand to simplify capital gains tax, but from the market's point of view, it may be beneficial to not make any changes. Now, what are FICCI's recommendations keeping that catch-22 situation in mind?
Yeah, so ours has really been more to simplify capital gains tax so that it's easier understood. So it's really back to not having too many brackets and too much there. And I think the underlying expectation is that if it is to evolve, it should evolve to the most favorable regime. So it shouldn't get worse, it should get better. If real estate gets taxed as capital gains, if you've held it for 2 years and equity is 1 year, then you bring real estate to 1 year rather than take equity to 2 years, etc. If it is to tweak capital gains tax to make it worse, I would say it would be a disaster. We have, in my 40 years, not seen as attractive a capital market for IPOs as we are seeing now. And it is critical because for the first time, we are seeing a range of industries, small and big, being able to access the market successfully, that when the markets are accessed, those prices stay up, that retail investors can benefit from this participation. And there has to, of course, we ensure that there shouldn't be too much hubris around this, but in a disciplined way, and SEBI's got a very eagle eye out on this, as indeed is important, that we must continue to encourage this IPO market. Now, what we've done in the first phase, because we have created liquidity, and I raise this because capital gains tax is an important part of this liquidity. We've created liquidity where PE funds, promoters, whoever, are being able to exit readily. The exit enables them to invest in fresh investments. So you nurture one industry, you move out, you then nurture another. And this flexibility, this liquidity is important. On the other hand, maybe not enough is going into fresh capital expenditure. And in order to do that, we need to ensure that this liquidity stays in the market, because this first phase of really cashing in must lead to more capex and fundamental investment, which is also needed as we grow. And I think creating and ensuring an attractive equity regime, also an attractive debt regime. We did put a bit of a nail in the coffin with the capital gains tax treatment on debt in the last budget with the view to equalizing it with the bank FDs. That has not paid off. Banks are still really struggling to get their fixed deposits up. But if we could just bring back an attractive retail investment into debt as well, so that there's less dependency on banks, more issuance of bonds into the market, favorable tax treatment to equity and debt, I would say that that would be the right way to go. So I would favor not tweaking with what is not working, becoming more favorable in treatment of what isn't working, but certainly keeping an eye on how critical it is to ensure that we continue with what is working well for us and not taking a step backward there.
Right. Touching upon the point on capex outlay, Mr. Panda, FICCI recommends that the capex outlay should be increased by 25% to 11.8 lakh crore. Now, would that be a challenge if we are to keep the fiscal deficit target unchanged?
Well, what you have witnessed, especially over the last 2 or 3 years, is that the outlay for public infrastructure has consistently gone up and by leaps and bounds, and yet the government has been able to stay onto the fiscal glide path. And that has been helped by a couple of things, which is, of course, the tax buoyancy, the revenue buoyancy, the fact that GST is now really paying rich dividends, where you once saw about 1.4 lakh crores monthly collections. Now you're touching 2 lakh crores, and the average seems to have gone up to about 1.8 or even a little bit higher. You have had the dividend declared by the central bank. So all of that has certainly given sufficient headroom to the government to do what it needs to do, whether in terms of continuing its capex push or making allocations to certain other key sectors without having to compromise on the fiscal discipline. And I think going ahead, that is important to continue, because it is not one or the other. We have to keep both going. So I don't think increasing the capex outlay further to 11.8 or lakh crores will mean having to compromise in any manner on fiscal discipline.
Right. Mr. Panda, an additional question related to that. Now, there's a chance, considering Maharashtra and Haryana elections are around the corner, especially Maharashtra, because it's an important industrial state. Now, that more infra projects may be marked for that state. So is there anything that you would want to say to the government if, anybody from there is watching the show, as to what is the message as far as the corporates or the industrial body is concerned, as far as infra projects and the share of all states to that?
So, again, I think the government has done very well in looking at the nation as a whole and allocating infra projects where they are needed. So whether they are port proximate industrial clusters, whether they are freight corridors, whether they are ports themselves being developed, roads, highways, etc. I think they've done a good job in terms of allocating projects where they're needed the most. And as I mentioned, that infra projects have a knock-on effect on the entire industrial ecosystem. So I don't really think that I have anything to add as to what they should or shouldn't do.
Okay. Ms. Kidwai, if we look at the manufacturing sector, what is the main ask from that sector to the government this time?
I think the continuance of encouragement to the MSMEs and SME sector remains a very big ask. These many industries within these sectors have suffered through the COVID years. Not all have come out of it with flying colors. And that support continuing is important. And many of the points pertain to what Subhakant has said, that if we can continue to focus on the ease of doing business, we can continue to focus, as I was saying, on the liquidity that comes through capital markets, liquidity through banks. All of this is in the direction of ensuring that these sectors have A, access to finance, and B, are able to grow and produce goods that are competitive and at lower cost. And the lower cost comes for all industry from the benefit of logistics costs coming down. And we have heard commitments from our government to bring the logistics costs down from 16% to a much more global lookalike, an average of around 9. That brings costs down. Access to finance and cheaper rates of finance brings costs down. And ease of doing business, proper infrastructure absolutely helps in terms of bringing costs down. So on one end, you provide all of this. I would just add that I am a big proponent, and FICCI has done a lot of push on this as well, of industry parks. If we can provide this plug-and-play infrastructure to our MSMEs, it helps them adhere to a lot of the regulatory asks, including the environmental requirements, provision of renewable energy, etc., and enables them to focus on manufacture and not have to worry as much about every aspect of setting up their business, which can be a deterrent. So the push on infrastructure should include not just what we've just discussed, but also the infrastructure of industrial parks, also digital infrastructure, and within this, therefore, whether it is water, sanitation, renewable energy, all of these inputs need encouragement in terms of private sector stepping in to help, but also for government to provide for the services as required.
Right. In fact, we'll talk more about renewable energy in a bit, but first, let's shift focus to food inflation. Now, that is, of course, something which affects the common man, but it also has a direct connect to economy because inflation and consumption patterns are, of course, related. Now, food inflation is at 9.3% in June, largely an impact of climate change because a lot of crops had been affected by the kind of weather, inclement weather that we've seen. What are urgent steps that the government can take to mitigate that impact, Ms. Kidwai?
Do you want me to comment?
Yes.
Yeah. Look, inflation is not a good thing because it impacts every private pocket. And what's unfortunate is we've seen food inflation go up, and we got signals of this from the Reserve Bank of India governor as well in terms of his conversation, and therefore no cuts in interest rate at this stage, because while inflation is down to very manageable levels, the trend right now in terms of this blip up is not good. I think a lot of it has to do with just the logistics of monsoons and just the timing of this, and I'm hoping that it is stuff that will settle. But it is something that needs very close watching. It hits every pocket, and we in fact need to see demand go up. We have seen across industries, rural demand is still not where it needs to be, although improving. And with demand going up, urban and rural, industry puts more money behind investment and we see growth. If the inflationary pocket eats into savings and investments, it will definitely impact demand. So I would hope that in the budget we give into our middle classes and certainly our low-income groups more money, bearing in mind that inflation is still not in check. And this could only come through some incentives, tax reductions, etc., which enable people to spend more so it can buoy the economy and push growth up.
Right. In fact, for Mr. Panda, I would want to touch upon the sustainability factor and the recommendations related, recommendations which have been put forth by the FICCI in their memo. If we can put up that graphics where we talk about how suggestions related to a national taxonomy for green finance and to create pathways for green transition and to review priority sector lending framework. But what do you think, Mr. Panda, the government can do to ensure more private or encourage more private sector investment into green projects?
So look, first and foremost, just to reiterate the obvious, that sustainability is a very key pillar that needs a lot of focused attention. And the government at the highest levels has made it clear that it's not just growth, but sustainable, inclusive, and resilient growth. So on the sustainability side, clearly, the national taxonomy that we talked about, broadening the priority lending framework to include electric vehicles, etc., ensuring that there is more, the ecosystem relating to to charging and all of that for EVs. All of that is important, and of course, energy transition, and in that context, especially for MSMEs, because I think the larger companies, they're very clear what they need to do, and if they don't, they know who they need to talk to get these ideas. But in addition to other hand-holding that the government is doing for MSMEs, I think lending a helping hand for energy transition is important. Now, to come to your question about how to encourage private sector to invest more in sustainability projects, I think that is already happening, because as I mentioned, it's obvious that sustainability is a very, very important peg going ahead. And you are seeing major announcements by groups which are focused on the green economy, or conglomerates who are looking to put money into key sectors. So I think that is happening, and that is something that will obviously gather pace as time goes by. But in terms of ensuring that we have an enabling ecosystem with measures like proper green taxonomy, etc., I think that is what can be done to see that these projects are properly prioritized and move ahead.
Right. I probably have time for only one more question, and I'll take that to Ms. Kidwai. Ms. Kidwai, there's, of course, recommendations related to innovation as well. Now, why is investing in innovation and research and development so critical, specifically keeping in mind probably the fact that India is also looking at becoming the strongest manufacturing hub and also an innovation hub in this part of the world, and keeping in mind our competition with China? How important is it for the government to actually pick up the pace as far as investing in innovation and R&D is concerned?
This is a great question, and one which FICCI has been pushing for quite a while. And we have seen an announcement from the government, as you know, of the 1 lakh crore R&D fund. So it will be good to see how this is operationalized. So to answer what is a great question from you is, why is it important? India today spends less than 1% on R&D, 1% of GDP. The global average is 1.8, and that includes the good and the bad. And a country like the US is at 3.5% of GDP. So if we want to look more like a US, which is a hub of innovation and the capital that goes into that innovation, then we still have a ways to go. It's critical because the industries we have chosen to excel in require it. We are an IT hub, and there, without innovation, we would die. The pharmaceutical sector has been crying for a long time to get incentives to ensure that the R&D spend is encouraged within the sector. And we are a very big pharmaceutical hub, as you know. And now, as we look at AI and the new age sectors, again, this would become key. China has clearly set out for itself a target of being an innovation hub. And that focus is clearly there in President Xi's speeches and the direction that China is going in. If we want to be the China +1, or indeed the alternate investment destination, I don't think we can ignore this. And the skilling that goes into it, the job focus, and the spend and incentives, which are not really there right now, the incentives that industry should get provided in order to do this becomes important. And the ecosystem should be one where industry, venture capital, the science hubs that government has, the ministries and their spends all come together in these specific areas. And by working together, we ensure that we can commercialize better what we are doing in terms of R&D.
Right. I'm afraid we are completely out of time, but Naina Lal Kidwai, Subrakant Panda, thank you so much for joining us on NDTV for this pre-budget special, where we are focusing today, of course, on top industry voices and their ask from the Finance Minister. Thank you for watching, and news and updates will continue right here on NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
The controversial bill around the job quota in Karnataka created such a furor, and with such a backlash, the Karnataka government had to put or hit the pause button there. But there are deep-set concerns, and we need to get into the controversy, get into the depths of it. And to unravel this, I'm joined by top corporate honchos. Thank you so much for joining us. And let me actually introduce you to them. Starting with Mr. Arvind Sawant, founder and managing director from B&B Workplace. And then we have Mr. Jagannath Rao, founder and director, facility management, global network. And we have Jayaram Govindaya, who needs no introduction, founder, corporates in real estate. And we are also joined by Mr. Manjunath Baswaraj, corporate real estate professional. Now, without further ado, we begin the show because we are talking about the bill. I'm Pratibha Raman. Let me introduce myself as well. And we begin the show today. My first question is, when you heard this news, what were your first thoughts? When you saw this controversial bill, did you think that this is a boon or a bane?
When we heard this news yesterday, by heart I liked it, but by my mind, I am not in compliance with this bill. I tell you, Pratibha, Bangalore has around 2 million IT employees. When you pass a bill like this, you need to be extremely inclusive, and you need to consult people who are in charge of the IT and ITES industries. You know, Bangalore has the big bigs of IT and ITES. My smallest recommendation is that government can pass anything and everything, but they need to consult the industry honchos, take the inclusivity. We have NASSCOM, who's the governing body for IT and ITES. Talk to people and then make sure that this is an inclusive bill. That's where I stop, but I can add a lot of things once I hear from
in fact, talking about NASSCOM, please hold your thought together. Talking about NASSCOM, interestingly, they did mention that this would drive companies away. So my next question would be around what would really companies think of when they want to set up, say, Karnataka as their base or Bangalore as their base?
The talent pool. I mean, that's most important thing. And I think if it is not diversified, if it is not coming from all over the world, I would say. Bangalore is actually, a brand which is globally known and known for the talent, and that has been there from like decades. And I think if we don't have this resource pool available, companies will actually start thinking whether they have to come to Karnataka or in Bangalore.
But interestingly, one of the ministers who I was talking to did mention that what really makes companies come to Bengaluru, the biggest thing is human resource. And we are talking about enough talent here in Bangalore, so why not have Kannadigas the perfect opportunity there?
See, I am from Bangalore, so I've been seeing this industry for a very long time. I think about 10 years back also we had the similar issue had come up, giving priority to the localites. The thing is there are several angles to it, and there are several issues to that, and we need to look at it. One is the employability. So now we have so many colleges, engineering colleges. There's a huge turnout of people, but as soon as they come, are they employable? Then there's a demand and supply gap. At what time people are available? When I have a project, when a company has a project, at that time are they available or not? These are the issues which needs to be looked at before getting into the issue of whether localites should be given priority or not. Look at the merits also, and also be genuine and see that promote the localites so that they are employable and they also get the equal opportunity to be in the industry.
Before I actually get into the merit versus reservation, let me give you a statistic. In March 2023, the unemployment rate in the state was just 2.3%, while all India figures were 7.8%. So how do you address that employability gap here?
If you look at Bangalore as an IT city, yes, our unemployment is very low because we have a high talent pool, because we have people coming from different parts of India. And if you look at companies like Wells Fargo, JPMC, TCS, Infosys, the big wigs, the Cognizant, when they recruit an employee, they map the skills. It doesn't happen just like that. And if they interview a couple of people for a higher position, it's very difficult for them to employ them. But if you look at all over India, the ratio, yes, all over India, you cannot find that kind of a talent pool. Why? You asked a question, why Bangalore is liked? Because we have tremendous talent pool in Bangalore, and that needs to be controlled. But if you look at Kannadigas as such, we are brainy guys. But what happens with most of us, if you look at most of the organizations, the young employee team is all Kannadigas. What happens with them is that they want to serve in the junior level, then the middle level. When it comes to senior management, they migrate to the different countries. That's the challenge we have with Bangalore.
Right.
I think I just want to add to what Jay has mentioned here, that Bangalore is a destination for a lot of companies. One is not just because of the availability of talent pool, but also the maturity of the talent pool, right? So we have matured as a city, as a human resources over a period of time, not just because we're being just Kannadigas, right? So it's a combination of everybody who has come together to this city, and we have learned from each other. And I think it should continue to go that way.
My next topic is about merit. Sorry, you want to add something to it?
There are two things actually. See, one is the whole thing the IT industry operates is all customer centric. See, the customer wants something, can we deliver it? Do we have the people? So suddenly when a project comes and need about 100 people. So how do you think about all these things? So the HR plays an important role here. Their job is to get the people because they have a KRA to achieve, right? So that time, this also should be looked at in a policy-wise, HR, what kind of policy they have, how they look at the localites, and how they also give the equal opportunity to them. So that, based on their merit, they can be recruited.
Everybody is talking about merit. So merit versus reservation. When you look at that, in fact, interestingly, most of the ministers did mention that we are only talking about Kannadigas with merit. We are not saying that, you can just randomly recruit any kind of a Kannadiga. We are talking about those with talent and has to be a Kannadiga.
So when you have, the country, India, on the bright spot, the world is looking at us. Now, to fulfill that, the gap is widening in terms of resource pool, in terms of quality of resources. How will you fill that gap? I mean, only one state talent may not support that or help. You need to look into other states. You need to give, you need to collect them together. Bangalore, as I said, is like always overlooked by, the companies outside India. And that's the main reason. I mean, you need to give the opportunities to others as well. Competition, healthy competition is another very important point where for the customer and being customer centric, you have to have these healthy competition. And, when you have open field to play, you give the opportunity to everyone to play, and then the quality of production is improved. Innovation is improved.
In fact, I was having a very interesting conversation with one of my gym mates who also happens to be a government official, and she was telling me that she wanted to be in a private sector, and when she joined the company, the boss who she was reporting to was only recruiting persons belonging to his or her community, and that left her baffled. And she is a Kannadiga, a proud one at that. And she was feeling extremely bad, and she was feeling extremely proud that this bill came about. So when there are sentiments like this doing the rounds in, say, from the gym to every road that you walk into, what are your thoughts on that? How do you address that then?
See, it's also about the hiring manager. Okay, see, hiring manager gets about 50 people, and let's say he is from non-Karnataka, okay, he's not from Karnataka, and there are people who have been given to him candidates to choose because he's the final authority to say that I want these people. So that bias also could play an important role here because let's say I'm X and I will only take about X people, okay. If I'm a localite, maybe I'll take only localites. So this bias has to be addressed in the industry. Maybe that is the feeling which Kannadigas are carrying. Okay.
Now, how do you address that? What are your suggestions? So the bill is no solution to that then?
See, if you look at companies of higher caliber, who has employee force of more than 30,000, 40,000, companies like Boeing, companies like TCS, these things will not happen there. Because I just heard what you said, your gym mate has said that it's a bias. It doesn't happen in all the organizations. Trust me, when they hire an HR manager, they hire with a lot of integrity and values, wherein he will not be biased. I have undergone a lot of interviews where HR manager has said very clearly, you can be coming on merit or reservation. We don't need you because you don't carry that kind of skill sets. How it can be addressed, I tell you, India has 30 plus states. We need to bring in a uniform policy making people who are a cross-functional committee wherein a state can be independent when it comes to taking decisions on a lot of other things. But on employment, something like this, Bangalore is looked upon immediately when something happens in Bangalore because everybody is connected to Bangalore. Talk about US, talk about Singapore, Europe, even a small flood happened in the smallest of the small stretch in Bangalore. People said Bangalore is losing its brand. name. That's the kind of value Bangalore carries. Let government create an inclusive committee wherein everybody has a say. Like he heads FMG, I head SIRE, and we have a lot of industry heads who can give a lot of inputs where this bill can still be implemented with some kind of corrections. But trust me, we are Indians first when it comes to the employability. Then we can look at the state-wise. That's what I was meant to say.
That's interesting. If there are any corrections, what would those be?
I think, see, any employability starts from education. So I remember 90s when the engineering colleges were mostly in South India or Maharashtra. I come from North India. I remember, those days where a lot of people from North India used to come, or from other states, by that matter. They used to come and get educated. So the correction could be that you give maybe free education or subsidized education in terms of engineering or the technical courses to the people of Karnataka where there are opportunities, and make them more employable and come on a platform, get the opportunities as easy as they can.
I mean, interesting. You come from North India and you are a proud Kannadiga. So what do you look at when you recruit a person, and what do you when you recruit a person?
Well, I see the talent. I mean, I see the productivity of a person. And that's very important for any business. First thing first, we have learned this from the ages. Government has no business in the business. And right now it's doing, they are being, enforcing something. So when we do business, we only look into our services, our products, which has to be, of top quality. We have to compete with the market, which is growing. The competition is growing as far as it can go, and we have to be there. So we need to see only the talent, and you need to see the productivity.
And what about
Just to add to what you said, as a Kannadiga and has spent 30 years in the industry, what I would look at as a criteria for an employment is, definitely, yes, one of the parameter, we will see whether localite or not. That's definitely one of the parameter. But it's all about flexibility, it's all about skill sets, it's all about adaptability, and exactly what Jagan said. Does this person cater to the needs of the customer? That is very important. That comes on top of the list. And if you get a combination of everything, we will employ him. Otherwise, you cannot go by line item. I would definitely give an opportunity to a localite, but does he fit into this bill is what I look at it.
I will share one of my secrets. Suppose I want to build a rapport with a person, or I want to get something done by that person. I will ensure that if that person hails from my hometown, if that person speaks the same language as I, then it becomes a greater connect to get my things done. Does that happen when it comes to a person coming for any kind of a job and speaks the same language, hails from the same town, says, you're a Kannadiga, I'm also a Kannadiga. Will he be able to get that job?
Absolutely. I mean that affinity towards your own people will always be there, right? But at the end of the day, the availability of the skill and availability of the person, right, for the right job at the right time is what definitely matters to us, because it's not my decision. It is in the interest of the organization that we need to take this, right? So, and again, the government, I'm not sure what they're trying to achieve by doing this, reservation or whatever. Like you said, merit and reservation should not be in the same, in the sentence. Either it could be a merit or no reservation.
What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, see, it is obvious as human beings it happens, but somewhere we need to look at it. And I again come back to the point that it has to be, customer is the king. You have to be customer centric. You have to give what customer wants. So when you're doing that, you need to get the right people for the right job. So that is where. So at that point in time, it doesn't matter where you are from, whether you're from Punjab or Delhi or from Tamil Nadu or Bangalore. So you look at the quality and the skills. So at the same time, having said that, you have to promote localites, give them kind of a priority to them. Maybe we can give some training, something like that, or maybe you can promote the language Kannada in the offices where they can have some speaking kind of a thing, training and all. It can be given.
Well, it's not like the bill did not have exemptions or provisions for you to look at other options if there is a dearth of local talent, with the caveat that you need to provide enough training for the locals here within a span of 3 years. So, I mean, is that not enough leeway that you can play around with?
That's exactly I said. When you do something like this, which is a kind of a decision maker, you need to ensure that you do a deliberation with the stakeholders. I'll give you a live example. I was working with an automobile company, and yes, we were pushing, even our managing director said we should recruit Kannadigas. There is a certain department called painting divisions. When we went around all the ITAs and diplomas in Karnataka, we were not able to get the painters. We need to go to Maharashtra or we need to go to Tamil Nadu to get the painters. So imagine we have this bill implemented, and how do you expect companies to work out from Karnataka? This becomes a very difficult proposition, and it has to be deliberated. People need to take cognizance of what they're doing it. Otherwise, as brand Bangalore, we would go much behind our progress.
Does language ever become a barrier when it comes to recruitment?
Not really. I don't think so. I think all the corporates follow the English as their language of communication across, right? So there is no reason for any of us to feel otherwise.
Suppose there is a person who has studied in Kannada medium but has enough talent when it comes to coding and can actually get recruited, but would language or the fact that he cannot communicate in English, does that become a barrier then?
I don't think so, as long as he can deliver.
Among top cities with employable talent in the age of 18 to 21, Bengaluru stands second, which is 72.18%, and Karnataka commands highest availability of English talent in India. Then why is there an employability gap?
I do feel that, I mean, most of the talent that comes out of the college that do pursue, outside of Karnataka, not just because the availability is less, but the opportunities outside are much better. It may not be within India. It could be most likely outside of India in the other countries. So that could be the reason.
Yeah, the quality of education could be is the problem in India. Infosys had to open, to upgrade their own employees' employability in Mysore. So once we finish our graduation in engineering, we join Infosys. We have to go back to the institute in Mysore, get ourselves trained more to be more employable or increase our output for Infosys. So there has been a gap existing for a very long time in the colleges, the quality of education which is being provided. So this is the first point. The other one is actually the language, which definitely comes as a play, because see, India itself has so many languages, and to communicate we need to have one common language, which is English. So most of the states and people coming from the from the villages and all, they face these difficulties, and I think that has to also overcome by you knowing the language or learning the language. I mean, you go and work in Russia, you need to know Russian, right? So we need to
be a Roman when you're in Rome. So that's the theory here. But also when it comes to recruiting people, what do you really look at in case they have this language barrier, they cannot communicate in English? What are the things that you look at?
There is so much goes into the selection of a candidate. Trust me, language is not a barrier. We don't even put in an advertisement saying that you need to know Kannada, English. But imagine a BE candidate. You just met our team inside. If you look at, this is a combination of people from all over India. The primary criteria is, as Manju said, the basic language should be English. But there are organizations, look at companies like TCS and Infosys, even people do not know English, they put them on an induction, onboarding for first 3 to 4 weeks. They teach them basic etiquettes of communication, language. So we have all these tools which people can learn and then start getting onto the main job. But the challenge here is that you just mentioned that Bangalore stands number 2 in terms of the young population which are employable. Today, if you see Gen Zs who are born after 2000, they have an immense talent pool. I can be very honest, this particular generation has some kind of a limited focus.
I think we're running short of time, so I'll have to wrap this. But I have my final question, which is a two-part question. One is, when it comes to investments, there is also an investment summit that is scheduled to happen in February 2025. How do you think that will play a role, especially given the recent developments? And the second part of it is that when it comes to these kind of driving investments, what are the challenges that you face?
I'm sure investment is the ease of doing the business itself, right? Ease of doing the investment itself is a challenge, right? So if you can address that, I mean, I know it's a big word or a big sentence, but then it has a lot of intricacies that we need to address instead of, working around the other options that they're taking at this time.
Just to answer your first question, it doesn't really affect the investment. These things have happened in the last 30 years. Things will happen, things will die, but Bangalore as a brand will never lose its charm. Only thing is that we need to be extremely cautious when we are communicating. That's my answer to your first question. The challenges, what you mentioned, the challenges is that when government wants to do something like this, it needs to be extremely cautious. And also, as I said, I keep repeating that it needs to consolidate and include the big wigs of the Bangalore IT industry. That's where you as a government will be seen as a neutral body in implementing this kind of policies.
I'm glad you ended it on a positive note, because we are talking of brand Bengaluru remaining unaffected, and that's the message that we need to carry as far as this recent development is concerned. Thank you so much. I want to thank the set of guests that we have today. I want to thank the viewers. I want to thank camera persons Kumar and Govind. This is Pratibha Raman signing off for NDTV.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We start with some breaking news. Tamil Nadu's Sports and Youth Welfare Minister, Udayanidhi Stalin, is likely to be elevated as the Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. He's also the son of the present Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, M.K. Stalin. Udayanidhi played a key role in Lok Sabha election campaign that the DMK swept. Remember, Udayanidhi Stalin is the Sports Minister of Tamil Nadu, and he is also the MLA from the Chippaw constituency of Chennai. He is somebody who is known to have made his career in films. In fact, his Red Giants production house is known to be quite influential in the production and distribution of Tamil movies. Joining me now is Sam Daniel, our reporter, our correspondent from Chennai. Sam, tell us, how is the DMK thinking of something like this? Is this in line with the DMK ensuring that it doesn't make the same mistake as it did with this delayed, coronation of Stalin, because he was always seen as a CM in waiting. In fact, he got a ministerial post only when he was, in his 50s. Udayanidhi is 46 years old. Is it also to counter the rise of someone like Vijay?
Two things, Vasudha. One, to reward Udayanidhi Stalin's role in the clean sweep by the ruling DMK in the recent Lok Sabha elections. He campaigned extensively. Secondly, this is also to counter actor Vijay's political entry in the 2026 assembly elections. And the party doesn't want to be seen merely rewarding Udayanidhi Stalin just because he is M.K. Stalin's son. But for quite some time, he was showcased contributing to the party's victory in a significant way. Earlier it was the assembly elections, then the by-polls, now the Lok Sabha elections, before that 2019 Lok Sabha elections. So it becomes the kind of, from the DMK leadership's point of view, a justified elevation.
Right. Sam, and also, what are you hearing from your sources on when is this likely to happen? Is this likely to happen in the next few days or next few weeks? Is there a specific date that the DMK is looking at?
It could be in August, but it could be sooner as well. But the word has just been let to spread, so it could happen anytime. One possibility is perhaps ahead of M.K. Stalin's foreign tour in August. That could be a perfect timing in terms of elevating him, and also he would be in charge as second in command when Stalin is away. That's one possibility. But at the moment, senior party sources are not giving any particular timeline in that sense.
Okay. Also, Sam, tell us a little bit about Udaynidhi Stalin, because in the last 1 year, he has also emerged as a very powerful counter to Hindutva. He, in some ways, was also projecting himself as this inheritor of Karunanidhi's legacy by taking on Sanatan Dharma, by giving those controversial statements, which have also had allies of India bloc, in fact, criticize the DMK. How is Udaynidhi sort of poised to take up this role, and how do you think the politics of, something like this, a move like this, will play out in the alliance between DMK and also Congress?
Within the DMK and with the allies, it's not going to have any kind of impact, because in political circles, this was very much expected. He has been a strong youth wing leader in the party, and in that sense, he has a huge following. And in some way, it was projected that way to drum up support within the party. Yes, he was a reluctant politician to begin with. He was busy acting, producing films, distributing films, and then after the DMK won elections and captured power, less than 2 years ago, he was elevated as sports minister.
Right.
He's a first-time MLA. In that sense, he has not really gone through the grind his father went through. Getting elected as an MLA, then becoming the mayor, and then a minister, then the deputy chief minister. He's, in that sense, been fast-tracked.
Right.
But no impact within the party or the allies. But certainly, the larger question of family politics and dynastic politics, this will actually open up criticism. But the DMK has always countered that, saying that he has worked, earned, and also has been democratically elected. There's no question of dynastic politics in this.
Right. Thank you, Sam Daniel, for joining us with those details. Stalin Jr., Udaynidhi Stalin, the sports minister of Tamil Nadu, likely to be elevated as the deputy chief minister of the state in the coming weeks. We'll keep getting you all details and more. On the other side of the break, a discussion on what is happening in Karnataka and what is the significance of what the court said today in the lead case. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Co-powered.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Though a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV.
Supreme Court has asked the National Testing Agency to publish city and centre-wise results of the NEET UG examination by 5 p.m. on Friday, keeping the identity of the students masked. In fact, the next hearing will take place on Monday. 2 passengers have been killed, 23 injured after several coaches of the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh express train derailed in Uttar Pradesh, Gonda district today. In fact, the driver of the train claims he heard a loud explosion. A high-level inquiry has been ordered, compensation announced. Possibility of a key reshuffle in Tamil Nadu government. DMK is mulling elevating Udayanidhi Stalin as Deputy Chief Minister. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has chaired a special meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security. This comes after a series of terror attacks in Jammu which left several army men dead. In fact, the opposition has hit out at the series of deadly attacks. Uttar Pradesh Police's latest directive asking eateries on the Kavar Yatra route in Muzaffarnagar to display their owners' names has stirred a row. In fact, the opposition has called it a social crime, likened it to Nazi Germany. Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reached the BJP headquarters in New Delhi. He is meeting senior party workers and also people who work in the BJP office, loyal party cadre, people that he devotes this victory to, people that he is grateful for reinstating him as the Prime Minister of the country for the third time. This is, of course, his second visit to the BJP headquarters. Remember, there was a speech that he delivered immediately after results there, and he is going to, in fact, also spoke to workers a few days ago, and this is his way of saying thank you to the workers and to also supporters of the party, people who have been with the party in all its years of struggle and also resistance, and in the last 10 years of its victory and being in power. That's the Prime Minister there speaking to JP Nadda, who's also the Health Minister now, but continues being the BJP National President. That's the Prime Minister entering the BJP headquarters. He's expected to speak to senior party workers, also people who work in different party offices, people who have actually dedicated their lives to the growth of the BJP. This is the Prime Minister's way of thanking all those people who have been associated with the party for a long time. So that's the Prime Minister arriving at the BJP headquarters in New Delhi, and he is going to meet with party workers, people who have been associated with the BJP for a long time. This includes people who work in different offices, also long-time supporters of the party. This is the Prime Minister's way of thanking his party cadre for the victory for the third time that the Prime Minister has today. In fact, this is his way of showing his gratitude for reinstating him as the Prime Minister of the country for the third time. I have my colleague Vedant joining me. He's reporting on this event. Vedant, tell us, what is the mood like in the BJP office? Is there a sense of enthusiasm? And what is the significance of Prime Minister Narendra Modi arriving at the BJP headquarters? Is this his way of saying thank you?
That's right, Vasudha. In fact, this is not an unprecedented gesture, because we've seen a similar sort of gesture in the past as well, in 2014 and 2019, when the Prime Minister met party workers after that thumping majority that the party received back in 2014 and 2019. And just a short while back, the Prime Minister arrived here at the BJP headquarters. He was, of course, received by JP Nadda, who is also now a part of the cabinet, and of course the BJP president. But this time around, it is, of course, a humble BJP in the sense that you have a decrease of 63 seats. So of course the focus today, as per BJP sources, is in the sense to boost the morale of the cadre. Of course, BJP is a worker-based party; it's a cadre-based party, and the importance of the cadre is absolutely sacrosanct and paramount as far as the BJP is concerned. And this is, as you rightly point out, the Prime Minister's way to thank booth-level workers, karyakartas, who are really, in a sense, the backbone of the BJP. And this time around, of course, all these reports also came from various state units, Vasudha, where there was some sort of complacency, as many have pointed out, that crept in, especially when it comes to booth-level workers, karyakartas, who became, as many have pointed out, complacent. So, of course, this is the Prime Minister's way of, in a sense, thanking them, but also boosting their morale. Because remember, there are crucial state assembly elections coming up as well. Of course, Haryana and Maharashtra, two crucial seats where the performance of the BJP was not as it expected. So, of course, all of those things extremely crucial, and the timing of this particular event also extremely interesting. It comes close on the heels of some sort of an organizational reshuffle that we have been reporting on as far as the UP BJP is concerned. Of course, the UP BJP chief offered to resign. He met the Home Minister, then the Home Minister met the Prime Minister as well. Here, as far as the BJP headquarters are concerned, of course, there's enthusiasm. This is the third time that the Prime Minister will be addressing all those karyakartas. Of course, we saw a similar event back in 2014 and 2019 as well. So, of course, all of those things on the cards. But right now, the focus very much is on what the BJP strategy is going to be as far as the state assembly elections are concerned.
Thank you, Vedant, for joining us with those crucial details. Important move by the Prime Minister there. And like my colleague Vedant pointed out, that this also comes before important assembly elections in Maharashtra and Haryana. The Prime Minister there talking to different party workers, also his own supporters of the BJP, sending out this clear message that the Karyakarta remains the most important facet of the BJP. Moving on to some news from the South, the most important news from the South, we are going to discuss who is misleading the common man or common woman in Karnataka. That seems to be the crux of the political debate that is playing out in Karnataka. The Congress party that announced reservations for locals only to promptly announce that the decision is on hold yesterday is now being accused by the BJP of using diversionary techniques to mislead people. In fact, the BJP is trying its best to bring back attention to the Valmiki board's alleged multi-crore scam, something that has put the Siddaramaiah government on the back foot. Now, the issue surfaced when P. Chandrasekharan, the account superintendent of the Karnataka Maharishi Valmiki Scheduled Tribe Development Corporation Limited, died by suicide on the 26th of May. In his suicide note, he alleged pressure and involvement of government officials. The Congress government, of course, created a judicial commission to probe the matter, but the limelight in the last 2 days was taken away by the state government's proposal to bring in up to 70% reservation for locals. Today, several BJP leaders, you can see the visuals there, including State Chief B.Y. Vijayendra, were detained by the Bengaluru police after a large group of protesters attempted to lay siege at the Vidhan Sauda. In the last 1 year, since the run-up to the assembly elections in the state, which the Congress of course swept, we have seen and heard it all. 40% Sarkara claims by the Congress, fuel price hike, insistence on only Kannadiga employees and Kannada hoardings, fight over guarantees and water crisis. But who exactly is leading the voter on a garden path, and who is telling the truth? Are they all taking turns to do both? That's what we ask tonight. Joining me now is Bhaskar Rao, spokesperson of the BJP. He's also been the former Commissioner of Police in Bengaluru. We also have Nizam Fauzdar, who's the spokesperson and also General Secretary of the Congress in Karnataka. And we also have Ramakrishna Upadhyay, who is a senior journalist in Karnataka. Thank you, all of you, for joining me on this show. To you, Mr. Nizam, first, did you expect the BJP to be this aggressive, sir? Clearly, this seems to be a renewed BJP because, last year when your party swept the state, it did seem like the BJP will take some time to sort of get its act together. But it doesn't look like a weakened BJP right now. The 2024 election results were also, in some ways, a setback to your party. How do you see the move by the BJP to possibly take on every, announcement by the Congress party very aggressively and sort of these protests that are happening? How do you see this?
A regressive party will follow regressive policies. BJP and its ideology is a very regressive phenomena. I don't even call ideology now, it's a phenomena. They have looted the Karnataka state for the last 3 years. 3 lakh crores were taken into debt and siphoned off. They have to answer this. We have initiated X number of development work that people are loving to see. It is a 3.71 lakh crores budget, which is giving about 44 crore extra. It's a higher mark to it. We're giving about 1.33 crore people, the women, as the Graha Lakshmi, the benefit. We are giving every woman a chance to be empowered to travel and work and be independent. In the same way, we are doing a lot of infrastructural programs, from the road building to a lot of things that is happening. The BJP is like this.
But Nizam, may I just ask you this one question? Mr. Nizam, some days ago you said that, Kannada hoardings are compulsory, and there was this, little bit of violence that happened in Bengaluru. Of course, then you give time. Then, of course, there was this thing that IT employers need to display the names of the locals that they employ. That needs to be displayed very conspicuously, is what your government said. That, your government also walked back on that announcement. Yesterday, we saw a lot of back and forth happening, and finally, the state government has said that it will take some time. So, at some level, it does feel like the Congress government wants to just keep testing waters, wants to just keep making these announcements without really putting in that kind of thought. Because if you look at the draft of, this jobs for locals, it seems like, maybe a school-going student has drafted it. So, do you think such an approach will be okay when it comes to policy statements?
No, your conviction of asking the question itself is questionable now. Let me ask you, it's just like this. Who gave a hasty decision in this country? In the midnight in 2016, note bandi kar diya. In about the GST, midnight hasty decision. You have spoiled the MSME. You have spoiled the financial structure of the country. And you are asking us that who is taking hasty decisions. We are saying it's simple. You don't ask the same question in UP, you don't ask the same question in Bihar, you don't ask the same question in Madhya Pradesh. Yes, we have a legacy of Kannada. The people who are working here, people who are doing business here, needs to display a name in Kannada. So what's wrong in that?
Absolutely, there's nothing wrong in that. It's just that the government keeps going back on this, which is
No, it's not going back and forth. We are simply standing by the Karnataka
let me go to
state.
Mr. Rao.
Yes,
sir, I'll come back to you, Mr. Nizam. Yes, sir, I'll come back to you.
Ever since this government has come,
okay, Mr. Bhaskar,
last year.
Mr. Nizam, I'll come back to you. Let Mr. Bhaskar respond. Mr. Rao,
ever since this government came to power,
before that, sir, I would also like to
all
ask
kinds
you.
of false promises to the electorate.
No, sir, where are you?
Now
where
it is
the
not
BJP?
able to deliver.
Where is the BJP when it comes to, comes to this jobs for locals front? Because it's one thing to say that you care for Kannadiga pride, but another to support policies that can also result in the state losing out on opportunities. But I did see, your spokespersons also, dilly-dallying when it comes to either support or, their own opposition.
I will give clarity to it. See, at this point of time, Congress is trying to play politics with a very sensitive issue like states' asmita and jobs for the youth. It is taking away the narrative from its own corruption, misgovernance, and messing up and creating turmoil. Jobs cannot be created overnight by the stroke of a pen or by a law. It needs time. And if we are going to make reservations, we need to have given money to such organizations, or it should be state sponsored. You cannot bulldoze anybody to say that you hire so and so, otherwise I'm going to give a penalty. We acknowledge that Kannadigas should be given jobs, they should be supported, but the way a legislation is brought about and a U-turn is made, that itself speaks the kind of unprepared way and no consultation with the industry and they had to cut a hasty retreat to bring some kind of a change. This is absolutely an unplanned thing which they did, and they have gone back.
Okay, Mr. Nizam, would you like to respond to that?
They are only trying to divert attention out of things like Valmiki Development Corporation, Buda,
but Mr. Nizam, let me also ask you.
They have no intention of creating employment. There is no intention of creating employment, and it is only to confuse. And they call it a brand.
Mr. Nizam, when it comes to suicide notes, we saw what happened in last year. Last time election, there was a suicide note which actually, changed to a lot of political dynamics. In this case, Chandrasekharan's letter cites pressure from senior officials. So clearly, there is some amount of pressure that your government is facing because B. Nagendra has also been sent to custody. But your party leaders are also saying that you're being, these agencies are being misused, right? So how do you respond to that, sir?
Very simple. We have constituted a SIT. SIT is doing its work. CED has taken Mr. Nagendra into custody. They have not found any information. अरे ठहरो जी, आप भी policeman थे साहब, आप भी policeman थे, तो हमें बात करने दीजिए. So what I'm saying is the SIT is in place, ED is doing its work. Let us see how ED will twist arm many of the witnesses to give just the way they did in the liquor scam. My question is simple. Mr. Nagendra submitted his resignation without a protest, unlike Ishwarappa, who was forced to resign. The difference between the morality of the Congress party and the BJP is that when there seems to be something wrong.
Okay,
no,
Ramakrishna Upadhyay has been waiting for a long time. I'm sorry, gentlemen, I have to go to him. Mr. Upadhyay, how do you see this Congress versus BJP play in Karnataka? Because, one thing that seems constant is allegations of corruption. So let him speak, I'll come back to you, sir.
They have miserably...
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Ramakrishna, sir, please tell us, how do you see the politics? How do you see the politics of corruption and politics of protest playing out? Because, and also these allegations that one party is creating diversionary tactics to actually mislead common people, and the other party saying the same thing about the other one.
See, Karnataka is right now going through a multiple crisis. One is there is a tug of war between the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister over the CM's post. Now, Shiv Kumar wants to occupy that post, hell come here, and then Siddaramaiah says, I will not allow him. So this is on one side, and then you have financial crisis facing the state, because the 5 guarantees have sucked out all the money that was there in the treasury. Now, the government doesn't have any money for paying the government employees. So this is a situation as far as the financial position is concerned. And then you had drought. So, this government seems to have forgotten drought. See, they asked for 18,000 crores from the central government and got about only 5,000 crores, which is really unfair, I think. But where is the drought? Now there is a flood happening all over the state. So they have so many things on their plate, and they are bringing in issues that are irrelevant. And you talk about jobs for Kannadigas out of the blue. Can that be implemented just like that? And everybody knows that any state government which has tried this kind of a trick has failed. In Maharashtra, we've seen that they brought in this kind of legislation, which was struck down by the Supreme Court. So it cannot happen just like that. And especially for a state like Karnataka, which attracts so much of talent from across the country, and which is the IT capital, the Silicon Valley of India. How can you have jobs reserved for Kannadigas only? Kannadigas will have jobs.
Mr. Rao, you also heard Mr. Upadhyay as a senior journalist. You also heard your opponent here. Today, Minister Krishna Baire Gowda, who's not seen as a very aggressive man, he's seen as a decent man. He is claiming that agencies like ED, CBI are being misused. Do you feel that this is something that will work against your party? Because clearly, while you've done well in Karnataka, the BJP overall has also reduced numbers.
You take the issue in Karnataka. What Karnataka is going through is they are firefighting to manage a financial crisis which they have themselves created by giving false promises. Now, to divert attention from burning issues, they have got a lot of internal issues also, like who is going to be chief minister, how many deputy CMs are going to be there. They want to bring in a caste survey, and they want to create confusion. And to divert all these things, now they are talking about a Bangalore South district. Okay. And then about job reservations in the private sector.
Last word from Mr. Nizam. Are you really, is the Congress party not focusing on governance and creating controversies one after the other, sir? I'm sorry, I'm running out of time, Mr. Nizam.
Last diversionary tactics, that's all.
No.
The main issues are not being addressed.
Yes, sir, please
let me also tell you, our senior journalist was saying that we have sucked out all the money from the system for the guarantees. It's 3.7 lakh crores is the budget, and only 55,000 crores is for the guarantees. The rest of 3.2 lakh crores is for the development and various expenditures for the state. So please don't mislead the state by saying that guarantee is eating everything from the plate of the state. It's
guarantees are also not being fulfilled.
It is been fulfilled. I don't think so. You
do a ground level study and see how many guarantees are fulfilled.
Bhaskarji, if you are not getting 2,000 rupees as Gralakshmi, please send it. If you're not a tax-paying person, I will get it done for you. But the question is, the money is there in the state. It's a surplus employment.
You wanted to say something, sir. You wanted to come in here. Please.
Money is,
we are only saying
Madam, money is only being looted and plundered brazenly from the treasury.
Okay, Mr. Upadhyay, let him speak, sir.
Have you seen any state in which
Okay, he's a senior
money is
journalist,
drawn
Mr.
out of the
Upadhyay.
corporation.
Mr. Rao, Mr. Nizam, we heard you out. Let Mr. Upadhyay have the last word, please.
Have you ever seen how corruption?
Okay, Mr. Upadhyay, please.
No, I think the chief minister has forgotten about administration, and he's have this multiple scams that come up in the way, like this 1 week is a ST corporation scandal, and then his own wife is involved in this Moda scandal. I mean, nobody expected the Siddaramaiah to be getting into this kind of a scandal, and where you give up a land which is not worth nothing, and then you take 17 sites, for that in a prime locality. So this is not done, and I think he's trying to divert attention from that, and he has appointed some IAS officers to look into it. I think if he means business, he should ask a sitting High Court judge to look into it and give a report in 2 months. And he has said he will do that, and wait for it for 6 months. Why wait for 6 months? Ask him to get it quickly, and then my suggestion is he should cancel all the illegal sites, including those given to his wife. That is the only way he can restore some normalcy in this thing, and then people will get he will get the credibility back.
So point taken, that's an important
himself
point. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining me. I'm sorry, I'm running out of time. So the BJP and the Congress party in Karnataka are blaming each other for distracting the common man's attention from real issues. Congress party, of course, has said that it will speak to industry leaders and other stakeholders on the issue of jobs, a proposal that has been criticized by the industry. But the BJP has said that the Congress party is only distracting voters, distracting people from real issues. Moving on to the other important story from the south of India today, Tamil Nadu Sports and Youth Welfare Minister Udayanidhi Stalin, also the son of the present Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, M.K. Stalin, could be elevated, could be elevated as the Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu in the next few weeks, is what NDTV has learned from its sources. Udayanidhi Stalin is an MLA from Chepauk. He is the sports minister. He's also the son of M.K. Stalin. This is an important move by a party that is often criticized for only promoting dynastic interest. My colleague Sam Daniel, who has been tracking this story, who has the scoop for us, joins us with more details. Sam, tell us, why do you think the DMK is thinking about this? Because when Stalin, became a minister, he was in his 50s. He was seen as a CM in waiting for a long time. Do you think this is one way to not let that mistake happen again? And also, is this one way of exerting family control on the party?
That's very true, Vasudha. And this time, they've been building a narrative of promoting Udayanidhi Stalin, campaigning for the 2019 Lok Sabha elections and then the 2021 Assembly elections, the by-polls later, and then the most recent Lok Sabha elections, which the DMK swept. And in a sense, this has drummed up support within the party, particularly among the youth in the DMK, of a fitting elevation, as they call it, to Udayanidhi, regarding his work in terms of leading the party to a huge victory recently. Politically speaking, this also is in preparation to the possible entry of Active Vijay ahead of the 2026 Assembly elections. He has already announced that he would make electoral politics foray in 2026 before the Assembly elections. And to counter that, this is also, in a way, the party preparing. Secondly, this is another way of the party preparing a second rung of leadership. Of course, this will lead to criticism that the DMK is nurturing family politics, dynastic politics, and setting the ground ready for the mantle to be passed on later from M.K. Stalin to Udayanidhi Stalin. But the DMK argues that, well, it's not that way. He has fought elections, won elections, he has been accepted by people, and he has been, whenever the elevation happens, would be democratically done within the party and then at the government level. That's what the DMK argues. But the timing at the moment, it's not sure. Some suggest it could be in August when M.K. Stalin is scheduled to fly overseas on official work, and that could be one possibility. Otherwise, it could be any time now, taking advantage of the positive mood in the party following the recent clean sweep in the Lok Sabha elections.
Thank you, Sam Daniel, for reporting all those important details. Udayanidhi Stalin, the sports minister of Tamil Nadu, also the son of M.K. Stalin, the chief minister of Tamil Nadu, could be elevated as the deputy chief minister of Tamil Nadu in the coming weeks. That's the scoop we have for you. That's all we have for you in this bulletin. Keep watching NDTV for more news and updates.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
UP train derailment. 2 people have been dead, and this happened in Gonda district of Uttar Pradesh. Rescue teams have been rushed to the spot. DMK leadership months elevating Udayanidhi's talent. He could become the Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu in the next few weeks. He will be the second in command in Tamil Nadu. Prime Minister Narendra Modi presided over a key security meet in the midst of attacks in Jammu today. Home Minister Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh were also part of the meet. UP Police's diktat sparks row. In fact, all shops on the Kawad Yatra route in Muzaffarnagar have been asked to display their owners' names. Akhilesh Yadav of Samajwadi Party has said that this is a social crime.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up, another train accident, this time in Uttar Pradesh. 2 passengers have died. Also, the Supreme Court has ordered the centre-wise, city-wise NEET results to be uploaded. And Surya Kumar Yadav will captain the Indian T20 team. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines. 2 deaths, multiple injuries reported after the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh express train derailed in Uttar Pradesh. The driver says he heard a loud explosion before multiple coaches derailed in Gonda. A high-level inquiry has been ordered. The Congress hits out over rail safety under the Modi government. The Supreme Court orders the National Testing Agency to publish the NEET UG exam results in their entirety, city-wise and centre-wise, by Saturday noon without revealing the names of the students, as the top court had some tough questions today for the NTA. The next hearing is on Monday. The Prime Minister is meeting BJP workers and partymen at the headquarters in Delhi. BJP President JP Nadda is also at the meeting. He will thank workers for their efforts in the Lok Sabha election victory. 2 soldiers were injured in Doda today after terrorists attacked a temporary army camp. A massive cordon and search operation in the area. 2 terrorists killed in the Keran sector. The Prime Minister chaired a top-level security meeting on the spurt of attacks. Troubles mount for US President Joe Biden's re-election bid as he tests positive for COVID for a 3rd time. The US President hints he may drop out of the race amid pressure from top Democrats to step down. And big hitting batter Surya Kumar Yadav is named captain of the Indian T20 team for the 3-match series against Sri Lanka, while ODI skipper Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli were included for the 50-over series against the same team next month. And Russian boots on the ground made in Bihar. How a 70% female workforce works overtime in a Patna factory for boots that are used by Russian soldiers. Our top story now, at least 2 passengers have died and several are injured after several coaches of the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh express train derailed in Uttar Pradesh's Gonda today. Rescue teams and local officials were rushed to the site of the accident, which took place at around 2:30 in the afternoon. The driver of the express claims that he heard a loud explosion before the multiple coaches derailed. Now a high-level inquiry has been ordered. Also enhanced compensation of 10 lakhs for the family of the dead, 2.5 lakhs to those who've been grievously injured, 50,000 to minor or simple injuries. Remember, several teams were rushed to the spot, local officials as well. The Congress has hit out at the Modi government. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge says yet another instance of how the Modi government has systematically jeopardized rail safety.
बाल बच गया एक ट्रेन एक्सीडेंट हो गया जिसमें
यहाँ ये 2:30 बजे के करीब में हादसा हुआ है। हाँ। चंडीगढ़ डिब्रूगढ़ एक्सप्रेस में गोंडा से करीब 20 किलोमीटर आगे है ये जी। बता रहे मनकापुर अभी यहाँ से 5 किलोमीटर है। हाँ। और 2 बोगियाँ तो एकदम से ऐसे पलट गई हैं। हाँ। एक बोगी ऐसे लगी है, बाकी तो आप देख ही सकते हैं पटरियों की क्या हाल है, पटरियाँ खिसक चुकी हैं यहाँ पे।
अभी तो संख्या है और बाकी जो चोटिल हैं उन लोगों को प्राथमिक उपचार दिया जा रहा है। यहाँ से जो हम लोगों का मेन व्यवस्था देखी जा रही है कि लोग जो थे इधर यात्री काफी लॉन्ग रूट के थे, उन लोगों को गंतव्य पहुँचाने के लिए जो प्रबंधन होना है उसके लिए हम लोगों ने लाइन अप किया है। लोकल लेवल पर बसेस और एम्बुलेंसेज, यहाँ तक कि हमारे अपने वाहनों से हम लोगों ने तुरंत भेज दिया और लोग जो हैं काफी लोग पहुँच भी चुके हैं मनकापुर स्टेशन और बाकी रेलवे के साथ समन्वय के साथ में रेस्क्यू स्पेशल से उन लोगों को उनके गंतव्य पर पहुँचाया।
इस सूचना पे तत्काल जो हमारी पुलिस की फोर्स है वो मौके पे पहुंची और हमारी जो फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम है और जो प्रशासन के अधिकारी हैं और डीएम साहब, मैं, कमिश्नर साहब और डीआई साहब यही मौके पे मौजूद है। तत्काल पुलिस द्वारा रेस्क्यू अभियान चलाया गया और घायलों को तत्काल ट्रेन से निकाला गया, डब्बों से जो उसमें फंसे हुए थे। यहाँ के जो ग्रामीण हैं उनके द्वारा भी काफ़ी सहायता की गई। अभी तक जो पुष्ट सूचना है उसके अनुसार 2 लोग की इस दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना में मृत्यु हुई है, जिन्हें एम्बुलेंस से भिजवाया गया है और करीब 6 लोग हैं जो थोड़े गंभीर घायल हैं।
All right, so those officials who rushed to the spot, they're speaking to the media. As we said, 2 passengers died, several dozens are said to be injured. What is curious is how the driver of the train, the loco driver, has apparently said that he heard a loud noise just before the derailment took place, and several bogies, as you can see there, some even lying on their side. 4 AC coaches also derailed and were seen lying on their side. There was a worry that there may be more injured there, but the teams who rushed to the spot quickly checked all the carriages and all the passengers had been brought out. Those who were injured were quickly rushed to medical facilities. Also, a medical van was sent to the area. All through the day, several trains had to be cancelled or rerouted as well. Let's go across now to Ranveer, who joins us from the site of the accident. Ranveer, what is the latest you can share with us? Also, the driver of the train says he heard a loud sound and explosion just before the derailment.
Yes, as per railway officials, the loco pilot told the officials that he heard some explosive voice, but they're not sure whether it's a conspiracy or something else. So the probe is going on. Some top official of the railway department are here, and they are looking after the restoration work on the track number 2, which is safe, but due to this accident, the rail route has been stopped. So 2 trains has been cancelled and 11 has been rerouted from other routes. So the restoration work is going on. The total death toll is 1. Earlier it was told that a total 2 passengers died in this accident, but due to chaos and a situation, in a haphazard situation, the administration told that the death toll is 2. But now the final figures are coming out, and the death toll is 1, while 6 are seriously injured, while 30 others have got minor injuries, and the treatment is going on in district hospital and CSCs too.
Right, Ranveer, and also high-level inquiry has been ordered into the entire matter. By when do you think the tracks will be cleared and, you know, the movement of trains can continue on this route?
Right, and I spoke to some railway officials. They are claiming that the uplink, which is from Gorakhpur to Lucknow track, will be restored by tomorrow morning. But the downlink, with the tracks are extracted due to accident, that track will take time, and probably tomorrow or day after tomorrow that will be restored, because presently JCBs are being deployed to replace the bogies from that train for restoration and repair work.
All right, Ranveer Singh there reporting from the site of the accident, also bringing us that important update that the number has been revised, and now the authorities saying that 1 person has died while 6 are grievously injured, and remember many others are injured as well, but 1 person has died and 6 others are seriously injured in this train derailment.
In other news now, Surya Kumar Yadav has been named captain of India's T20 squad for the 3-match series against Sri Lanka, while Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli will play the ODI series against the same side. Let's go across to Rika for more on this. Rika, was this on expected lines?
Well, it wasn't, Gargi, and Hardik Pandya will be massively disappointed given that he had ambitions to become the India captain. But now selectors, it seems, they're looking at a long-term plan for India, and hence they have decided to give the reins of captaincy to Surya Kumar Yadav for the 3 T20I series against Sri Lanka that commences on 27th of this month. There will be 3 T20 matches played by the Indian cricket team against the Sri Lankan cricket team. Significantly, Hardik Pandya has also been removed from the leadership group, which means that Shubman Gill has been brought in as the vice captain of the team. And that is pretty big news, Gargi, given that Hardik Pandya played a significant role in India's World Cup victory, that he has now been removed. What I'm hearing from the selectors is that there are concerns over his form and fitness. He wasn't fit during the ODI World Cup for a very long time. He had an injury layoff. He came back to play in the T20 World Cup, which India eventually won. But apparently Hardik Pandya has not done enough to warrant that leadership position in the team. Thereby, Surya Kumar Yadav and Shubman Gill, who was lately seen captaining India, has been brought into the leadership positions. Now, this isn't going to be the first assignment for Surya Kumar, because last year he had led Team India to a series win against Australia in the T20 format when India won 4-1. He has captained India before, but it seems that this time it will be more of a long-term experiment that the selectors and new coach Gautam Gambhir is prepared to do with Team India. Though Surya Kumar will not be seen playing the ODIs, and as you rightly mentioned, Virat Kohli and Gautam Gambhir will make a comeback. Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma will make a comeback to the ODI team. Surya Kumar and Hardik Pandya will take a break from the ODIs.
All right, so something of a shake-up there in the team. Thanks so much, Rika. And this is Team India's journey now under Gautam Gambhir's leadership. Now, the Supreme Court had some tough questions for the National Testing Agency today. This is as the hearing took place over the NEET controversy, as it heard a clutch of petitions asking for a NEET re-exam with allegations of paper leak and violations plaguing the all-important exam. NEET UG exam results will be published in their entirety, is what the Supreme Court has ordered, cross-referenced by city and centre by noon on Saturday, is what the National Testing Agency was told. The identities of the students will remain masked, and this is to provide some transparency to students who can get a sense of the results, though the move was opposed by the centre in the Supreme Court. Now the next hearing in the matter will be on Monday. Now, as the Karnataka government puts a pause on the job quota bill after much uproar, the BJP put the focus back on the Congress with the alleged scams. Did the Congress press the panic button in 24 hours? Pratibha Raman reports on the political face-off that continues to rock the assembly session.
BJP's mega protest at Bengaluru's Freedom Park this morning against the state government's alleged mismanagement, hours after Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah decided to roll back the cabinet-approved job quota for locals.
It has clearly exposed the lapses on the government, how irresponsible the government is. How government has been irresponsible. It has completely exposed this government, how without any responsibility they brought into the cabinet, approved, again withdrawn. It clearly exposed they have been not responsible. No right governance is happening in this government.
As the BJP claimed that the Congress used this controversial bill to divert attention from the alleged scams, the Congress was quick to justify the move.
It is the quota bill that was drafted by the Labour Department.
they have to have interministerial consultations, industry body consultations that has not happened from the Labour Department. So we'll have a wider consultation. We will ensure that we provide the best skill sets for our local people to ensure that they are employed better, not only here but across the globe.
Kannada activists staged counter-protests but were taken into preventive custody by the police. The focus is now back on the alleged scams that engulf the Congress government. While the BJP has been busy training its guns on Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, the Congress in the meantime has organized a meeting at a Bengaluru hotel to plan its counter-strategy. With camera persons Kumar and Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
News now from Maharashtra, where political parties are strategizing and several key meetings took place today. One by Ajit Pawar, the beleaguered leader with leader after leader, then quitting the NCP and returning to the Sharad Pawar faction. Also, the Shiv Sena had a meeting which took place in the presence of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde to discuss strategy and the roadmap for elections, as well as the BJP's two in charges for the Maharashtra Assembly polls. Bhupendra Yadav and Ashwini Vaishnav also held a core committee meeting. Let's go across to Radhika now for more. And Radhika, so several meetings there taking place in Maharashtra. Give us more details.
That's right, multiple strategy meetings in Maharashtra today. In fact, it started with Ajit Pawar meeting his set of leaders post the setback that he suffered yesterday after 20 corporators, former mayors and many unit heads from Pimpri Chinchwad went to Sharad Pawar camp. This is of course seen as a huge setback. Multiple leaders not really happy with the alliance with BJP. They've been sidelined post their joining with the Mahayuti alliance. Therefore, people quitting. Of course, Lok Sabha election defeat also leading up and adding up to this. So today he held meeting with the remaining leaders, taking them into confidence, assuring them that their issues will be addressed and that they will get appropriate representation during assembly elections. Eknath Shinde also meeting his set of leaders, a strategy being discussed ahead of assembly elections. They'd like to negotiate as many seats as possible during assembly elections simply because they came across as the big brother post Lok Sabha election with a better strike rate than the BJP. BJP also holding its set of meetings with BJP in charge Ashwini Vaishnav and Bhupendra Yadav, along with top Maharashtra leaders including Devendra Fadnavis. This is BJP core committee meeting. Again, blueprint for Maharashtra Assembly being discussed, strategy being discussed, plans to sort of have outreach programs, as far as wooing the voters are concerned, that also being discussed. Also trying to ensure that Lok Sabha election defeat is not repeated. So hence looking at problem areas as far as BJP is concerned, where their strong points, where their weak points are, addressing issues as far as certain constituencies are concerned. So all of this being discussed. So all parties in a huddle at this point, even within the opposition, Sharad Pawar holding meeting, Sanjay Raut of UBT Sena also holding meetings. So several such meetings will take place in the days to come. Of course, Mahayuti looking to not repeat the Lok Sabha defeat as far as assembly is concerned, and MVA wanting to keep its momentum alive.
That's right. Thanks so much, Radhika. So all parties, they're gearing up for the assembly elections. Now, in a shocking incident, a member of ex-Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy's YSR Congress Party's youth wing was hacked to death in the middle of the road. This was in the Palnadu district on Wednesday night. Prohibitory orders have been enforced in the area, but the police say that it was personal rivalry that led to the brutal murder, not politics.
Shocking visuals caught on camera. A young man attacked by another repeatedly with a machete, his hand severed, before a fatal blow on the neck and head killed him in the middle of moving traffic on a busy road at Vinukunda in Andhra Pradesh Palnadu district on Wednesday evening around 8:30 p.m. The victim of the brutal attack was identified as Sheikh Rashid, a member of the YSR Congress Party's youth wing, and the assaulter was Sheikh Jilani, who was said to be a supporter of the Telugu Desam. District Police Chief Kanchi Srinivas Rao said interpersonal rivalry and not political differences had led to the murder.
ఈరోజు 8:30 సమయంలో వినుకొండ టౌన్లో జిలాని అనే వ్యక్తి తనకి రషీద్ అనే వ్యక్తికి ఉన్నటువంటి వ్యక్తిగత కక్షల వల్ల రషీద్ అనే వ్యక్తిని నరికి చంపడం జరిగింది. ఇటువంటి చర్యలు ఏమైనా కూడా ఎక్కడైనా ఏదైనా రిపీట్ అయితే చట్టపరంగా చాలా కఠినమైనటువంటి చర్యలు తీసుకోవడం జరుగుతుంది.
Prohibitory orders have been enforced in the area as it is known to be politically hypersensitive. With inputs from Venu and Lakshman in Palnadu, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
News now from Jammu and Kashmir, and more terror attacks today in Jammu. 2 soldiers were injured after terrorists attacked a temporary army camp set up inside a school in Doda. This amid a massive cordon and search operation by security forces in the mountains in the area. Prime Minister also chaired a top-level security meeting today in Delhi where the series of attacks in Jammu were discussed.
On the heels of one terror attack in Jammu's Doda, another one today, where 2 soldiers were killed. This amid a massive cordon and search operation by security forces in the mountains in the area. Terrorists attacked a temporary camp set up by the army inside a school at Chandigarh in Doda. The injured troops have been evacuated and airlifted to the Army's command hospital in Udhampur.
Coordinated operations have been launched by all the security agencies in Doda to track down the attackers, and there has been contact with militants yesterday and today as well.
इस जनरल एरिया में सर्च ऑपरेशन हमारा चल रहा था. सारी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस जितनी भी हैं यहाँ पे डोडा में, तो सभी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस का मिला के एक कोऑर्डिनेशन के साथ ऑपरेशन यहाँ पे चल रहा है. आप सब लोगों ने देखा होगा कल भी जो हाइडिंग टेररिस्ट है उनके साथ हमारा कांटेक्ट हुआ था और आज भी उनके साथ हमारा कांटेक्ट हुआ है. सर्च ऑपरेशन प्रोग्रेस में होने की वजह से अभी मैं आपके साथ सारी डिटेल शेयर नहीं कर सकता हूँ.
This is the third attack on the army in less than 10 days in the Jammu region. On Monday, 4 soldiers including a captain were killed during an encounter in Doda. Earlier, 5 soldiers were killed and 5 injured in an ambush by terrorists in Kathua. With an upswing in terror in the past few weeks, the Prime Minister chaired a cabinet committee on security meeting today, which was attended by Home Minister Amit Shah. The army has killed 2 terrorists after they foiled an infiltration attempt along the line of control in Keran sector of Kupwara district. This is the second infiltration bid that has been foiled in the last 4 days. With Nazir Masoodi in Srinagar, NDTV Bureau Report.
Home Minister Amit Shah today chaired the 7th Apex meeting, a level meeting of the NCORD, and launched the National Narcotics Helpline Manas in Delhi. Addressing the gathering, he said we're resolved to realize Prime Minister Modi's vision of a drug-free Bharat.
नशा मुक्त भारत का प्रधानमंत्री जी का संकल्प ये बहुत बड़ा संकल्प है, चैलेंज भी है और लक्ष्य भी है, मगर साथ में सबसे बड़ा मौका भी है. और मौका क्या है? मौका ये है, एक ऐसे जंचर पर हम जागरूक हुए हैं, अगर डट कर लड़े, मिलकर लड़े और संकल्प के साथ लड़े तो ये लड़ाई हम जीत भी सकते हैं. विगत 5 सालों में हमने 3 पिलर्स पर ये लड़ाई को बिल्डअप करने का प्रयास किया था. स्ट्रक्चरल रिफॉर्म किए थे, इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिफॉर्म किए थे और इंफॉर्मेशनल रिफॉर्म भी किए थे. जागरूकता के लिए भी बहुत काम किया था और होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच के साथ हम आगे बढ़े थे.
News now from the US, and troubles mount for President Joe Biden's re-election bid as he tested positive for COVID for a 3rd time, bringing his campaigning to a halt. The US president has hinted, however, that he might drop out of the race to the White House if doctors advise, this amid pressure from top Democrats to step down.
Is there anything that you would look to, you personally, not anybody else, not other pundits, not even perhaps family members, that you would look to say, if I see that, I will reevaluate?
If there had some medical condition that emerged, if the doctors came to me and said, you got this problem, that problem.
The first instance of US President Joe Biden hinting he might drop out of the race to the White House amid increasing pressure from top Democrats to step aside. Top Democrats and fundraisers have been lining up to coerce Biden into stepping away. From Hollywood actor
and top fundraiser George Clooney to top Democrat leader Adam Schiff. 81-year-old is feeling the heat from all corners. More than 20 Democrat lawmakers have publicly expressed their desire for Biden to abandon his re-election bid. According to the new APNOC poll, nearly two-thirds of Democrats say President Biden should withdraw from the presidential race and let his party nominate a different candidate. The pressure suddenly started to mount on Biden after his dismal performance in the debate with Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump last month. Trouble seems to be only piling up as Biden tested positive for COVID-19 on Wednesday. This will keep him away from the public eye and cancel events during crucial campaigning days. Meanwhile, Trump ramps up support at the Republican National Convention this week in the wake of the assassination attempt on his life. As some push Biden to quit the race, others are looking to hold a virtual vote to make him their party's nominee in the first week of August, according to Associated Press report. Rebuffing the calls to quit, Biden has said he has plenty of time to energize voters. On the other hand, 3 new major national polls have showed Joe Biden is still in a close race with Donald Trump. But how will he offset growing calls from within his own party to quit? The question remains. Vishal Vivek for NDTV.
And finally, here's a report on a shoe factory in Bihar that's producing all-weather, non-skid fur-lined boots that keep Russian soldiers warm even in minus 40 degrees Celsius in their war with Ukraine.
मेरा जूता है बिहारी. That may not have been the tune to which the Russian soldiers marched as they went to war with Ukraine. But for the last 2 years, it is this shoe factory near faraway Patna that has supplied them with boots.
आर्मी और सेफ्टी में आर्मी में ज़्यादा यूज़ होता है.
This unit at Hajipur industrial area has been working overtime to meet the soaring demand. These are all-weather, non-skid, fur-lined boots that keep the Russian soldiers warm even in minus 40 degrees Celsius.
ये जूता हम लोग रशिया में सप्लाई करते हैं. इसमें जो फर है वो बर्फीली एरिया के लिए आता है जो पैर को हॉट करे.
To ensure quality is not compromised, experts from Russia have been posted at the manufacturing facility.
पूरे क्वालिटी पे उनका नजर रहता है. कैसा जूता बन रहा है, क्या प्रॉब्लम है, नहीं है, उसको वो लोग देखते हैं.
Last year, this company exported around 1.5 million pairs of shoes, worth 100 crore rupees. This year, the target is to increase sales by over 50%. Interestingly, 70% of the workforce is female. The company also manufactures products for leading footwear brands of Europe and is now taking baby steps into the luxury shoe segment.
Russia, we are exporting the safety shoes. In this floor, we are making for the United Kingdom, Spain, mainly Europe, fashion product, which we can compete with the big brands.
Russian जूता बनता है यहाँ पे.
Bihar is not a state which can boast of major industrialization, but the silver lining is this factory behind me at Hajipur near Patna, which is supplying shoes to the Russian army. From Hajipur, this is Prabhakar Kumar for NDTV.
And with that, it's a wrap from me. Thanks for watching. News continues right here on NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है. तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर. लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है.
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं.
पैसाबाजार.com.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
Hello everyone, this is The Last Word with me, Maria Shakil. Another day of hearing at the Supreme Court over the re-NEET question, but no clear answers yet. NEET aspirants will have to wait till Monday. After some tough questions, the Apex Court directed NTA, that is the National Testing Agency, to publish the results on its website by Saturday noon, with a rider that identity of students has to be masked on the website. Chief Justice of India said that evidence indicates that the paper leak was nationwide. Then why were toppers only from a few states? Clearly, there are many unanswered questions. But key to the future of 23 lakh NEET aspirants is one basic question. Will re-NEET happen or not? And will NTA pass the test in the Supreme Court? Joining us are NEET aspirants as well as petitioners for the retest and against it. Joining me on the show, C.B. Sharma, Professor of Education at IGNOU. Dheeraj Kumar Singh, he's an advocate for petitioners. Ira Ali is joining us. Keshav Karunakar is parent of a NEET aspirant, and we also have Anandi Singh, who's a NEET aspirant as well. C.B. Sharma, I'm beginning with you. You know, the questions which has been asked by the Supreme Court today is essentially about, is it too far-fetched to think that in those 45 minutes, the paper would have been leaked and the entire paper would have been solved? So I think these are very, very pertinent questions, because those 45 minutes will perhaps decide whether it was indeed a localized paper leak or perhaps something that spreads over states.
Maria, I'm happy, and I really admire the observation of the Honorable Supreme Court. It has really hit the bullseye. The irregularity is not mass scale, and it is not nationwide. It is confined to a few places and to a few people. I have been holding the position right from the beginning that, look, there is a criminal conspiracy between those who held the question papers in the bank or wherever and the principal of the school. When we are holding a nationwide exam, this can happen. There can be connivance between a few people, and we should not cancel the NEET exam, which is massive and the largest exam of the world, in just one go. I would definitely like to mention that the whole issue has become political right from the beginning, as the results were declared on the day the results for the parliament came. We need to take this into cognizance, Maria, because this has heavily influenced this whole debate and this decision. And look at the demonstrations. The student wing of a political party has been spearheading this, and the coaching centers have been doing this. The government cannot and should not buckle to the pressure like this. I have mentioned again and again, 23 lakh plus students have appeared, and only about 1,20,000 will get admission. Every time you have a re-NEET, you will fail 22 lakh students. You get that voter list or voters capacity when you say that you have a re-NEET, because all those 22 lakh people would become your supporters.
Okay.
But I believe that Every place where you find
Dheeraj,
this has happened.
No, I agree
there is
with
a
you because
criminal
the question
conspiracy.
is also that
And
in all,
let me end by saying,
there are
let me end by saying
1,08,000 medical seats with 56,000 in government colleges and 52,000 in private institutions. So to believe that all 23 lakh students will be impacted isn't correct. It will be about these 1,08,000 students.
will get admission. Of the total 23 lakh plus who have appeared, 1,23,000 in government, private colleges will get admission.
Okay, so the larger
this
question
is the only
is
admission
essentially
test for
about
medical.
this hypothesis which the CGI talked about, that the entire paper was solved in 45 minutes and given to students is too far-fetched. This is what is being highlighted by the Supreme Court in the observations today. But Dheeraj, look, the urgency with which the students would want the decision to be taken hasn't really happened. Now it is about another date, which is Monday, and the counselling begins on 24th.
Maria, you will appreciate that today's entire day was spent by the Honorable Supreme Court has given the entire day. All the matters prior to the NEET matter has been adjourned by the Honorable Supreme Court, and hearing has taken place from morning till lunch and after lunch till 4 p.m. And the Supreme Court, since certain documents are required to decide the matter further, the court has passed certain directions. First, to release the entire result on the website. So the NTA has sought some time. Initially, court has ordered to declare the result by tomorrow, but NTA has sought some time and they will release by Saturday evening. And then the status report, because what was the government is changing the stand day by day.
Okay.
So that's why, to prove, because today there was a specific question from the Solicitor General whether when the paper was leaked happened. So Solicitor General has straight away refused, and they say the paper there was no paper leak at all, and they have given a new word. The breach was taken place and not and as per the statement of the Solicitor General, the breach take place somewhere between on the day of examination between 8.
So what exactly is a breach?
9:20.
Here are reports which suggest that the question papers were being transported in e-rickshaw to a school in Hazaribagh.
Yes.
Submitted to the principal. The principal has been arrested. What more is required in getting details on a paper leak? There are arrests that are being made all across India now.
That is the irony. Maria. On one hand, the Union of India and NTA is straight away denying that there was no leak was happened. On the other hand, the report of the CBI, there was two reports, status report filed by the CBI in Honorable Supreme Court, and the report was very specific. And when the Honorable Court has pointed out a particular para of that report, only then the Honorable Solicitor General has admitted, and then he has stated that.
Let me bring in Ira and Anandi, the two students, before I bring in Keshav, the parent here who has been following the story very closely. Anandi and Ira, lot of uncertainty at which the students like you are staring at. Even as the entire mark sheet and details will emerge and will be put up on the website by Saturday noon. Counselling going to begin on 24th, but still there is no clarity whether there'll be re-NEET or not. Are you in favor of complete retest, or are you of the opinion that the counselling should begin and the entire issue should be put to rest once and for all? Ira first.
I was told on this very platform last week by Anandi itself that I should settle for whichever government college I am receiving. And I do not deserve, even if I'm not getting my dream college, it is okay. I think you will back me up on the fact that a lot of blood, sweat and tears and sleepless nights and countless sacrifices are put towards this exam, which falls on the first Sunday of May. And you are telling me to settle for something which I clearly don't deserve.
Okay.
This is saying...
Go ahead. Ira, we can hear you. Go ahead.
So that's what I was told by Anandi. Now, my point is that our freedom fighters did not fight for this. If we are submitting to the wrong and if we are surrendering to the wrong, the people who are wronging us will get the impression that they can just wrong us year after year and we will sit in silence and this will continue for the ages to come. आप ये बोल रहे हैं कि चलो ठीक है इस बार पेपर लीक नहीं हुआ, but then you cannot guarantee the fact that next year this will not happen again. Somewhere you have to take a stand. This is not just about this year, it's about the entire medical fraternity.
Okay, Anandi?
Ira, I would not like to turn this into a one-on-one debate. So yeah, you're right. Of course, I get it. Even I'm not getting my dream college. But as of now, on the topic, I would like to say that, ma'am, I think Supreme Court should get and give their verdict as soon as possible, because justice delayed is also justice denied. And they should start counseling as soon as possible. And I think 80 students were selected from Hazaribagh and Patna. It were proven that they had cheated. So I think either they should be barred or re-NEET should be taken for those students. Just like I said in the last interview, I would say it again, the students who are found that they have cheated or malpracticed, the re-NEET should be conducted for those students.
Okay. So it should not be pan-India, but just specific, parts from where the reports are coming in. Keshav, look at the point that has been observed by the Chief Justice of India, that the toppers were distributed across 12 states and 1 union territory. And this is, of course, what NTA had said, that, in terms of those 100 rankers, they come from various states, Gujarat, Bihar, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, Kerala, Karnataka, so many of them.
Yeah, so Maria, thanks for having me. And just to give you a summary, when I met last time on your channel, I told that there is no mass leakage. At least as of today, whatever has happened in the court, it proves that there is no mass leakage. Just to correct that, why NTA has been telling that there is no paper leak and there is a breach, just technicality I'm telling you. If I print 100 papers, 1 paper is lost, there is a 1 leak. What NTA is saying that physically no paper is taken. Somebody has taken picture and done the printout. That is what they're technically using, breach and leak. And day one they are standing on the ground that there is no physical paper taken.
That in itself means, if the content of a paper is leaked, it's a leak. What does it, taking away the paper will be seen as a leakage. That's a really confused alibi which is being sought by the NTA here.
Exactly. So, but point is that if physically paper is leaked, then you don't know how many places has been printed. Physically paper is leaked. And that is where they are host leaked. But that's fine. 2 things that I want to bring it, or a couple of things that I want to bring it. First thing is that on the Godhra, the Supreme Court today didn't ask that how this guy got center allocated. The matter was asked that, okay, this guy is not getting selected. That is not the point. How did they get this center? Because center supposed to be done by the computer, and those 14 people getting center, particularly in Gedra, where there's 2 centers are there. This has to be investigated. I am against re-NEET from day one. I have been telling this, rank inflation is truth. Now, my understanding, my reading of data, I told you the first time also, is that 3x to 4x is rank inflation at every marks. The factor that NTA has told that there is a syllabus reduction, 25% what they are saying, which is not correct. It is 15% because there are syllabus added. But the main point of atom physics question, which they are giving marks, which today CGI has noticed that only 17 people are people who have scored 720 of 720, 44 people have gone and got because of physics 2 question. And this is precisely my case number 21, which was not taken. If CGI looks into that, I believe that rank inflation will reduce for the meritorious system.
But the question then is, has the sanctity of the entire exam been lost on a large scale? This is the question which has been asked. Then, has it been lost? Your answer will be what?
No. At large scale, no. sanity is lost because there's a paper leak that has happened. Somebody has solved it. Somebody got the paper. There's a sanity loss that is there. But larger scale, no. From day one, I'm telling you, and this is what Tushar Mehta today also told, that if the business model is to get 30 lakhs, 40 lakh rupees for a paper leak, who will go and put in social media? This itself I told in the last show when Mr. Alak Pandey was there. This whole business model doesn't work out. But my point is that if somebody is taken 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs to fill the OMR, or somebody is taken 5 lakhs to give the grace marks, that is not taken, right? Those investigations are not taken. But large scale paper leak,
okay, so what does this releasing of marks and you know, all the details and the answers, the results should be published, what does it mean for the students?
So the good thing that will happen, like we will be able to find it out, which center, how many people have qualified. Right? If all India it is less than 1% people are qualifying, and some center you are finding it, lot of people are qualifying, that opens up a can of worms, right? That thought process will open. Why at this level, right? Ideally, every center should have less than 1% people qualifying it. But if this is the case, then it will open up. Second thing, what NDA did that time is that they gave marks with 718, 719 was not possible. Now it will open up Pandora box of what are the marks that is given, right? Is there a grace marks only 50, 63 or more than that people?
Okay.
That is not answered yet.
Okay, right? Dheeraj, you wanted to come in, go ahead.
Myra, on day one, because on the question of whether the paper was mass leaked or it is a localized leak, what the Union of India is saying that the leak was happened on the same day, on the examination day. To prove contrary, we are relying upon the FIR and the investigation taken by the Bihar Economic Offences Wing, wherein it was clearly mentioned that all the beneficiaries were taken to a play school a day before the examination. Paper was circulated through a mobile, through WhatsApp and other social media modes. So that's why the Honorable Supreme Court has summoned the case diary of that report, because that report was not before the court. And government and NTA is trying, because government is saying there was no leak, but the CBI reports it contrary. CBI says more than 150. They have identified more than 150 people. So we cannot say that now till now the leak is localized. The leak started in Hazaribagh. Then there was how from Hazaribagh to it was sent through mobile or social media to the Patna, and thereafter many other places. Okay. So for this purpose only, the Honorable Court has sought the original first FIR and the status report from the Bihar Police. Okay. Wherein the statement of the beneficiaries, so-called accused, has been recorded by the police.
So there is another important question that was asked by the Honorable Court, which said, C.B. Sharma, that there are 571 cities where exams were held, but the toppers are evenly spread, is what the argument is. But the data they gave is only of 17 students. Why are they shying away? If they have run it for top 100, they should give for all top 100, not just 17. Why is that happening?
Maria, a couple of things. One is, what is a leak? Leak means every Harry, Tom or Dick has the question paper, and anybody or everybody who wants to have it.
Leak doesn't mean that everybody should have it.
I'm not, no.
No, wait a minute. Let me explain, Maria.
Yes.
So, when it is available on the net, like the UGC net exam, the black net detected that there is something circulating which is,
even if the level playing field is disturbed, because some students have it, some students do not have it. There is a solver gang which is solving it in 45 minutes. Then it is a leak. There is a breach of sanctity.
But to a few people, and when you are yourself declaring, and NCA is declaring that this exam was held in 571 cities and across 5,000 centers. Imagine that more than 25,000 people are involved. 20 people can be black cats, they can be corrupt people, and they are there. Now, this is a criminal conspiracy. You cannot call it a general leak. Now,
so every time this can criminal conspiracy, Professor Sharma, then that's a subject of investigation.
Yeah,
what
exactly.
Is clear
and that is
that
what
the sanctity of these exams have been impacted. The level playing field has been impacted. So the question is that can it be dismissed as a local leak?
No, it cannot be said that it is general and everybody has got into it and everybody has subverted the system is not true. What I would like to definitely mention and highlight is that you need to look at an NTA and its functioning. That has erred. That goes without saying, and you need to review that.
Okay.
But with you don't want to call that and you want to cancel that. That's not correct. That's not correct.
Let him finish his point.
Let me finish. You can have a re-NEET for the first 2 lakh students who are from the top scale, and you can have a re-NEET for them. But I definitely say that do not have a re-NEET altogether. I'm not worried about it. It is said that the cost of NEET is about 400 crores. I'm not worried about that. I'm all for it when it comes to actually selecting the best students.
Let's not forget that all those 1,565 students who were given the option of coming and appearing for the test again, which was compulsory for them, not everybody appeared. In fact, just less than 50% did. So there are a lot of questions.
Less than 50%, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
When you say to these students that first 2 lakhs will have to reappear, and depending upon their new grade, they will be adjusted in the main merit list, then you will know the result. Besides that, we always declare when we announce an exam that if at any point of time it is detected that you have indulged into corrupt means, your exam, your result can be cancelled.
With Anandi and Aira again.
That rests with the government. So what I would say is, it is not a common leak. The advocates, the coaching centers, and the political parties will definitely look at the agitations. That the students wing of certain political parties are spearheading the agitation. That clearly goes on to say that it has become political.
So you are saying that it's politicized. Let me bring in Anandi and Aira now. Aira, coming to you, Saturday 12 noon is when the results will be put on the website. What will you be looking out for yourself?
I think we have indeed come a long way from a tryst with destiny to tryst with paper leaks, and the sanctity of almost every government exam being compromised. Even the UPSC is rotten. But I think I have faith that the Supreme Court will provide relief to all the students, and it will be in the favor of the students who clearly deserve what they have worked hard.
So it will be in the favor of students, whether it's re-NEET completely or not. You're not really anticipating.
I have faith in whatever the Supreme Court decides.
That's really a positive note to end this show on. Anandi, a quick 30 seconds to you.
Ma'am, exactly what Aira said.
All right. So thank you so much for joining us, CB Sharma, Dheeraj, Aira, Keshav and Anandi. We are shifting our focus now to the BJP headquarters, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is about to leave. He had a meeting with the party workers at the BJP headquarters, which included the support staff at the headquarters, and you can see the meeting was about all of them interacting with the Prime Minister. BJP President JP Nadda welcomed him. He also interacted with the spokespersons of the party. Let me go straight to Vedant, who's joining us from the BJP headquarters. Vedant, what happened in those 1.5 hours that the Prime Minister was?
That's right, Maras. It was about 7:30 when the Prime Minister arrived here at the BJP headquarters. He's about to leave in just a short while from now. And as you rightly pointed out, it's not an unprecedented gesture by the Prime Minister. We've seen a similar sort of gesture by the Prime Minister back in 2014 and 2019 as well, just a way for him to thank all these, central party office workers, including the support staff here, for working tirelessly as far as general elections were concerned, and to also boost their morale, because remember, we are also going into another hectic election year with crucial state assembly elections, including Haryana and Maharashtra, which of course 2 states extremely crucial for the BJP. And as you'd know, Mara, more than anyone else, that the BJP is a cadre-based party. It's a worker-driven party, and the Karyakarta and the workers of the party are sacrosanct, which is why this gesture by the Prime Minister to thank them. Of course, there were all these reports of some sort of complacency also setting in as far as the booth workers are concerned, the Karyakartas are concerned. concerned. So here the Prime Minister also sending out that message that it's for the third time that you have a strong NDA government at the centre, and that message was important to be sent out as far as the party workers are concerned. Of course, JP Nadda was present here to receive the Prime Minister when he arrived here. And as the BJP chief, is of course also part of the cabinet this time. But yes, as a message of strength and solidarity being sent out by the Prime Minister that it's for the third time that you have a strong government at the centre, and of course we're going into the crucial state assembly elections, so the party cadre has to be united, and of course the central party office workers play a crucial role as far as that is concerned. Maria.
Vedant, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. So Prime Minister Modi, they're interacting with the party workers at the BJP headquarters. That's all from me. All the debates on NDTV.com. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janta ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत performance आई सारे दी ते बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Good evening. Welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom. First on the show, our continued focus on the Kargil heroes. Remember, it's been 25 years of the Kargil war this month. Today we meet the widow of squadron leader Ajay Ahuja, the MiG-21 pilot who ejected over Kargil Dras. He was captured by Pakistani forces and was shot dead. His widow Alka Ahuja tells us about how flying fighter jets was always his first love. A true hero for India.
Ajay told me that in case somebody comes in uniform, that means something is wrong. So when I saw him in uniform, I got scared. I had to ask my friend, why has he come to our place? So he said that Ahuja has ejected, but he is missing. And there was no news after that.
Next on the program, an exclusive interview with the Tibetan Prime Minister in exile, Sekyong Penpa Sering. He speaks about how Tibetan soldiers have fought in wars for India and how this is a debt that Tibetans owe India for our hospitality for decades. He also speaks about China's hegemonic intentions and China's argument that no country recognizes Tibet as an independent nation, how that argument is deeply flawed. And finally, ahead of the union budget, India's top industrialists from the Confederation of Indian Industry talk about their budget expectations. But first, our big focus on our heroes of the Kargil War.
When we got married, he told me, you are my second wife. And I was shocked. What is he saying? Then he said, Air Force is my first wife and you are my second wife. And he always did that. He was such a caring person. I mean, he didn't care only about me. He cared for each and every person he met. Even in each and every party also, you will find him laughing only, smiling only, no tension, nothing, always ready to help. 18th May, I got a call from the squadron that get his bags ready, we are going to Srinagar. I said, what is that? All of a sudden, he didn't tell me that we are going to Srinagar. We were told to pack up the bags. 22nd May was his birthday, so I thought they'll be coming back on by 22nd May. 22nd when we spoke, then he said कि नहीं, we are not coming, and बेटे की vacations were starting, so he said कि I'll send you the tickets, you both come to Srinagar, we are going to stay here for some more time. I said okay, and my son was really excited that we are going to meet Dada. And next day, 23rd May onwards, all the civil flights were cancelled. That time also didn't struck what is wrong. 26th May onwards, when airstrikes started, then we realized that something is there. At 4 o'clock on 27th May, the station commander was in uniform and he came to my place with my friend, and Ajay told me that in case somebody comes in uniform, that means something is wrong. So when I saw him in uniform, I got scared. I had to ask my friend, why has he come to our place? So he said कि Ahuja has rejected, but he is missing. And there was no news after that. And I was just praying to God that I should get some good news about him. But it was 4, 4:30, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and it was getting dark. So I was worried. And we were just waiting. By 8:30, they said कि one Nachiketa had rejected. So they said कि one has survived and one is no more. Now who is no more was a question. And by 8:30, they said कि Ahuja is no more.
This brave pilot, who only loitered over the area in an attempt to locate and spot the downed pilot, had been shot. Now this is a cold-blooded murder, an act of cowardice on the part of Pakistani regulars.
They both were in fact friends rather than son and father. So he was very close to, and I couldn't tell him what had happened, and he was watching everything, but didn't ask me any question. But he was just watching that something is wrong, but he didn't know what has happened, because you can't imagine a 5-year-old child to think about this. And then he went to different places with me. He saw Dada's photo everywhere. And but he was just watching. And one fine day he told me, when I went to Kota and came back, he said, "Mama, Dad ab kabhi nahi aayenge." That's all.
The large Tibetan community in India, such an important part not just of our shared identity and our shared culture, is a movement which actually brings together people across the world. At one level, it is grounded in the beliefs of the Dalai Lama. At another level, it is believed in the integrity and the identity of the Tibetan people, and the battle for an identity and the territorial acceptance of Tibet as what it historically once was. India is a key partner of the Tibetan people, the Tibetan government, and we have a wonderful guest today to speak with us, His Excellency Sekyong Penma Chering. He is the Prime Minister of the Tibetan movement. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us. I must ask you first, since His Holiness the Dalai Lama brings so much joy to people in India and around the world. He's had, I believe, a knee surgery in the United States. How's he feeling?
Considering his age, now that he's already 89, he's recuperating very well. The fact that now you have too many development in technologies. The surgery itself, I think, took less than 1.5 hours, which we have both mechanical and manual treatment. Then, of course, it takes few days for the swelling to go down. That has gone down, and His Holiness moved to north of New York, a little more quieter place where he could rest and undergo physiotherapy.
Yep.
So I'm told by people who are attending to him that His Holiness is recovering very well, but he will need some more weeks of physiotherapy.
And his spirits, because we can't imagine the Holiness without a smile on his face. That, I'm sure, is radiating happiness to people everywhere, as always.
There, in between, I'm sure you also must have seen, I think it was covered by the media as well, that on 6th of July was His Holiness' 89th birthday, and he did send a message to everyone around the world, and he continues to have that smiling face.
You had a very important visit, a US congressman recently who'd come up to Dharamshala to understand where the movement presently is, and it's also part of an effort in the United States to push through the Tibet-China Dispute Act. Tell us why this is important for your cause.
Now, we follow what is called as the middle way policy, which is a Buddhist concept, avoiding extreme polarities. So this is a concept which His Holiness proposed, supported by a larger number of Tibetans, and unanimously approved by the Tibetan Parliament in Exiles, and this continues to be our official position. So me being the Sikyong, or the directly elected political leader, does not mandate me to change that policy, or the Parliament by itself cannot. So if and when we change this policy, there has to be a referendum according to our charter, under Article 56 of our charter. So that being the case, we are committed to following His Holiness' thinking on resolving the Sino-Tibet dispute through non-violence, through a negotiated solution that is mutually beneficial both for the Chinese people and the Tibetan people, and that would be long-lasting. So that is the policy we continue to follow, but we decided to change our strategy a little bit since I came into this position. When we say middle way, then you talk about extremes or polarities. And if there is no recognition for polarities, then there is no value for middle way.
Yeah.
So one polarity is the situation of occupied Tibet under the repressive communist government, which we keep talking about to the governments and public and representatives. But the other polarity, which is the historical status of Tibet as an independent state, was not pushed to the limit that we would have want. So there are 4 reasons why we went for this. One is to send a clear message to the Chinese government that they cannot change history, because history is in the past.
Yeah.
And let's leave that to historians. So when Chinese put this precondition to His Holiness, that His Holiness should say Tibet has been part of China, His Holiness says, I'm a Buddhist monk.
Yeah.
I cannot lie on history. So let's leave history to historians. What matters more through the middle way policy is to bring more happiness for the Chinese people and the Tibetan people. And that's what His Holiness aspires for. So if there is no recognition for the polarities or the extremes, then there is no value for middle way. That's why we decided to reach out to United States as a government to see what we can do about this, and we strategized on this since April 2022. So it has already been 2 years and 3 months till we got this signed by President Biden. So there are a lot of people involved in this, the congressmen and women, staffers, whole lot of people within the Tibetan community. Also, we have our Office of Tibet there, representatives in the International Campaign for Tibet, who has been there for a very long time, since '87, and they have the institutional memory. We work together very closely to get this done in the House and the Senate, and from November 26 last year till it took about 8 months to get it. But even before that, there were a lot of knots that need to be untied.
But let me ask you this, since one of the biggest concerns or problems with regard to China is the identity of the Dalai Lama himself, and what they keep saying is that he's not purely a religious person, that he has a political avatar, and they dispute his role, and they say that essentially he's a politician, when in fact he's a lot more than that. He appeals to people around the world. He is so much more profound in his identity. How would you respond to what China says on this particular thing?
Sometimes I fail to understand why China fears a simple monk like His Holiness the Dalai Lama. They are the second largest economy in the world. They have all the influence. They have managed to convince or ask every country to say Tibet is part of PRC over the years, and they have always tried to defame His Holiness by calling him a monk in wolf's clothing and all kind of things. But everybody knows. Sometimes I ask this question as to who really wants Tibet to be separated from China.
Yeah.
Because His Holiness keeps repeating like a mantra, middle way, all the time. And Chinese government keeps calling him a separatist. And the fact is that Tibet was an independent country. Yes. They invaded our country, they pushed us out, and then they called His Holiness a separatist. And now the question is, who really wants Tibet to be separated from China? Is it the Chinese government who keeps calling His Holiness a separatist despite His Holiness keeping on repeating this middle way policy? The whole world knows. So who are they trying to fool? That is the main problem. So, and the fear of one Lama like His Holiness against the Chinese government, that is something unfathomable in our mind. His Holiness always had a very larger understanding of the world, holistic understanding. And the reason why he went for the middle way is also because he appreciates the concept of European Union.
Sure.
Even now he says if it is not for the concept of European Union, Europeans would still be fighting with each other. If that can be applied to Europe, then why not Tibet with China? Sure. Or in the whole region? Whether we like it or not, we cannot lift Tibet out of that place and put it somewhere in the Arabian or Bay of Bengal near India. So we don't have a Hanuman to lift Tibet out of that place. So whenever we get to go back, we have to learn. We have to live in peace with China or India or all our neighbors, like we did for centuries.
But Your Excellency, since we are talking about China, one of the biggest concerns here in India is the quote-unquote salami slicing of territory which China does. It's not just in Ladakh and attempts at salami slicing into Arunachal Pradesh, but also the sovereign nation of Bhutan, where even areas which have been under the royal family of Bhutan, their historic and their legacy areas, ancestral lands, have been taken over by the Chinese physically. Is this not perhaps the most profound threat that so many nations around the world face, Chinese expansionism?
Yeah. China is always in a denial mood, as every one of us knows. When we talk about China's hegemonistic ambitions, they say we don't have hegemonistic. The very fact that China invaded Tibet in 1959 was their first step in an expansion of China. Before that, with Uyghurs and the Inner Mongolians. So what they do and what they say are two different things. That is what they have always been saying. And some 8-10 years ago, if you remember, China declared air identification zone.
Yes.
At that time, I told our U.S. friends, when China can claim the air, they will claim everything under that air, whether it's sea or land or whatever. So these days, China's hegemonistic ambitions are also reflected in terms of how they are renaming places, not just in Arunachal Pradesh or belligerents on Ladakh. Because I've been to Arunachal Pradesh in the north of Sikkim, to Ladakh, everywhere, because I've never been to Tibet. So to fulfill my emotional needs, I go on the border area, also to meet with my people who live there and see Tibet from across the border. So China's on anything, whether you talk about overcapacity of EV vehicles, they deny it. So anything that the world points a finger at China, China keeps denying, and this is definitely a huge threat, not only to India, but after the BRICS summit, the last BRICS summit in South Africa, China came out with those maps once again.
Yes.
It was not like they're coming out for the first time. But the timing is such that, all the neighboring countries, from Japan to Taiwan to Philippines, now they are having serious problems in Spratlys, and then Malaysia, Brunei, Vietnam, everywhere, they are escalating the situation. And then also, because of their behavior, all the defense expenditures of all these countries are going on, increasing every year, including New Zealand and Australia.
Absolutely. But Your Excellency, let me ask you, one of the areas which hasn't been spoken about very much in the past, but increasingly is, and perhaps that's a good thing, is the Vikas Force. It is a Tibetan army, but it is well integrated with the Indian army in as much as they worship the Tibetan cause, they protect India's sovereignty, and they've done it in 1971, and they've done it in Ladakh as well. Could you tell us about how Tibetan soldiers are an intrinsic part of what both you and I believe, the sovereignty of nations and their territorial integrity?
Maybe I would like to add one more here.
Yes.
We have the Vikas, then we have the Indo-Tibetan Border Force, Border Police. That is why I keep saying the very fact that the Indian government has not changed the name from Indo-Tibetan Border Police, Indo-Tibetan Border Force to Indo-China Border Police, and that also underlies India's position on Tibet. If we go back in time, of course, there was CIA-Tibet collaboration in the late 50s, starting from 57 till up to 1968. That cooperation was there, but India was not friendly with US at that time. Pakistan was more friendly. So if you read Nurulmaker by His Holiness Elder Brother, Nurulmaker of Kalimpong,
yes.
There also you'll find we have to send people from Bangladesh,
yes.
from East Pakistan, instead from Indian soil. But for the first time after Hindi Chini Bye-Bye 1954, India declaring Tibet region of China and all that, after 8 years as Chinese government planned at that time with Mao and Zhou Enlai at the helm of affairs, they attacked India in 1962. So that realization brought the combination of United States and Tibetans, and so they started one office in Saket.
I see.
Way back in 1964. The axis of India, US and Tibetans. So for the first time, then they decided to have this cooperation, and then they established the 22, where Tibetans were deployed to, because we always lived in the mountains. So we have this special lung to go to the borders. Even last time, our people have participated in the Bangladesh war also. So we have played an important role in freeing Bangladesh, alongside, of course, under the command of Indian Army, and in Kargil war. So most of the engagements we were there. And last time, 3 years ago, when I was in Ladakh, I met a commandant, and he was saying, I'm very lucky to be commanding such a Vikas, because at that time, that Vikas, that particular Vikas was the one to find out incursion on the Depsang plains. Yes. So I think Defense Minister was also there, Rajnath Singh Ji, and the Army Chief, the Joint Army Chief was also there, and the CO was called, and he thought he could be reprimanded, but they said, you have done a good job, the Vikas people have done a good job. So the topography, the altitude and all that are suitable for the Tibetans, and if there is any way that we can contribute in some ways, to repay our debt to the Indian government for all the hospitality and everything that you did for us, this is in some way to repay the government of India, and we are still playing a very important role.
Even with your lives, because those soldiers put their lives on the line.
Soldiers are meant to put their lives at risk in the forefront before the civilians, so that is how they are brought up mentally.
I want to go back to the Tibet-China Dispute Act. One of the key objectives is to stop Chinese disinformation, because so much of the information flow is skewed. Could you tell us how that's a primary objective?
Yes, that is, as I mentioned before, we changed our strategy to focus on the historical aspects. I mentioned about the first message to the Chinese government, the second message to the international community, because over the last 40-50 years, China managed to force or coerce every country to say that Tibet is part of PRC. Mm-hmm. And in China, they keep saying Tibet has been part of China since ancient times. So this is the core of that legislation, of that act, where the US government says that they do not accept Chinese narrative or assertion that Tibet has been part of China since ancient times. And His Holiness also has not accepted in their findings as well as in the act itself. So which means that so far the Chinese government has been saying that there is not a single country who recognizes the independence of Tibet, or there is not a single country who recognizes the government in exile.
Yeah.
Now, that is the second part is another matter, but with this act now in place, would the Chinese government be able to say there is not a single country who does not recognize or who recognizes the independence of Tibet?
What about India and the fact that, we back your cause 110%? What is the state of that relationship? And it's not just a relationship of brothers and sisters, or it's also an economic relationship at one level. It is also about sustaining Tibetan communities within India at so many levels. You were talking to me about Tibetan schools. So when you look at the relationship, the official relationship with the government of India, is it a glass half empty or a glass half full?
I would say glass half empty, but it's still, I'm sure there's still a lot of things in the works which we may not be aware of, because it's not necessary that the Indian government has to tell us everything. But we are being very transparent with the Indian government on many matters. And the support that we have received is tremendous, particularly on humanitarian ground. But on political issues, there are a lot of things between China and India right now. So it's up to the leadership of India as to when, how they need to take this up. I'm nobody to advise the Indian government. I know there are a lot of sharp people at the helm of affairs. As I tell everybody, particularly our own people, that we have to understand that if there has to be a resolution to the Sino-Tibet dispute through the middle way policy, there is no other way than by reaching out to the Chinese government. Now, on the other hand, till such a time, then we have to reach out to the international community. Now, when we reach out to the international community, we can't expect that country to leave aside their national interests and then take up Tibet's national interest. It's the same case with India as well. But the difference between India and US or Europe, US is also because of India's proximity of border with Tibet. Now that has become in China. So there are a lot of, I think, political expediencies that need to be taken into consideration when it comes to India's relation with China. But at the same time, we find that, at the beginning of Prime Minister Modi's tenure, he made every effort to get better relations with China by inviting Xi Jinping to Gujarat, to Mahabalipuram, and he himself visiting Beijing and Wuhan and all that brotherhood, Brawhaha, Panchshir. Even now Panchshir is being talked about, despite all the historical. So despite all the efforts from Indian government side, the response from the Chinese government has not been up to the mark. No. So there's serious questions like, when it comes to US-China relations, they say, oh, we are not being treated equal. But the question is, do China treat India equal? Or for that matter, any other country in the region? So these are they talk about peaceful dialogue. Where is peaceful dialogue with Tibetans, with Uyghurs, with Mongolians or Hong Kongers or Taiwanese? But when it comes to Ukraine and other things, they should be peaceful, negotiated dialogue. So they say one thing and they do another thing. A lot of double standards, and even international law. It is a law if it helps them. If it is not a law, if it doesn't help them.
One final question. I was just struck by what you told me, that you were in the north of Sikkim and you looked across and you saw Tibet. It must be tremendously painful for you that you are the Prime Minister in exile of Tibet, of the Tibetan people, and you haven't been to your own home. How do you deal with that?
No, this is an emotional thing that we have to keep it very close to our heart. That's the only thing we can do, because China does not give access for us to visit. Even in 21st century, you still have countries like China where your own people cannot step on your soil. So this is very unfortunate. That's why we are trying to seek a solution where we can go back, visit our families, visit our, see our land by ourselves. So the only thing we can do is now go on Google. When we were growing up, there was no Google also. So now I call it the Google Rinpoche. Right. Because you ask Google and you get to see everything. So that's all we can do. Go on Google, look at maps. And now China is changing Tibet's name also. And destroying the background to that, all the historical background to that. So we are also developing, we have to develop another map that is searchable on the internet with Tibetan names.
Yes.
Because China is changing all the names. And these are going to be very consequential, and particularly the colonial boarding schools, and these will have serious impact on India's security from a long-term perspective, because right now we Tibetans, there are stories that the first king of Tibet came from India. So that is how old our relationship, going back 2,300 years ago. And then the Tibetan script came from India. The Tibetan Buddhism came from India. Today China claims that Tibetan Buddhism came from China. That's not it. That's again another distortion of facts. So Tibetans have remained, and we transliterated every available Sanskrit and Pali text into Tibetan language on the advice of Shantarakshita. So we are the only country that has become a repository of one part of ancient Indian wisdom, which is manifested in the messages of His Holiness to the world. So we are very proud people, being a repository of one part of ancient Indian wisdom, and we respect India, because India is the land of Buddha. We call it the land of Aryavrat. So we have a lot of respect. Now with China changing the curriculum, turning the boarding schools into teaching just Mandarin and a Communist Party ideology and loyalty and military training and all that, will wean away the emotional quotient that we have with India, and that will affect India also in the long, if this continues for a long time.
What about the entire debate about who succeeds the Dalai Lama eventually? China has been pushing, their own version of events.
If they are serious about reincarnation, Xi Jinping should think about his reincarnation if he is really serious. It's the person who is going to be reborn who is going to decide where he or she will be born. It's not somebody else who will decide. The whole concept of reincarnation is very unique to Tibetan Buddhism. Yes. And that's understood by the Tibetans, not the Chinese. That is why His Holiness always jokingly, humorously says that if Chinese leaders are really serious about Dalai Lama's reincarnation, of course they are not bothered about the living 14th, but they are more concerned about the yet to come 15th. So His Holiness gives, if they are really serious, they should study Tibetan Buddhism. They should believe in life after death. Yeah. And then maybe they should look for Mao Zedong's reincarnation first.
Right.
Deng Xiaoping's second, Jiang Zemin is also not with us now. Then maybe the Dalai Lamas. So first they have to be convinced with that idea of reincarnation, believe in it, and then practice it. Right. Without believing in it, just to use it as a political tool, thinking that if you can control the Dalai Lama, you can control all the Tibetans, doesn't work. You have the case of Panchen Lama, when he was abducted at 6 with his family. We don't know whether he's living or not. So now I say, and I think China made a strategic mistake at that time, because they got very angry that His Holiness announced, and then they decided to abduct this kid, and they appointed. Yes. So this boy is appointed by the Chinese government, is not respected and regarded by any Tibetan. No. So just recently he was in Amdo region, my father's birthplace also. Mm-hmm. The Chinese Panchen Lama, and there were not many visitors to see him, and they have to pay money, 100 yuan for one family to go and listen to him or see him. And then there are families who receive benefits from the government. It's mandatory for them to send their family to receive him. So these facades are there to show the world that Tibetans believe in the Chinese Panchen Lama, and the Tibetans say he's just another leader. Right. They don't believe in him. So if that has happened to Panchen Lama, so I tell them, have you not learned any lesson from the Panchen Lama saga? You just cannot force people to, believe or trust another based on their volition.
Your Excellency, it's been wonderful speaking to you, and for sharing your vision of Tibet, your vision of the future, and of course the message of His Holiness as well. It's so important to people around the world. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Well, it's time now for us to take a short break. After that, our special pre-budget program with the Confederation of Indian Industries top business leaders. What are their business expectations? That's coming up next.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
the biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most.
Budget 2024 is an important one, a landmark one by several accounts. Not only because it's going to be Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's 7th budget, but also because it's the first full budget of the third term of the Modi government. What we're expecting to see is also a roadmap, not just to a Viksit Bharat or to how India will be a developed nation by 2047, but also to the next 5 years. It will be building on a lot of schemes that have already been announced and perhaps some new ones or new tinkering, keeping in mind political realities. Now, to get a sense of what industry wants from the budget becomes very, very crucial. And to do this, we're speaking today to the top brass of the CII. I'm joined by Mr. Sanjeev Puri, President CII, and of course, Chairman and Managing Director of ITC. Rajiv Memani with us today on the show, President Designate CII and Chairman and CEO of EY India. R. Mukundan, Vice President CII and Managing Director and CEO of Tata Chemicals with us, and Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General CII, speaking with us today. Now, CII has obviously put out its list of expectations from the budget. Representations have been made to the government as well, and those conversations are ongoing consistently through the year. But at this point, and let me begin the conversation with Mr. Sanjeev Puri. Mr. Puri, at this point, I suppose the biggest question on everyone's mind is, are we going to see the political realities and the election result in some way reflect into the budget? Simply put, are we going to see a greater push for consumption, towards employment, towards the rural sector? And would that be something which is in the best interest of the economy and industry as well?
Well, you know that right now the economy is in a very strong foundation. There are a lot of positives, and those positives are a result of a number of policy instruments that were brought about in the past. So really what I'm saying is the strategy adopted in the past has worked. It is strengthening the competitiveness of the economy, it's creating jobs, private sector